game.
You know, I've noticed a trend. Like, why is it that the games that I'm most excited for fall under the shittiest leadership?
Because they're too
Like,
ambitious.
it's ridiculous.
Although this doesn't seem
All of these projects I'm like super excited for, and then lo and behold, the person responsible for managing it is inadequate. It's
Sorry, I love your accent. Where are you from?
America.
Well,
I have a neutral American accent, I guess you could say. I don't really have a.
I wouldn't
an
say
accent.
that's an accent. I'd say that's just a good
Neither would
voice.
I.
yeah, just a good voice.
Yeah.
Really
Why
quick
you
question
putting
to
up with
everybody.
building
So
you-
I
thinking
know
about tomorrow.
everyone's put a lot of like money into this. So if they close the project, what happens to all the money that has been raised thus far?
Well,
It doesn't.
Kickstarter has not collected any money. So if you have money from the Kickstarter, if they shut it down, you wouldn't have lost anything.
Well, it's good.
The only people who would have lost money are the people who have pre-Kickstarter backed it. So the friends and family who have contributed $2,600 to try and get it to where it's at right now. So they would have been the ones who have lost. I mean, the best example would be Sherman mentioned that he paid $65 to be a part of the project as a content creator and get a little bit early access to be part of, the video showcase that they've been able to do.
Yeah, and how come they dare do that? I thought those curators, like, they got free access.
Nope.
Yeah, they had to pay for it. I can't believe it.
Yeah, and the funniest thing was that this technically is no longer available on the Discord, which really bothers me, actually. I don't know why. Somebody said they edited the announcement, but in the public announcement, so like I'm not breaking an NDA here by saying this, it literally said that when you're selected, you will have to PayPal his personal PayPal, like his, like not like Burning Lands at paypal.com, but it was like, first last name at whatever email.com. You'll have to PayPal him directly and select the friends and family option, not the like whatever. It's like for goods and services, I think is the other option.
So dodgy.
Because that basically makes it so you can't get a refund. Now, without breaking NDA, there was a whole discussion about that. And as someone who creates content on video games, I felt like if I don't do this, I'm basically shafting myself because, I won't have the early access. I can't get the first videos out. But for a lot of other people who obviously were in there that weren't content creators, I feel like they got double shafted because I'm trying to get a video out on this, so at least I get something. Hopefully I can recoup the $65. But the average person in there doesn't have that method, so I just feel so fucked up and like kind of scammy, really.
Yeah.
Sherman, you don't have to answer this next one, but I heard this one for another one in the same boat as you. But you were forced to sign a contract pretty much only saying nice things about the game.
At this moment in time, I cannot confirm or deny that.
I mean,
So that means yes.
Good enough answer.
signing a
yes.
non-disclosure agreement, an NDA, for early access to something like this is common. That is very common because there's certain proprietary things possibly for the game that they don't want to leak out. It's very rare that they would have a clause in there saying don't speak ill of the game, but that could be in the contract. Again,
Well,
I'm not
that's what
under
I heard.
NDA, so I mean, cannot confirm.
A lot
nor
of
deny.
contracts will have something about like, sharing your opinion on the state of a project.
Yeah, not being able to go into too much detail.
I won't discuss what was in the one I signed for obvious reasons. I don't know what happens to the game. I don't know if the game will get finished. I don't know if Chance is out on a warpath and he's going to try to sue people. And I really don't want to put myself on a radar. Maybe someone here's recording and is going to send it to Chance. Or maybe Chance's alt is in here. I don't know.
You're fully good, Sherman. You're good.
All I'll say is that as part of many NDAs, and I've signed quite a few of them over the last decade or so. There's usually a clause that says you are more than welcome to say stuff about our game, but don't just go and say, well, Chance sucks, or like the developers are assholes, or like this specific developer, he's a cunt because I don't know, like something racist or something terribly off the mark. I think in most NDAs I've signed, for example, for Gates of Hell, an RTS many of you may know, they said, hey, you're more than welcome to say what you don't like or how we could improve things, but don't just have a video where you shit on it for an hour, because that doesn't help us. It doesn't help you.
Yeah.
Maybe it helps you in the short run because you get some drama. But I mean, that's pretty standard. I don't
Constructive
think there was
criticism.
anything. Yeah, basically, don't make an hour video where you shit all over it for an hour and say, hey guys, whatever you do, don't buy this, refund it, that sort of stuff. But that's I'm not discussing the. I want to put it out there for any legal reasons. I'm not discussing the NDA I've signed with the Burning Lands development team specifically. I'm just saying this is a common thing that you find in many game NDAs. Whether or not that's in the same one for Burning Lands, I will not comment on. But
And I've never signed an NDA, so that's why I can extrapolate and or pontificate about what might be or not be in the NDA without worry of getting sued by Chase. So, because he has no power over me. Insert Lord of the Rings meme here. You have no power here.
Same here.
Can Uber Marshal say that?
Can I say what?
Can you say you have no power here?
Yeah, from the Lord of the Rings scene in Two Towers.
I'm not familiar. I have no idea.
Oh,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I just like the
Also
voice. I like hearing it.
I appreciate it.
He
Yeah.
definitely has a radio voice, that's for sure.
Thank you.
Good morning, Vietnam.
And this is really disappointing. I was really excited for Burning Lands.
I think we all were.
Yeah,
This
just
really
a
sucks.
new Vietnam theme. Be nice. New take on it.
This was going to be the spiritual successor to Rising Storm 2 for me.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
Yeah, different
Rising
game.
Storm
but-
83 is,
2.
83 is more closely related to RS2.
I don't care for
of
83.
course,
Same developers, yes, but different theme.
but different setting.
Yeah.
So, guys, I'm just curious. Do you guys think this whole situation is redeemable, or is it like it's over?
I
Of
think
course.
it is redeemable. There's a fine line they have to walk here in terms of transparency and openness to the community and deference of, development decisions to the dev team. But I do think there is an opportunity here where they could turn this around fully and make this a successful game. It's going to take ownership from Chance on the mistakes that have been made and, making the change, starting the changes, and then handing off the torch to someone else on the team to act as the direct management of the project. I think he should step down as the lead manager of this project. I don't think he has the experience to run a company like this, and that's just from the little bit that I've heard of how the finances have been, handled so far and everything else. I got nothing against the guy other than that, but I very much would like to see this game come to fruition as well. I was excited for it. I think it has potential, and I think they can recover from this. They've only lost $10K from the Kickstarter. It's technically still backed right now, so it could turn around. It all depends on what he says here in 20 minutes.
The only thing that can save the project is if the devs continue working, and they're only going to continue working if their demands are met.
Yep.
They have a union, right?
They have unionized.
They've
they?
essentially collectively told him to
Hence
pound
all
salt
the
until
signatures.
he comes to the bargaining table. With what's the word I'm looking for? In earnest. In good faith, coming to the table to bargain and actually negotiate. And if he doesn't do that, then the game's dead.
What is the game
Exactly is
equivalent
the
of a
issue.
dine and dash? Like, what
A
is
rug
the kick?
pull? I don't know.
A scam?
I guess that's what you
A
call it.
scam Kickstarter. A
Yeah.
scam Kickstarter would be the equivalent. I don't think this is at that point yet. But
Yet.
if the devs all resign, GTFO.
Do we know
I mean,
who's
it's-
going to
it's
show up in
obviously-
20 minutes?
Chance
Uh,
himself, I'd
It is
assume.
confirmed the AMA will happen in 20 minutes.
But who will show up
I
from the
believe
development
Chance.
team?
I hope he
I
does.
don't know about dev team, but I know Chance will be there.
Chances will be there. We don't know about the developers.
mean-
From what it looks like, I guess the developers are waiting to see what Chance is going to say,
Yeah.
and based on his response, within 24 hours, some of them might resign, some of them might put together a new statement. That's all we know at the moment.
Jesus.
At least one dev has said he will resign within 24 hours if certain demands aren't met, though. So you can imagine that it's not
And
going to be uncommon.
Just to highlight the questions they want answers to, otherwise they'll resign within 24 hours, is development role status, transparency in company and finances, and better communication. So
Who's
those
going
are
to be
the 3
asking
points.
these questions? Are they going to show up
it's
to ask
gonna
them
raise
themselves?
the-
All of the
NDA,
questions are currently in the AMA-event
AMA.
channel under Burning Lands, so you can go in there and see exactly what everyone's asking. I have a post in there highlighting the letter that was sent. So far, there's like 60 plus other people who have emoted. They want answers to that question as well. And I've specifically tied in my question, if I don't think they're adequate, I'll cancel my support for the Kickstarter. So pressure's on Chance to get this right the first time. He needs to come in here swinging and doing everything right from the get-go. Otherwise, yeah, game's probably dead.
You know what the worst thing is? I don't know how many of you probably at least know Blue Drake by name.
I do.
And I talked to him a little bit about Burning Lands after I'd sent the payment, and he basically called me an idiot and said, well, hopefully the game gets made, but if not, you're not getting that money back. And I was like, well, that doesn't spell a lot of good. I guess this is like literally the day I sent it. So, but again, I was excited. I don't know. I guess like the vast majority of people, I saw the Steam page. I recognized it was supposed to be like Hell Let Loose and Squad, but in Vietnam, but with some asymmetry, like with even more players. Like they were touting 120 players. With Postscriptum dying, I figured, hey, there's maybe some room now for something else. So I almost feel like a giant asshole for being this guy. One of my videos, I think, on the game has like over 200,000 views. So basically, I told 200,000 people, hey, this is a really cool thing. Go check it out. And then depending on what happens now, I'm not saying it was a scam, but I'm just saying I would just feel bad if I was an instrument, in getting people to sign up for this Kickstarter, or God forbid for the PKS, like I did myself. And it turns out that it, wasn't all that cool that, as it turned out to be.
Yeah.
Well, you can make a follow-up video.
I mean, I'm gonna have to and be like,
I mean, I am of the opinion, and again, this is just my opinion, my take on things. I don't think this was intended to be a scam. I don't think this is, the intention of Chance right now is to scam people out of their money for this game. I truly do think he wants to actually try and put this together and actually release a good Vietnam-based game. It's just one of those cases of some mismanagement here, some, stepped on toes there. He might think he can still pull this off, and so I kind of apply Hanlon's razor to this, in that never attribute to malice that which can be adequately explained by stupidity. I don't think he knows exactly how much work it will take to bring this into fruition without a dev team right now. And I think without getting the dev team back on their terms, it's dead in the water. So I don't think it's a scam in that his intention is to bilk everyone out of their money, but I don't think he also realizes how much of a rock and a hard place he's stuck in between, to where, what he needs to do to actually make this work.
Right. I would agree. It's just, and this could be passed off as, who's perfect. Everyone can make mistakes and stuff like that, and everyone should be allowed to. But to ignore the desires and the needs of your own dev team, the people responsible for making your project exist, is, it's like, how do you get to this point? I don't. There had to have been plenty of signs or signals. Someone had to have tapped him on the shoulder once or twice and said, "Hey, you're fucking up." You know, why did it have to come to an ultimatum? Like the fact that it's reached this point, the brink, shows me that there's been far more neglect.
Yeah.
Well,
It has been let on.
from what I have heard so far from various different sources, supposedly the dev team has been reaching out and talking to him about this for like the
Oh,
past
yeah, so he's just
2-3
ignoring them.
months. So yeah, up
Yes.
to this point, he's been
Right.
ignoring.
So it's
them.
willful at this point. Right?
Yeah,
It's,
and what dev team in a passion project like this would be willing to actually pull the trigger on the nuclear option of, hey, no one back this, or we're pulling our dev from this game that we have been wanting to put together and wanting to do forever now. Why would they go through with this kind of a letter if they hadn't tried all of the options to communicate to Chance and try and fix this?
Right, that's what I'm saying. You know,
Well, this
Yeah.
is like
it
the
just doesn't-
nuclear option. I mean,
Exactly.
throwing
Yeah,
this
this
out
is-
there is like,
Right.
This is kryptonite to the project. And that's why I think anything short of Chance acquiescing to the developers' demands and stepping down as management, anything short of that will kill the project.
Well, we
That's
will
my
see
personal
shortly.
take.
We will see shortly
Yeah.
whether or not this is what it needed. Maybe this is what it needed.
Yeah.
The nuclear
who
option
knows?
is always the last choice, and it's
Right.
So I haven't missed
it
anything.
was the final choice.
But Chan's faced with this.
No, it's
Ultimatum.
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
We,
We
uh,
think in the live stream channel is when
Okay.
things will kick off.
It will be, yeah.
Okay.
So we'll migrate over there in like 5, 6, 7 minutes or whatever. This is the pre-game to the live stream, explaining
But
what's
we're
going
allowed
on
to chat
people who
here,
don't
so
know.
that's why
Yeah.
we're here.
I did not think
Well,
this would be
Chan-
my Saturday.
Chance
Oh,
Pro
so-
isn't online
so
yet.
you're gonna be
Maybe
using-
he
Me
uses
neither.
Optus. Any Aussies here know Optus, right? I bet you he's an Optus customer.
Do you guys think they're meeting right now with the devs, like behind the scenes right now, before they get on this?
They could be. I don't know. It's one of those we'll just have to see.
I wouldn't think so.
No, I would think there would be some coordination going on right now.
I mean, there
I can't
hasn't been
see
thus
when-
far, so that might be a bit
I
too much
think
to expect.
Chance is going to speak for himself. He's going to speak for the future of the project, and then after that, I think there will be some sort of discourse. But
I mean,
I don't think it's happening right now.
Yeah, I've just to reiterate for new people who have come in or whatever, my stance on this project is if Chance does not step aside and let someone else take the reins to run this as a proper company and let the developers actually develop the game as they see fit, if he doesn't come out swinging right away with the AMA, I'm going to be pulling my backer on this and probably not looking back. I will certainly post in the public chat when I'm doing that if I decide to do that. So.
Wait, was his replacement one of their terms? Or is that
No,
something
that's my own personal
Oh.
opinion as to what needs to happen for this game to actually move
Right.
forward in a transparent and safe way.
Also, make sure you
Okay,
get your
So you feel
pregame
that that's a
passes in.
must? You think that?
I would be okay if he stays on, but with someone else at the equal level who can kind of
There's more
veto him
security
or
in
kind
that.
of some
Right.
more security in that.
Yeah.
So he could still be one of the head management people, but there needs to be someone else at his level who can kind of hold him accountable. And certainly
have
don't
another
put him in
spokes-
charge of finances.
What is going on?
My man's
On the
driving.
highway.
Madhouse, that's you.
So besides Chance, is there another spokesperson that's gonna be able to speak on this during this?
There is
AMA?
no community manager at the moment.
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, there's another thing. Why did the community manager leave? Just
I
before
can-
this
He
I
has
can
his
send a
own life.
message. I can send a message.
Yeah, he left for his personal reasons. You know, obviously this is happening behind the scenes, so he was seeing that. So I'm sure it influenced his decision somewhat. But you know, end of the day, Soundboard stepped down as community manager because he wants to use his time in other ways. You know,
Yeah,
Well, I
also-
don't blame, I
content,
don't blame
Okay,
being
so,
there
yeah.
for his family, whatever.
If
Yeah,
you want to know,
I-
check the VC chat.
I don't know if I would take that and chalk that up to the issues going on at hand. There's definitely other motivations behind that kind of a decision
100%. Yeah.
besides what's going on. So
Well, he said it was family
Yeah.
based. So I was just wondering if this
Right,
had.
that's what he said publicly. But I mean, if you have half a brain, you can put 2 and 2 together and get 4, right?
True, but when you assume, you make an ass out of you and me, so it's kind of take things
heard
at
that in a
face
while.
value in that regards.
Did
I
they
said that
pick the
yesterday.
new community manager though? Like, is it still vacant?
I guess it's still
Yep.
vacant. So, I mean, we'll see how things play out here in like 5 minutes.
Mage, I think you should be community manager.
Fuck no.
There you go.
Yes, cast your vote in. Mage.
Mitch should be the director.
Fuck. Tell you what, if I am community manager, things going to be a hell of a lot transparent than they are now. I'll be airing all the dirty laundry.
Elected by the
Shut
people.
up.
For the people.
Yeah.
Mr. Smith goes to Washington.
I'm currently backed at spooky level for this game, so I've got some potential skin in this if this were to go through, but we'll see.
Ugh, I got sniper hole.
Do you think they're gonna have a controlled environment? Because I don't think that having everybody like non-muted is gonna do any
Well,
good. Once you jump in.
that's what the live stream. It's the Discord event stage, so they can actually have everyone in there, and everyone's muted from the get-go, and only they can control who's unmuted, who's talking, and that kind of stuff. That way, they can have a large presentation to a lot of people on voice chat without worry about people talking over them.
We should meet up here afterwards.
Jenny's got a lot of experience with some of these devs, so I don't know what she has to say about this.
Well, I think this will be interesting, and I'd like to meet with people afterwards just to collaborate again.
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely pop down here to chit chat afterwards for sure.
It's 1 hour, right?
It is gonna be
In 4 minutes.
I mean, it's.
Oh yeah, the thing is.
Oh, the AMA is probably an hour long. Yeah.
Yeah.
Although it depends.
Though the answers to the real pressing questions will probably be first up. So.
They better be.
Are there currently any actual devs right now in this voice call that are on strike?
Don't know.
not.
There could be. There could not be.
I don't think
No idea.
They're not going to join this when they know people are streaming, recording it out. Come on.
Jenny!
Oh wait, do we have a
Hello.
Gartic phone happening?
Wait, who's recording this conversation? Someone streaming the
Oh, I'm
conversation?
sure like 15 different
Streaming.
people are.
Exactly.
I
know
most
she's
definitely
streaming.
am.
Yeah,
Probably is in the background somewhere.
you've got to remember the developing team. Some of them are under contracts and stuff, so they're not going to come in here.
Oh, we've been talking
and
about this
explain
that
what-
entire time. Yeah, the entire time.
Yeah,
we've been talking
we
about contracts and
don't
behavior.
expect them to come and talk and put themselves at risk legally
I have
or
to,
anything like
but
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't expect them to talk. I just expected them to like. be a
Jenny,
part
are
of
you
it.
going to be the server license manager of Burning Lands?
Not that I'm aware of.
Probably not
No,
going to be
I'm
a
not.
position.
I have no interest in joining the team for this game. I asked questions about server stuff because I was interested in running a server for the game. I'm just here to hear what he has to say for the developing team.
Yeah, that's
What time is it over there, Jenny?
About 10 p.m.
Okay. So it's still early for you.
I mean, if there are any developers, for this game that are going on strike, I mean, I guess from us, the only question we could ask them is like, "How's the strike going?" Right? Like,
Yeah, obviously not very well.
How's it going, eh?
How do you think?
I think it's very clear that it's not going too well.
yeah. Well, I think
strike has
the
been happening
live
for
stream
longer
is where
than
this is going to
today.
be happening at.
So-
It's got 2 minutes till the thing actually starts. I'm thinking about migrating over there myself right now.
Who the
Yeah.
fuck is that?
In
No
the
idea.
live stream.
Somebody who
22.
thinks he's funny.
Oh, is that what it is?
Sounds like a frog.
Yeah.
Hey, big present here. I didn't realize.
Game's not even out, and they already started fracking the TL.
Big bro.
Yeah.
Hey, they're living up to the Vietnam spirit, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe it's a good sign.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna move over to the live stream real quick to see if that's where the AMA is gonna be
Yeah,
at.
send a scout. Go check it out.
Roger. Happy
Yeah.
Saturday, everybody! It's a really good day today, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic day.
So I'm gonna move over there right now since we got like a minute too.
Yeah, I did not expect this for my Saturday. I really didn't.
Honestly, this isn't that
All right.
bad of a day. I'm not gonna lie.
I will.
Especially for
I'll
my
come
morning
back to
start,
the
Brandon.
dev stream to chit chat after the AMA. So
Yep.
I'll see you all over there.
See you.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh my God, why?
Very classy.
Yeah, it was great.
Hello, I think we're all good to start. Can you guys hear us all right?
Hello?
Amazing. All right, they can hear us both. So I think today, and there's a lot of questions to have. I think for the first part of the AMA, we're just going to focus on today a little bit. And I think Chance is going to be able to get an opportunity to explain how things are and what's happened over the past half month or so.
Yeah. I'm just reading through the chat. People seem to not be able to stop the music that's playing inside the stream.
You should be able to go to the bottom left of your screen. It should say unmute or mute music. So you can do that yourself. I don't think we can do that here.
Okay. Okay, so it's not me. Okay.
No, it's not you.
Okay. I'll give it another 30 seconds to let people start doing the mutes just to make sure that I'm not talking over music.
We didn't make the music. I wish.
I don't even know what it sounds like, but yeah. All right, let's just jump straight into it. So yeah, I've woken up into the same mess that everyone else has kind of woken up into or found out throughout the day. It's extremely disheartening to essentially have a group of guys that I've worked with over the course of multiple months to even a few years. So it's quite disheartening, but just to be able to kind of give everyone a very, very clear understanding of what's been happening, I think total transparency is probably the best way about going about it. So yeah, past 3 years, I've had the ability to work with multiple different developers for short periods and long periods. It's rarely that you find people who come across who share the same vision and understanding that you do. About 5 hours before Kickstarter went live on the 27th of October, I was messaged in our Discord our Discord main discussions chat, which contained a message saying that the team was unhappy, and if the following terms were not agreed to and delivered, there would be no development undertaken by the members of the team. And some of these demands or requests, if they were not delivered, there would be no work produced, were to step down from the position of sole director and lead developer, bring on a project lead, assist with the development of the project as a standard level designer and under a appointed lead, bring on a board of directors and have a shared business ownership with the team by appointing members of the team to that board of directors for the company. There was other things such as transparency in regards to bank accounts, no longer speak or engage with the community directly, and no longer have any official statements regarding anything would be done through our community manager. So there's a fair few things in there that would drop 5 hours before we went to go to Kickstarter, and after many months of delays of getting to Kickstarter, I was not going to be hindered by discussions of which can be sorted in a civil manner. So we went live with the Kickstarter. Sorry, I should say that I addressed the matters 2 hours after to essentially kind of put it into to address their matters, to agree to certain things, to communicate why other things wouldn't be happening, and to schedule a call for further discussions to be had. Not once, but twice were these calls ignored. Obviously, Kickstarter did go live, and this was on the 27th of October. The 1st of November, sorry. We finally all sat down as a team and had a discussion where a number of these things were discussed in length over the course of about a 2-hour call in regards to why they believe that I should be stepping down as the sole director, bringing on a board of directors, all this type of stuff, which I found quite convenient that it was happening at a point now where there was financial incentive actually play now. For 3 years, I have been funding the project out of my own pocket. There's been no mention of bringing on board of directors at any point over the 3 years until 5 hours before the Kickstarter went live. During the call that we had on the November 1st, these things were discussed, and questions such as who would these board members be, how many would there be, they didn't have answers for. And they said that they would need to have further discussions to be able to provide me with those answers. The financial transparency, that had already been agreed to, and we were just waiting for a ComBiz account to go live. For anyone who's in Australia understands that can be like a 6-week process. So that is not an instant thing. following the conversation on the 1st of November, I posted up internally to the team saying that whilst these discussions continue, I urge you to demonstrate a strong faith in the project itself by actively involving yourself during the Kickstarter period to not hinder the company's funding opportunities. You can maintain your stance on not only working, you can maintain your stance not working on the project directly itself, but you must uphold a public presence and engage with the community. This includes being present at playtests and fostering general interactions with the community. If these straightforward terms cannot be met whilst these discussions continue, then there will be no need for further discussions on the matters. That was on the 2nd of November. It is now the 12th. I have left this door, or these doors, open for members of the team to communicate to me, to have discussions, and essentially set up this motion. The board of directors conversation was also discussed that they would end up being the guys who were going to come on board as the directors, as additional directors, would be the ones covering the costs of doing such a process. So I've had no answers, no responses in regards to any of these matters over the past 10 days. And for me, as a project lead and as a director of the business, I don't stop for anyone. Over the past month or two, I essentially think since September, I have been having discussions with a third-party developer group. I'm not going to say the name at the moment, but they will be coming on in January for a 3-month period to essentially expedite the project in terms of development. I've also had discussions with additional developers throughout this Kickstarter period and just beforehand in regards to bringing on a few ex-OWI mates and a few other developers who have reached out. It's not the same team. The current team is still here on the project. Their decision to take the route that they went to today is, like I said, it's fucking disheartening. To leave the channel open for them to discuss matters with me and for them to not do such a thing and decide to take it publicly. It is disheartening, but at the same time, developers come and go, and the project still continues, and so does development. So I still have these channels open for them to continue discussions. I hold no malice, but at the same time, I am very disheartened at the actions that they've taken. But you can't control what people do. People will do what they want to do. And for me, that is to produce and deliver upon a project that I had promised everyone.
I think that's everything that needs to be addressed. Is that everything there is?
I think so. I'm trying to just go off the top of my head with everything and go through some of the conversations. But yes, essentially to recap, conversations were open. Conversations from the original discussion have been ignored. Simple requests have been ignored for the past 10 days. The channels have always remained open for them to deliver the information in regards to how many board members, who they want, and the process in regards to covering such a cost have not been communicated to me. And that essentially development still continues. We have amazing things set up in the future for the partnership that we have with this third-party company to expedite development in come January, and a few people starting in December, which obviously realistically won't be a lot of development time because Christmas and New Year's. So a lot of amazing new things ahead of us. For those that kind of know me, or have had interactions with me, you know I don't talk out of my ass, and I'm a very straightforward person. So I will just say that for those that may have lost faith with Insider Project that is going through this, I understand. Whether you come on now as a Kickstarter backer or later when we hit Steam, either way, it's going to be the project that I once set out to deliver. And yeah, it's just going to be up to you whether you're a part of that journey for a short period or a long period. And yeah, thank you for those that have supported me this far and those that will continue to do so. And to those team members that are in here or listening, again, the channels still remain open. I'm still awaiting information and confirmation in regards to certain conversations, and no action can be taken by only myself. So
Awesome.
if
I
you
think
want
it's
to communicate, you can reach out.
I think it's probably time to move on to the AMA because we've had about 15 minutes, I think. Do you want to start on the in-game questions instead?
Yeah.
Cool. So to what extent will we be able to control the appearance of our character or loadout?
In regards to the loadout, it is essentially going to be set up in a way so you can kind of minimize, or you can kind of reduce the amount of items that you're carrying to carry an additional item. So you may end up being able to swap out 2 smoke grenades for an additional frag, or swap out both your frag and your smokes for a bandage, and so on and so forth. In regards to character appearance, there is essentially at this stage in time no ability to customize your character. And in the future, that'll probably stay in place. We may end up going down a route where we apply a character or a role skin. So a machine gunner might be wearing a t-shirt and a bandolier, and a different kind of helmet, and you can swap between him and then like a singlet version and like a shirtless version. So it'll be a full character skin rather than individual items. That is the route that we're looking at trying to go.
That he could still be involved maybe as a as a developer in the project,
That was
or maybe
plan
even as
A.
part of the leadership, but
And
that
then
he
plan
would not
B.
be alone in charge of this whole thing, and he's just placed the blame everywhere else but himself for this
Exactly.
whole
They tried to get this out of him, and then by the time that any discussions were had, the devs basically went, "Look,
Wait.
he's never going to change.
The
We're
devs
going to
can't
have to
even
go to plan
join
B."
the freaking like AMA.
No, they've put it in their Discord. Their perms have been removed, so they've all had to make alt accounts. That's why you see so many accounts made today.
Who was the girl with him? Oh, I'm just curious.
New community manager.
Okay.
I got a
I
conspiracy
thought it was like
theory.
I thought they were going to do like an ASMR thing now. It's like, oh, okay.
I got a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, go on.
Theory.
Okay, say, for some reason, he went with the Kickstarter when all this shit was going down. And he was talking to other devs from other companies. Is it possible he wanted the money so he can hire new devs?
I mean, that is a potential possibility. I mean, he did just say that he's intending on hiring extra devs to kind of help push the project along and get this across the finish line. But at this point, he's hiring new devs because the entire dev team is going to walk out on it.
They're Mickey Mouse contracts that legally have no standing. They did say
it's
that
a Google Play. It's a Google Play. It's a Google document that they've made up on a whim, and no
it
legal
says that any
backing or whatever.
Kickstarter money should be portioned out to the devs that have put their time in. 3 years on like good faith, and then we're just going to get new devs because all these ones are shit. That doesn't make any fucking sense, does it?
No, it that could be a viable argument, a viable business model if instead of cash, they got equity in terms of this new development company and any proceeds of when the game actually releases. They would get essentially like a royalty payout of, yes, you have put in this much time towards this project. You continued to put in more time and effort without really getting money benefit out of it. But here is your check once the game actually launched into early access or, actual release. Here's the big payout that you wanted. I mean, that is a way they could have gone. That doesn't seem to be the way that he's going.
Okay, who was the last guy? Who was the last guy to come in here?
Me.
Okay, how many people were left in the? I'm a
Currently 183 are in the audience.
183.
How many?
183.
It's dropping.
Okay, I do have a question.
180.
Who is? I have a question. So who is that Swift lady? Why is
She's
she
a moderator.
She's a moderator.
I think they hired like an ASMR voice actor or something.
Right. I'm just confused why she's controlling the
Nothing
conversation.
against her, nothing against
Like,
her,
why
but
is-
it's like, hey,
I mean,
we need someone to even the blow.
She's acting as the host, the person who
Mitigator?
kind of runs the show, asks the questions that everyone from the AMA.
I'm just
I
gonna-
mean,
I
She
it's-
has
it's-
no idea about this whole
what-
situation.
Yeah.
She
What
was
was that?
feeling bad for him. She was feeling bad for him.
What was that SCP game that Drewski talked about in his SCP 5K video?
Arms penetration work in the game.
Small arms, not.
Rug pulled by.
Well, Marshalls, mate, I'm gonna subscribe to your channel. You got an awesome voice.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
I'm just getting those vibes. It was the main dev lead. He stole all the money because one of the girls that was backing his project convinced him to.
Oh, I remember hearing this. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm getting those vibes right now. I was like, why the fuck is she here? Why is she here?
Basically,
Like, let
people
Chance
are being
solve
brought
rotten.
in.
This
Hold
just
his
seems
hand,
so
I guess.
rotten.
Yeah.
People are being brought in to replace the people.
I
who
did
are actually in
empathize
the
with him
know.
on a certain level, but I'm also aware
They're
of.
keeping
I
the
have
devs
no.
out
I have
of
no
the
illusions
AMA
about.
and everything. They're keeping the devs out of the AMA. That's just
Exactly.
Yep, I'm one of the devs, man. They locked me out hard.
Oh, wow.
I am
like
sorry you
like
had
I
to go
say,
through
mate.
this.
I'm sorry that this shit's happened to you. You deserve none of the hate. You know.
Honestly, after my lawyer said, you can do whatever you want, nothing applies under the confidentiality agreement. That's when I said, you know what? It's just time to confront everybody because I want nobody to lose
I'm
their
going to be
money over
asking some
something.
hard questions. I'm going to ask a hard question.
Yeah,
Did you make the F1 submachine gun in it though?
I can't relate to that because I don't own that IP at all.
Well, I
It's
thank
all right.
you, Whoopi, for blowing the whistle on this and or being a part of blowing the whistle on this because you just saved me $200 plus. So thank you. very much. Yeah, I was on this.
So I actually didn't. Hold on. Did anyone gather a definitive answer from him? Because I really didn't. It sounded like a whole like.
Look, he's going around the question.
Your voice
He's going
started
around
to
the
piss me off.
He deflected the blame of everything off of himself and tried to peg it squarely.
No, I got
on the
that. But what
developers.
did he actually say besides?
He basically said, "I am the Senate."
This is my project. I'm running things.
Bring on a third-party dev team. Basically, he's bringing scabs in.
Oh my god!
Execute
orders. So he's outsourcing the work now. He's going to outsource.
He's pulling on another dev team in, and he's outsourcing the work.
Guys?
That was. Whoopi, do you think that's why the Kickstarter was started?
No, it's very common knowledge.
No.
It's very common knowledge that CommBank in Australia, it takes 6 weeks to transfer money. Little does he know that there's a CommBank app where you can transfer money instantly.
All right. So my question is why did he show me a PayPal screenshot of the initial money he received from the PKS backers and then refused to show us where those receipts were sent when he purchased stuff? He told us where exactly things were going, and we said, okay, great, show us the purchase order then. He refused to show any of the purchase orders at all to us. And then on top of that, anything he did share to us, he deleted literally within the next 2 hours of posting it.
I mean, yeah, the dude is trying to get
PKS
a payday
backer.
out of
How
this.
much was that paycheck?
$4,500.
How many people are in this chat compared to his?
4,500 US dollars.
I like real quick.
believe it was
94
that.
people are here.
That's
I like
crazy.
how
2,500, I
someone
can't
used the
remember.
They have
word
130 in their audience. We have almost reached 50-50.
Let's not abuse Whoopi.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, what was it? But yeah, no, it sucks this happened. I was really looking forward to another Vietnam War game, but No, I'm not going to support it if this is how you're being treated.
I want the game released. That's all I want.
So, man, he skipped over entirely all of
No, we all right.
the
No, we all
explicit
Just hang on,
images
guys. Hang
he
on. Why don't
posted.
we listen to Whoopi for a minute?
Yeah.
Whoopi, if this doesn't go down, is there something else in the mix?
So all the other developers right now, we haven't decided anything. We can't really take any of the IP because half the guys are on solid contracts. The other half, they can keep their IP because Chance was an idiot when he decided to use ChatGPT to write his contracts.
Wait, what?
Bro, are you serious? Are you serious?
Serious.
Okay, let him finish. Let him finish.
I'm personally working on my own titles. I won't discuss any of that because this isn't the place for it.
Where can we
Everybody
follow
else
you?
is-
Hello,
I'm not gonna.
Is there any like socials or?
No, there's nothing created
You have
for
an
it yet.
OnlyFans?
So
The only question I had was, is there
Calm
something
down.
in the works if this doesn't go through? That's
they're
all.
all.
No, only lands
to
two.
be honest,
No, nothing left.
everybody on the developer team wants Chance to step down. We all said,
That's
step
never gonna
aside,
happen.
let us help this, and we'll fix it all. And
That's not gonna happen.
he refused, and we just said, enough's enough.
Sounds like he needs the Papa John treatment.
He's made it about him.
Yeah.
I will say,
Real pizza.
it's kind. It's ironic
mean,
that 83 is now back and Burning Land's happening.
It's as
One
I said in
project
the
is
dev chat.
revived, one dies.
It's as I said in the dev chat. In order for this to actually take off and go, this needed to grow up from a mod development, team's, fun / passion project into a legit company with transparency, with proper leadership, and with proper head and direction. And nothing that guy said in that AMA gave me any confidence whatsoever that he has any clue of how to
Because
run
he
a
didn't
company.
say anything. He didn't say shit.
Yeah.
He made it about him. He did exactly what I
said.
said he was going to do. He made it about him.
He deflected.
If he truly wanted the product to come and materialize in the way that he wants to, right? If it was about the project, he would have stepped down.
Yeah,
I got a question for the developers in the chat. So, just this is a hypothetical because obviously Chance is a fucking idiot. So, fuck that dude. So, where is there a business entity related to Burning Lands? Obviously, that's probably falls under 0 Hour because I'm more asking about from an IP perspective. Like, I'm assuming that any IP related to Burning Lands that's unusable, beyond any other titles or anything like that.
Everything that is related to Burning Lands, if there's going to be a title ever made, the developers are just going to start from scratch. We're not going to take anything that was used for this project if it was IP related, because we don't want anything tied to the thought of him.
Under a new name.
That's fair, and that's 100% how you avoid any legal questions, problems of this guy throwing a hissy fit because you all took your toys and left, and he's not left with anything to work with.
Which is why it
Just a
burned
ball
for me, and
dragon.
it's just heartbreaking because it's.
I have
we
an
lost
idea
Whoopi.
for a new Vietnam title. It's called Contact. Use that. Just use that as the title.
And the studio's got to be
I
Second
honestly-
Chance Studios.
I think
Yeah,
the devs are.
second
I think the devs are overreacting.
Did you
about it.
notice? Did you notice he's not on anymore?
Yeah, it did. He just disappeared.
He left?
Hold on.
No,
so
I
what's
don't
the
think he
big
left.
devs
I
are
think-
overreacting?
I think he got removed.
Who did?
Removed from what?
Whoopi got removed
Damn,
or he left.
No, Whoopi's still in the voice chat. He's just muted.
He's just muted.
Bobby, mate, please, we need you.
there he
Are
is.
you alive?
Oh, hold on. Who's the guy that
I
said
thought
that
for
they
sure
think the
somebody
devs are
put him on.
overreacting?
What's going on here? What?
Yeah, no, we thought somebody removed you.
No. I accidentally left on accident. Apologies.
You had to scare there. You had to scare there, mate.
Before you got assassinated.
I'm gonna join the stream again. I'm gonna see what they're
we
talking.
we were just sick and tired of being verbally abused and then having like sexual content explicitly posted in the dev channels, and we were like, enough's enough with this.
Was it his BDSM shit?
Yeah.
I
Fuck. So listen,
Outland.
Do we need to post up that? Do we need to post up that Discord post like, "Do not announce you're going to masturbate in the general chat"?
No, nothing's malicious.
Whoopi, I
Nothing's
have
gonna
a
give birth in the live stream.
I mean,
Oh my god.
Whoopi, I have a question for you. He said
Yes, go ahead.
that for 3 years the developers not said anything until the Kickstarter. Is there any truth behind that?
Yes. The lead programmer on the team spoke quite a bit on how he was like, eventually it'll get better. Like, he's just, going through something right now. So we just kind of kept pushing it off because we were passionate about the project. We didn't really pay attention to who was leading us. We were just kind of, blindly following. But I can't really speak. I don't even know. I don't want to speak too much about it because it's
all individual.
I think.
Yeah,
I think
don't
it
say
would be
anything
fair
you're
to
not supposed
say,
to.
yeah. I think it would be fair to say that, yeah, from a passion project sort of standpoint, until something actually gets to the point of viability, it's usually not common where people will discuss how things are going to be monetized or how things are going to be paid out to those who have participated. Because until you actually see the prospect of $90,000 or 85,000 as of looking at the Kickstarter page right now, it's literally dropped $2,000 in a half hour. But until you actually start to see the dollar signs as a, concrete, wow, we have the potential to get this, no one really thinks about compensation for the time and effort that you've put into the project or where things can go from there. That's why I thought it was important, if he was going to turn this around and make this a legit company, was he would have to step down, let someone else take the reins, at the very least at this juncture, so that the transparency of the company could be laid bare, the finances could be laid bare to the dev team. Obviously, it doesn't have to be to the community, but that things would be clear and legitimately legal-wise straight for everyone who's participated in the project. And that was the demands that you guys laid forth, and nothing that you guys demand seemed outrageous or out there. I mean, the only thing that would seem like it would be kind of a sucks for him is stepping down as lead of the project.
He doesn't give a fuck. He literally just said PR is PR. He does not give a fuck.
Yeah.
Who's talking right now? How do I know who's talking? I'm so confused. I know,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, there we go. We set that's there. We go. That's set perfectly. Sorry, we're just doing the development status. Give me a moment. I saw a firefighter. We don't just put the man.
You guys are all okay. Don't even worry about it. And I don't even remember what it was state.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
What the fuck?
It's this
hey,
Rockstar Water guy. Get him out of here.
Mr. Electric, kill him.
Unfortunately.
Is it true the devs couldn't go into the AMA chat?
Yep. Why?
Yeah,
That's fucking
They made it seem like they might have fucked up the permissions, but they did that shit on purpose. No doubt about it.
You couldn't even get in there. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, they were completely blocked.
couldn't go in.
What about the current devs that are left? Like in the on the dev list, the orange names. Are they still part of the team or?
So he hasn't cut any of us yet. He hasn't signed any set of terminations clauses with any of us yet. What he has been doing is been asking for work, and then if nobody delivers upon it, he just terminates us. Oh, jeepers. Is that me making that?
No,
it's
Some imbecile, not you, Wappy. Keep going.
Did you kick him out?
Dude, you fucking stop, dude.
I just muted him, guys.
Right click on Rozker, whatever his name is. Right click on him and then hit mute.
Yeah,
you're good, Wappy. You're good, Wappy, mate.
It's Chance Bros alt account.
Yeah.
No, did you say what Tom said before?
Don't do that,
He
man.
said it's not the right channel to discuss stuff about the shit that has happened in AMA, and it's not the right time. It's not the right place. None of that. Oh well, and someone asked, well, should you just give them access so they can listen? Well, they don't need to listen because they have nothing to hear and they have nothing to say. It's just,
Inside the AMA?
Yeah, inside the AMA.
Yeah, I mean, the way that I see it is I am still technically a consultant of this company and a Ask Me Anything should be open to anyone. If that's not the case, that is a very toxic environment to be around.
Oh, it's a different person.
It's GG.
Yeah.
The different old account.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Glow.
Hey, I'm not sure who said that, but hello. I'm just fucking pissed off that this game has gone down this route. I've been waiting for this game for like 4 years, literally. Like 4 years or however long it's been.
Yeah, we're too.
And it's like
Ever since Rising Storm 2 ended, you know.
Whuppy, are you still here?
It's
Yeah,
Andre 3000.
He is muted, but he is still in the chat.
Yeah, I'm still
okay.
here. I
just
just fingered the button.
So I am seeing a lot of people, and I don't know if you could kind of give any context, but they're asking about, you know, the nature of the strike and what you guys were actually looking for. If you'd like to do an AMA, I think now would be the time.
Let's
can you give an insight?
gander and see what we.
Because like I know I've seen the conversation, but I think it would help, you know, give people some
Yeah,
context.
let me
as to
take a
what's
look and
going on.
see. You know, I've lost a lot of permissions to a lot of the chats in the Discord, but while I'm still here,
I'm sure someone can stream them for you.
Oh no, there's some private channels. Just give me a second. I've got screenshots of every conversation ever.
Yep, keep those receipts.
Yep, absolutely. If you don't think I didn't download the whole entire Discord's conversation, you'd be a fool.
Oh, I believe you that you did. I just would like to point out to everyone we have 117 people in this chat and they have 136.
Yeah, we need more. We need more.
This is the real highlight.
This
channel hasn't gotten deleted.
We'll get a few more people in here.
The spamming in the conversation is quite different in the other one.
All of the official things that we stated is we asked him to step down from his sole position as the lead developer and make it into a board of directors, because no company in nowadays terms runs with just a sole director. You know, if you have a board of directors, you're higher probability to bust the $100 million in revenue a year. And as a studio that's looking to grow and stay consistent and, you know, make all of our dreams come true, that's why we requested that.
Makes sense.
And he stated exactly right after that, I will not step down from my current role, which I initiated in order to appease either a minority or majority of individuals at this time. I'm considering the possibility of bringing in a project lead, but this will only be feasible when the project is financially stable. The individual's sole responsibility will be to manage the project as a whole rather than leading a specific department or team within. That's what Chance's original clause was to us, and he stuck by it. He lied to us about it. We were like, okay, man, we're still on strike. You keep asking for people, but technically we're, you know, covered under Australia law that you can't terminate people when they're on strike. Yet he was doing that.
Take him to court.
Yeah, sue his ass. Fuck
Well,
it.
it's shame on us for not reporting the strike to the local authorities at the time. We have now, so we have to wait 3 days before another strike could be officially received. But because it has been going on for so long, over 14 days, so since about October 21st, that's how long this strike has been going on for. Or, well, the same day as Kickstarter launch. I can't remember exactly what the day was. What exactly?
Pardon the interruption, but have some of the devs been officially sacked so far?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. 4 of the devs
Okay.
have officially been sacked. Our community manager, bless his heart, he stepped down in fear of his contract and was terminated that route.
Who, Soundboard?
I cannot specify names.
Well, that Soundboard, it was only one person. I mean,
Soundboard was the community manager. This is public knowledge.
Yeah, it's public
I will
knowledge.
ask- He was terminated?
That's fucked up. Wow.
He stepped down in fear of his contract because it was a lot more specific in his terms. But anyways,
Is there a way to support you guys? So I don't interrupt.
So at this time, we're not looking to be like supported in any manner. We want the project to be successful, but if Chance is at the helm, we personally do not accept that. and we say, you guys make your own decisions on what you want to support. If he has an outsourcing studio he's promising and things like that, by all means, keep up with it. We asked for changing communication, so there's a lot of things where he was overriding Soundboard when it came to community management. Yeah.
There you go.
Well, from the experience that I can speak of, the individual who was a content creator who was asked if he could create a video for the Burning Lands project and was given the green light by chance, and then when he submitted the video, very popular YouTuber amongst others who are part of the project, but the video that he submitted was basically nothing was used, and like there was no thanks for the use of the video or that kind of stuff. So it sounds like Chance himself is on a bit of a power trip. He seems to think that now he's got this big, project that he's working on, that he can tell people how this is going to be and how everything does. He fails to realize
So out of
that.
character.
Yeah, I know.
Yep. Yeah. Well,
But it's going to his head, and I don't support that. I've pulled my pledge, and I
Same.
would. It's all like Wooby said. It's all up to everyone else as to if they wanted to support this or not. I've seen projects like this before, and they all crash and burn. I'd get out while you still can. You got 14 days.
Does this
Yeah,
even
this
work on
put people away.
This
Seems
seems very much
put people away
subscription,
from
doesn't
having
it?
more people than they have in the official live stream.
Yeah, so I never received any sort of payment terms in an official agreement capacity or any sort of verbal
We
communication.
surpassed. I'm sorry, Wooby,
Right.
but we just passed the AMA. We're at 132.
Oh, yeah.
They're at 128.
We did it. We did
Yep.
it.
So
Yeah,
half
we kinda
the
switched
team is essentially in the same position I am, and then the other half of the team has a revenue share of some sort. Yes, it is shame on me for signing a contract without that, payment agreement terms. But I, thinking of
I'm with you, Whoopi.
you know,
I'm with you.
Ocean project.
They're the shitty
Yeah.
thing to do.
You don't
That's
have
understandable, man.
royalty payments.
Startups usually don't bring in any money in the beginning, so don't worry about signing
Yeah,
anything like that.
right, absolutely. And I joined this because
Passion project.
who on the resume has an official game release on their resume. That was the main shtick for me was, wow, this would be great if this would be possible.
Yeah, that was a good.
We
good
just
way
got to make sure we
portfolio.
follow where you guys are headed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm in contact with the
um,
83 team. They need help.
Yeah, I mean that's really all that we had. I mean there was a few things where we asked him very nicely not to. There was an incident where we had an amazing cinematic trailer, and he ended up in the hospital after going through a few mental illnesses and things like that. And the guy, when he got back, he DM'd us and he posted up 5 comments. He said, guess which one is from what person on the team? 4 of them all were pretty much saying, hey man, how are you doing? Are you well? Are you doing all right? Hang in there, man. Like, get back to us, because we want to make sure you're okay. And the last one said, you dirty, filthy dog. How dare you? You are useless. You are nothing to this team. We can't trust you. Nothing.
What?
Which one do you think the owner of a company should be responding as?
What? Why that?
Oh,
You
Yeah.
serious? What the hell?
I've been contacted by a couple of former devs today, and they kind of share the same sentiment as that. Is that it's you know all these guys are doing a passion project and not being paid, but the demands are just insane.
Big Fry, you were in the stream for his whole negative PR is negative PR.
Oh,
PR is
yeah, of
PR.
course,
He
of
said the
course.
fucking thing. He said PR is PR. That's
Yeah, that's great, man.
dude.
I mean,
Oh.
I,
He said
like
the low-
I'm
I mean,
sure
so
the people here
brave.
don't agree.
So brave. Oh my god.
I know. I mean, the PR is PR, but he's just dropped $3,000 in 40 minutes on
Right.
the Kickstarter.
Yeah, I
backed out.
It's
Yeah.
such a.
Like I said, we need everybody to know about
It
this.
is such a quiet thing to fall.
I don't want to. I don't want to support a team that is treated terribly.
Yeah.
You've not read what the
I-
Amish is put in the AMA event.
I would like to say, Whoopi, if whatever direction you guys as developers decide to go in. I can only speak from the Soul Sniper side of things. If you could come and post whatever direction you guys, new project, whatever you're planning on, into our Discord, we would be happy to disseminate and spread that information around to help support you guys in the new projects that you decide to go to, whatever direction that is. I'm sure there are other YouTubers or other people here who would also love to spread that information around. I just want to express to you that we support you in all of this, and we want to make sure that you guys at least come out on top and escape this sinking ship safely.
Amen. Amen.
Here.
Yeah, speaking
so,
as one of those other YouTubers, I'm coming in a little bit late to this situation. Obviously, I was hoping to ask real quick if one of the devs in this chat would be willing at some point to. You don't necessarily have to recap everything here because most everyone already knows what's going on. But you know, a 30,000-foot view type recap or something for me in like a DM or an email or something. To get a better idea of what was going on that led to the strike and what the strike demands are, that sort of thing, if you'd be willing.
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and send me a DM to Whoopi, I'll have the team formulate kind of everything. You know, I've been on the team since April, so I don't know the past 2 years prior, but I've only been on the team since April, and there's been things going on that have just made me feel uncomfortable, questionable things that have been asked of me that would break the law. And it's just...
Speak of the devil, Ruben's here.
Yeah,
Hello, Ruben.
yeah,
Hey, welcome.
exactly.
Welcome, Big
the
Frog.
British man himself.
Welcome
But
to the real
anyways,
anime
I need
family.
to...
I appreciate it.
I need to head out here. I can't speak too much because now I'm just kind of... it's too much mentally taxing on me right now, and I might have slipped up and said too much on certain things.
No,
so.
you're good, man.
You're good.
Take your time.
Take your
Take your
leave.
time.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you for
appreciate it.
explaining things as you have.
Oh, he's gone, bro.
He gone.
He's gone.
Oh,
He
okay.
just got banned from the
He's
server.
not gonna
Bradley.
fuck you, bro. No, I'm joking.
Live stream is
So, how do you back out of a Kickstarter?
live stream is at 108. We are at
It's not about Whoopi hearing you. It's about sending a message.
It's about sending a message.
So direct all your questions to Ruben now.
Jesus.
I
understanding
missed that.
correctly
I listened
the-
to Chance Bro on the live stream talking about his response to the guy getting kicked out because his dad had cancer. That was the worst case of management style I've ever heard.
Lucky AMA event from the message.
Wait, he was terminated because his dad had cancer.
The
What?
office
Yeah, so-
posted a message.
Yeah, because
yeah.
he didn't add enough time.
I
So
think
I've stayed in the AMA for
Hey, your
ages.
dad has cancer. You can't work here anymore. Sorry.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I just stayed in there and I asked the question and got.
Oh my god.
I'm a people leader in a bank in Australia. I've been a manager for a number of years, and that was the most disgusting example on how to deal with someone in personal distress I've ever heard.
100%.
And,
Yeah.
and to be honest, that's just made my decision on personally, not here to influence anyone, on where this project is at. And it needs serious change in leadership and structure before I continue to back it.
Right.
Yeah, I have
Mordog
already
is in here.
removed
Hello,
my
Mordog.
back of this project. So I highly encourage anyone else who's listening to also remove your backing of this project. As far as I'm concerned, the position that he has taken in shifting the blame off of to everyone but himself and not doing what he needs to do to turn this into a legit company and instead just be his own personal piggy bank, I think is disgusting.
Well, he's already admitted. He's already admitted that he's not going to pay the devs. He's not going to pay them.
This
So-
has turned.
Yeah, no, he's not. No, yeah, it doesn't matter what they've been doing for the past however many years. They're not getting paid. They're not
That's
getting
gonna
paid.
work out well.
He said it was up to the devs.
They're at
whether they
99
get paid or
audiences.
not.
Yeah, that's
Sorry,
that's
they're at
it's a
99
euphemism
98
for
audiences.
no, you're not getting paid. That's
The
it.
money
Yes,
is
so
going
wait.
towards the new
BDSM.
outsourced devs.
Yeah.
So wait,
If
would
you
Chance
invite-
leave the company if
Right.
he got cancer?
What?
No, he would work for free. He would clearly work for free.
Oh, more
So,
free
if
and
I
will
understand
want it.
correctly, the contracts that they signed, like partly they worked for free, partly had like a promise of revenue share, and then with the money the Kickstarter generated, they would pay the new third-party developers to continue working on the game. Or how does that work? Or like, what's the deal with that?
I mean, that would probably be how that would work. Is the Kickstarter money? Some would go to the devs who have revenue share, and then the rest would go to hiring the new devs to help push this across the finish line. At this point, with $84,000, I don't know how the hell he's going to pay enough devs to get this pushed across the finish line. There is at least a year or two's worth of work for a dev team of 10 plus to get this done.
Well,
that's not happening.
That's not happening. There's too much
That's
work.
the brutal part about it.
Guys, this
Brutal part because they can't keep it up with that Kickstarter money at all.
No, they can't.
I was concerned ahead of time. You know, whenever you look at the promises, I mean, I was looking at it as a freaking conspiracy. You look at the amount of money that they're looking at in terms of releasing the project as, you know, post Kickstarter, you know, alpha, beta, whatever you want to call it. I mean, at $100 grand, it seemed ridiculous. Like, it seemed like, and I don't understand why a dollar amount would justify or be the reason why they would release
One
the
of the
project.
things that he had said during the AMA was that he was in talks with a third party.
I mean, he could legitimately, if everything was going properly and being transparent, he could legitimately have launched this game based on the Kickstarter money alone, if he had the dev team behind him, supporting him, and actually developing for it. And like I said earlier, taking the option of maybe deferring payment for this game in favor of getting it pushed and across the finish line into early access, into launch, where they could actually collect the windfall that would be coming in of people actually buying the game. So it was possible.
The devs then decided they didn't want money. They decided, oh well, we want to stop after 4 years. We want to stop. We don't want our money. That's what they decided.
Check the.
What about that sarcasm?
All of the devs, every last one of them, and all the ones that left before they all decided. You're right. They're all fucking selfish assholes. You got it pegged, man. What about
exactly? I can only assume
The only thing to do.
Wait,
The only thing to do is
sarcasm there, guys. Sarcasm.
Okay.
The only thing to do is pull out at this point. That's it. That's the only. I mean, and the only thing that's disheartening for me is for the devs that did have those revenue share agreements, where, you know, if you pull your money now, right, like that money ain't going to the devs. That's the heartbreaking part of it all.
Right.
And I hate to be that guy to be like,
they decided they didn't want to work anymore.
right.
A reaction to the Burning Lane situation.
So
So we are essentially creating systems for that to be alleviated.
Will guns overheat?
No.
Will weapons jam?
No.
Good.
Considering the track record that seems to be the case of paying through PayPal into Chance's direct personal account for the payment to be pre-Kickstarter and be a supporter that way, I fully would expect him to take all the Kickstarter money into his own personal account.
Yeah, he's talking to 93 people. He's talking to 93 people, 92. No, 150.
That payment, he specifically wanted people to pay it as friends and family through PayPal, because doing that, I think, has less transaction fees, and I think you can't claim a refund through PayPal.
Well, it's also not taxable in Australia.
Exactly.
I mean, there's a real case that he's avoiding tax.
Don't forget
I got,
suspicious change from
I got
USD
a question for the devs.
to-
I'm just following something up Chance has said, is that you know, one of you guys said that you want, you know, this board of directors and have, I guess, developers as part of the board. Chance is saying you guys never followed back up with that to say who you want on the board. Is that true, or did you actually continue that conversation?
Do we even have devs here right now?
Yeah, we told him that we would figure that out later. We just wanted him to agree to stepping down before we went that direction.
Okay, thank you.
Moydog, what do you think?
So
I
take
take it by
What do you
these
think about
conversations that he's absolutely unwilling to step down in any capacity.
He's not going anywhere, man.
He's not going to.
No.
If you guys haven't seen
Why
by
should
now,
he? It's his game. Why does he have to?
it's been very
His
obvious
company?
the type of person this guy is, the way he's talked to his customers before anybody spending money here, the way he's talked to his devs, the way he's talked to his playtesters.
Is this
You're a playtester, right, Capuchon?
This is why stretch goals went from USD to Australian currency?
Oh well, he changed the goalpost for a reason. I'm
Make
sure.
it look like it was doing good.
Doing well, and specifically so that he could put up the espionage tier, I imagine. Because once that went up, you saw a lot of people change their pledges. I changed my pledge up to espionage at that
Same.
point. That's more money out of the backers that he does have, because he realized, the publicity campaign's kind of already over. We flopped on that regard. So we're going to have to get more money out of the backers we do have rather than new backers. That's what that
his
was all
devs
about.
are out running an anti-campaign against the game. Of course, he's going to try to salvage it. And try to salvage
calm
it.
down, calm down.
It's
not against the game.
Sounds like they're very
Okay, man.
passionate
That's
about
what it
the
is.
game.
It's running opposition right now. That's
Right,
what this
they
is.
would be continuing their work if their demands were met.
Order in the court.
Whoever said that, you haven't
chance
listened to
under-
a single thing that's happened in the past hour.
I have been. I was in the other AMM. Now I'm in here.
No, I'm talking to Hacker. He's.
I was literally in the AMA.
I don't think you've understood any of it. I don't think you've listened to.
All right, I think the main thing to take away from this is the devs who have been working on this for the past 4 years have wanted this project to succeed, and it's only just now in the last week or two where they actually started to put their foot down and were serious about this that shit's really gone to hell in a handbasket, and that's because Chance does not want to relinquish his iron grip of control on this project. He views it as his project. This is his baby, and what he says goes. And he is the type of person who, when faced with a hard choice of either stepping down and letting this project grow and actually evolve into something that he and everyone else who's been involved can be proud of, he wants the credit for himself. He wants to be the big, this is my development, or this is my project.
Money.
Yeah, and he wants, most people like that want the money behind it. I mean, hell, I certainly wouldn't be mad about having a nice big payday like this if this game actually got to Steam. I mean, this could be several $100,000 plus worth of income for this project, especially if they do DLC, more games, different games, stuff like that. But that takes actually stepping back, relinquishing direct control to a group of people instead of just you, so you can do what is best for the game and the company as a whole, and he seems not willing to do that.
And not launching
They
it already.
spent
because he's made it about him.
Order.
They want all this money. They spent 4 years working towards this, and a couple weeks before they're like, I'll throw away all my work. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
No.
why?
Well, the funny part is they're not running it like a business at all. Like, if that's the goal is to earn money, they're not doing it at all in terms of a business entity. The funny part is all of the things that they asked for. Like I put in the chat, like those are typical normal business components to an actual studio, to an actual business. These are the things that weren't established ahead of a Kickstarter, which is essentially a Series A funding. That's essentially what it is from a business perspective. That is a Series A funding, and they didn't have any of that set up. Not even a board of directors would be set up.
Are you assuming it's a business?
None of that was set up.
He is the Senate.
And we know,
Yes. He is the Senate.
if you look at the way that Chance has interacted with the community, I mean, I'll just go back to when he made the original promise about releasing the Kickstarter, right? He said, let's get 1,000 people in the Discord and we'll open it up, right?
Amish,
He
you're
just
double
freaking
broadcast.
trolled everyone. He just trolled everyone and just pissed off everyone. He's not a marketing guy at all. He has no business professionalism at all. What would you expect? That's the brutal part.
Epic troll?
And he even admitted that the strike actually was conducted before the Kickstarter. He said 5 hours, it may have been more. But he's done this as a power grab or a cash grab. He's now using it as leverage, saying, look, I, the project lead, have this money secured, therefore I can replace you all. The devs want
The alternative is have the game die.
It's possible to
the
game's gonna die.
It is gonna die.
Unfortunate.
Yeah,
It's unfortunate, but a project under this
is
lead
textbook.
cannot survive.
This is AMA, don't worry.
Listen,
Are there actually any devs left in here? I'm actually curious.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, okay. Just double check. Double check our engagement. That's all.
Yeah, to help bring everyone else up to speed who may have joined the development stream channel instead of the actual AMA. The
this
first
is the
question
one. What are you talking about?
The first question that was answered in the AMA was a result of the dev letter, basically stating that this guy's stealing the game out from under them and not allowing an actual company to be developed around this game. And he has shifted the blame onto everyone but himself. He is planning on taking the money from the Kickstarter, and instead of paying it out to any of the developers who have spent 4 years on this game, he's going to hire new developers in to try and get this project finished. I think the general sentiment here is do not back this game as it is right now. As much as the original devs would love to see this game take off and be successful, the person who is running it right now, Chance, is running this game into the ground. It will crash and burn.
He deadass started the AMA with the devs are trying to steal my game.
I mean, I summed it up. That's not what he literally said, but he the way that he said it was, you know, I've been put in this position. I've left the door open for them to talk to me. It was only 5 hours before the launch of the Kickstarter, and they never mentioned anything like this prior.
Which they weren't consulted on, by the way.
Yeah.
None of them knew that the Kickstarter was even going to release. He may as well have just done it as a panic to use as leverage.
But yeah, he's taken this and is trying to spin this into a position that benefits him, and that's how he's answered the AMA. He has not taken any responsibility. He does not seem to be interested in the health of the company or the game as a whole. He wants his project to make money for him.
Here's a big question I got. Should I just cancel my Kickstarter if this is the case? I just joined the chat. I want to make sure this isn't. No,
I mean, if anyone is still having any, if anyone thinks that there's still some ambiguity to his character, let me read you this. Hey, Chance, when you forced me out of the project because I didn't have time to work on the project, because my father had terminal cancer, and I had to constantly help him. I remember you harassing me constantly, saying my dying father was not an excuse to work for free. Is my invite still open to reach?
Jesus Christ. I was in the AMA. He responded to that.
Oh my God.
Wow. Okay, and why did he respond to that?
What did he say?
I believe he said something about you've got to meet the deadlines, and that they
Are
had
you
conversations
joking?
that are had
No.
conversations.
volunteers.
They had, hold on, let me finish.
Everyone. Hello, that was me.
Remember what he said?
That was
And
me.
I believe he also said
Amish.
That everyone.
No.
I believe he also said that all the conversations are logged.
The guy
as
who
well.
sent the messages and
Yeah,
called.
he's here. Yeah.
Yes. I would like to mention that. So there was talk about me leaving, stepping down, which would have been a reasonable thing to do. But my issue with Chance was that if I were to leave, I would not be allowed back on, and he constantly held the contract over my head, saying that I would not see any of the shared revenue from me leaving if I were to leave because I didn't have the time. This last
if you break a contract, you don't get the benefits of the contract.
That's the constant threat, though, is that he threatens that if we leave for whatever reason, that he'll just take our revenue away from us.
Yeah, I am sorry that you all had.
You mean the contract you wrote with ChatGPT? Damn, that's really binding, bro.
I still can't get over that, by the way. If that's true, has it been
So
confirmed? If that's true,
Can I get a clarification? So,
What the contract?
I mean, you guys are going to have to get into the legalese of your contracts and see if it actually.
If you have not hired lawyers yet, I highly recommend you talk to a lawyer.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you guys, the devs who are here that don't want to support this anymore, you guys really need to get into your contracts, get some lawyers to go through it with a fine-tooth comb and figure out what exactly is in there. So that way you guys can get some compensation for it. And then if you guys pull another project, as May said earlier, reach out to those of us in Soul Snipers, Glows. There's a lot of us out here who would love to make you guys.
you're lagging a lot, man.
From what we've seen of the game, it looks good.
I mean, it shouldn't be too hard to piece apart a contract generated by ChatGPT. I mean, it shouldn't take you fucking long.
I was so hyped for another Vietnam War game. I was so hyped for another Vietnam War game.
Dude,
to answer the question that someone had,
the last one. the
To answer
new
the
one.
question someone had as to whether or not you should support this Kickstarter, the general sentiment that I'm picking up from the community here is no, do not back this Kickstarter. Of course, it's
I
all
literally
our
just
opinion.
canceled it.
Take your own opinions off of the discussion that we are having, but I would advise you not to back this. I've seen projects like this and they will crash and burn. I'm not Nostradamus though. I don't know if this will, but as far as I'm concerned, with Chance at the helm, I do not want to back him and this project whatsoever.
No,
Oh
it
my
won't
God.
work at all.
I mean, worst case scenario, Chance gets your money and the game is dead on arrival.
You just
On the bright side, I've decided to take up all the development.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Like, so
He is
your
the third-party developer.
your initial contracts were for like some sort of percentage of revenue once the game actually launched. Was that how it was originally set up?
See the contract? I'm no longer with Burning Lands. I can just send it to you.
Yeah. I've got some people who are kind of curious about how this was all set up.
Double check if you can actually share it.
Hold on.
Even Karma cuts in here.
Hold on. Just make sure you're not going to cuck yourself legally by sending that
don't do
contract.
that.
I was actually going to say,
You could send a redacted version.
I was just going to ask,
but generally, is that the
capacity?
gist? Is that the yes? Like you were expecting percentage of revenue from the game when it like actually launches? Is that
that's correct.
Yeah,
but he admitted to saying that he was not going to pay them.
Was there a time frame that you guys were expecting on your end for when it was going to release or when to start expecting revenue, or are you just like I'm just expecting all this effort to pay dividends down the road?
Yeah, that what it was in the beginning. That's what the contract essentially was, and there was in the beginning, kind of Chance touched on this a little bit, but there was this kind of idea that like it was still the modern mindset of like, yeah, we're gonna make this project, it's gonna be a passion project, and it's gonna pay eventually. But just given how the situation's changed, it's just not worth it.
So with the notice of strike, and we want changes. Sorry, can you just clarify what the specific change was with the percentages or with like upfront money? Like we want to see some upfront cash now before the Kickstarter went out, or like what was the argument there with Chance? If any of the devs are still here, could actually answer that as part of like reimbursement or whatever.
I think there's multiple devs in here.
So you already not
So
can
you just state the question again? Sorry.
Alex in here as well.
Okay, yeah. Just what? So with the strike notice that you sent to him, what did you want to change? Either percentages of like reimbursement, or like did you want upfront money now, or what was it?
Pretty sure I can probably speak for everyone and say that we weren't concerned about the money coming to us at this point. Like we would be happy to receive money later down the line, just like our original contract stated with revenue. We just wanted to make sure that the money was going to go towards development and not paying his rent or legal bills or whatever else he's got going on in the background, because that's kind of what it seemed like was happening with the pre-Kickstarter funds.
Gotcha. All right, good. That's good to know.
During internal
the
meetings,
issue is the communication inside. We don't have a good communication, and so Chance can do something and don't talk to us and do it instantly. So that's the main issue.
Quick question from a journalistic standpoint for the developers. Were there non-disclosure agreements signed?
As part of the contract, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a 2-for-1, where it's the contract and NDA in the same document.
Okay.
I think one thing
just 2-for-2 me.
One thing that kind of saves us a bit is that
you need to be very careful what you do going forward. Then, if
I was gonna say that because I've covered these similar situations a few times in the past, and a lot of times where non-disclosure agreements came into play. My advice to the developers is to go back and reread those non-disclosure agreements, because you don't want to give him any ground to stand on.
Do not put yourself in any legal jeopardy in talking in this discussion. If you do not think that you have any grounds, or if you're not confident or don't know, it's best that any developers here who might still be under contract or might still have some way to give this guy leverage over you, it's best for you to not say anything.
Also, for those that already don't have a contract anymore,
lay low, fellas.
NDAs usually go on for a few years after contract ends. So
100%.
There's no
100%.
specified deadline in it. I think that's what kind of saves us a little bit, is it doesn't even mention when the NDA or the contract would end.
When that thing started.
Well, then that means it's
when
probably
he
not
decided.
even an enforceable contract.
I was gonna say, I don't think it's
Definitely take
enforceable
that
at
to an
all.
attorney.
The contract says it ends when it's terminated, so I think technically it's okay.
Okay.
No.
Again,
no,
be
no.
very
No.
careful.
Until
Consult
you
a
are
lawyer.
formally terminated, you are not terminated. Keep that in mind. You are not formally terminated yet. Until that point comes, your contracts are still valid.
Yeah, talk to a lawyer in your area as to whoever may be able to decipher the legalese surrounding it. I'm no lawyer in Australian contract law, and that's what it sounds like is the jurisdiction to
Well,
this.
that's where I'm going to ask.
Get your local kid.
That's exactly what I'm going to
help you out.
ask.
You'll be fine.
Is what is the registered entity of this company?
Australia.
Can someone tell me that?
Is there like an ABN or something, or?
Yeah. So what's the registered entity? Where's the ownership?
What
Are we
the
talking?
fuck
Is it under
isn't it?
Is it under a company name?
I mean, from the
I think it's
from the
under
little
0
bit that I've
Hour
gathered,
Interactive, right?
Yeah.
And who owns Zero? Is it sole trader? Is it company?
I mean,
Is it an Australian company? If you can provide an ABN, then I can do a search.
Just
Yeah,
do an
I
ABN.
asked that question. There should like an ABN register.
You can
I
search
did
the
ask
name
that
of
question
ABN
and he
lookup.
dodged it. There should be one on the kick. I think there should be one on the Kickstarter or something.
I had a look. Unless I've had a man's look, I can't find it.
I'll have another man's look and we'll see.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'm very curious how it's been set up because we talk about the pre-Kickstarter funds and how they've been provided as friends or
Zero
family.
Hour Interactive.
He might actually be in breach of Australian tax legislation.
I would say
Yeah.
he is.
He's got to be.
Yeah,
He's got to be. If you set it up as an LLC or whatever financial institution that they've or type that they've set it up as, if he's using it, if he's doing PayPal, family and friends, whatever, as the collection and whatnot, and he's doing it into a personal account, there is no way in hell that he's not violating law. There's no way in hell.
Audit him. Audit him.
I'm having a look on the website. I can't find on the 0 Hour Interactive website. Can't find any ABNs or anything. It is barren.
It's on ABN lookup.
Then he may have gotten by with this, but it's
okay.
so fucking sketch.
Yeah,
send it to
stream that or something.
Send me in DM, mate.
No worries.
Yeah, I want to see what this is like. Yeah, because if he's in breach of tax laws, then yeah, use that.
May I slightly shift the discussion? I wanted to mention, I've been asking this question to Chance and to just in general in the server for the past maybe week or two. In one of the updates that they posted on Kickstarter, or he posted on Kickstarter, the wording implied that the backer-specific weapons that you would get if you pay a lot of money have some sort of a gameplay advantage. And I kept trying to understand if there is some sort of a plan later on to implement pay-to-win monetization, and I still cannot get an answer.
This is what you're focused on right now?
I don't think
Well,
this
yeah,
is.
You know,
You guys are missing my. You guys are missing my point. You guys are missing my point.
Hold on.
My point is that if
elements.
No. Hold up.
This is fucking.
If this is the correct implication, that this means that Chance has been actually trying to lure people into buying the higher priced pledges to basically give him more money. That's my point. Not the whole shebang, like the broken record of monetization. And stuff.
Here's how I think of it. Here's how they've responded to it. They've basically said, this is going to be a side grade. That's how they've described it. When they've been asked about this, they said it's a side grade. It's not going to give you an objective advantage in terms of gameplay. It's just there for preference, And the M2 carbine, for example, it's also available in the game, just not under the US faction. But at any rate,
sorry, you go.
I think people are buying the larger tiers not based off of the weapons, but based off of the access to the the playtest, like how soon they can get into it.
Yeah, you have to look at it from a business perspective. You want to draw people in, and you charge a little bit more money to, say, oh, if you pay a little bit more money, you'll get something for that return. That's all it is. It's not a, pay to win. Because
the wording heavily implied. If I can find it, give me a bit. But the wording heavily implied that there is some sort of a gameplay advantage, which I take as a very sneaky way.
Traces, yeah.
To basically push people to get the more expensive stuff and therefore get more money.
Yeah, it's definitely.
I just had a look at Zero Interactive on the ABN lookup. I see the record was last extracted today.
Yikes.
Yeah. So I think no, either they're doing something, or has any for people looking at the ABN, have you guys requested details or?
No, because I don't want to peer into their privacy like that.
Oh no, because apparently the record was last extracted today, so who knows?
Yes, that's right. So you can
Is anybody
you can pay for an extract, which will give you the director and shareholder structure information.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So I think
people
probably
can do that
It'll
and
be
pay for
just
it.
like it'll be just like looking it up in the U.S. and it just all it gives you is the address is. It's going to be the same thing. It won't give you any type of payment information or how they structure it because that's all back end, right?
No.
Right. Okay. And that's the hard part is they're probably someone could look this up for me, but I'm assuming that they're an LLC. I'm assuming that they're not. I mean, they're way too small pre-revenue for a corporation. But even with that, I mean, they're going to have to submit accounting information to the Australian government. Like they're going to have to. They have to submit in the US. It's a 10K, 10Q form among other forms, I'm sure. But they're going to have some type of accounting, via NAACP or whatever accounting structure they are in Aussie land. I apologize because I don't know it on the Australian side.
You're fairly accurate, mate. You're fairly accurate.
Close,
There's some differences, but you're on the right path.
Right. So that's the hard part. And if they are an LLC, it means from a liability standpoint,
All right, he's can be in here.
So, just continue onwards. If we are all about transparency, do not stop our conversation when the guy you're talking about shows up.
Yeah.
I'm a
Have the common
I'm not going to stop talking.
I'll keep going with my thought process. I don't care. So, from an LLC perspective, they'll have to maintain some type of record or whatever, which includes what is your taxable income. If that doesn't match up with the Kickstarter or the pre-starter, and they start doing now, the question becomes from a taxation, from the U.S. it's the SEC perspective, right? So if they get audited, that'll be the real question. But if any inquiry is brought up, which that very well may happen due to the fact that they've gone on strike, that I think someone mentioned, one of the devs had mentioned that they'd made that public to the Australian government that they're on strike. That very well may be brought up in terms of an audit. That to me is the real issue, right? Pay to play, whatever. I mean, it's sneaky, I'm sure, but at the end of the day, if that's going into personal PayPal account, man, that's where it's going to be the difference between is the business held liable or is Chance held personally liable in terms of the money? Because he can get fraud for that for sure.
He can answer personally.
For sure, he can get that.
I'm pretty sure
it's a LTD versus LLC. There's some minor tax differences between the two, but for all intents and purposes, for the rest of them, they're considered the same type of company. So he should not be receiving funds personally for the company in that manner.
Well, it's very simple. Just have receipts for everything. Just have receipts for everything.
Company funds aside,
right?
Yes and no. I mean, the question then, the reason why I would imagine the original request by the developers towards him to actually turn this into a legitimate company was not only to protect him and everyone else from the legal aspects, the financial aspects of dealing with taxation law and everything else, but was also to help grow and foster the company into
Fuck you,
something that
cunt.
could expand. To be nice here, don't say stuff like that. But to expand the company in a positive direction that the game could then grow into. And instead, he chose to try and make this his own personal project and, ignore the requests of everyone else. I mean, even if he were to step aside and let some other people take on other leadership roles at this company and be a part of that board of directors, he still could have been in a leadership position, but he chose to try and take everything on himself and he denied any culpability in the AMA, blamed everyone else but himself for the results of everything. And as far as I've seen for different Kickstarters like this, it's going to crash and burn.
I mean, it is going to crash and burn anyway because the devs have decided they don't want to work on it.
Yeah.
Glad
Even
they're bringing
if
a third
he-
party who's going to come and actually finish the game.
I mean, even if they can finish the game, from the little bit that I've seen here and there, it's going to take a hell of a lot more than 10 people at 83,000 for everyone to finish this game. It's still got at least a year and a half's worth of work to get this to even early access.
Ants, are you going to say anything? Are you going to say anything at all?
He's allowed to sit in here.
I know.
Thanks,
I'm waiting for him to say something. Like, say anything. Anything.
Maybe he just wants to listen.
Anything.
There, he said anything. Look at that.
say PR is PR again. I want to hear that. It was very
All right, you're not going to entice anyone to start talking by just pulling them into it. So just settle down for a moment, and we'll see what happens.
At the very least, I want to stress to everyone: please keep this civil. There is no reason to be throwing names. There's no reason to be calling anyone anything. It's just keep this civil.
So, forgive me if this question has.
Go back and play Battlefield 2.
Forgive me if this question has already been asked before, but what would it really require in order to resolve the situation normally? Like, what's the cutoff point? What concessions are people willing to make, and what concessions are definitely not on the table? Like, because in fairness, like, we all want this to succeed one way or another, and as much as we can shit and moan, we all got here because of the fact that we wanted a game like this. So what would it take?
So from my reading of what the dev letter said and my understanding of the situation, and I'm not trying to step on anyone's toes, this is my take on everything. So let me just preface what I'm saying with that. My stance on this is the proper move with all of the questions as to what the leadership of the company, the direction everything's going and everything. The proper move would have been to step aside and let a board of directors take over the direction of the game. Chance could absolutely still be part of the development team. He could still be part of that board of directors, but to step aside, take ownership of any of the issues, questions, problems that have been happening, own that aspect and take responsibility for it. And then, more importantly, be transparent about where the funds of the company is going, not to the public, but at the very least to the dev team, so that there's some, paper trails, some transparency, some accountability to the actions of what everyone takes, so that payments can be made to people who have developed and have gotten some semblance of gain out of this 4 years of a passion project, but also so that everyone knows where the money's going in the future. I mean, the biggest aspect of the transparency and the clarity towards the dev team was to make sure that everyone knew and what was the track heading forward, that everything was on track to going straight, that there wasn't any question about money missing or mismanagement or anything like that, and that they could trust that the company was going to be around 5 months from now and not just flop like every other Kickstarter that comes out half the time. So all of the demands, quote unquote, that were made in this letter were all reasonable business precautions that any professional business would have in place moving forward, especially if you're going into a venture capital type situation like this, where you're asking the general public to provide funding for your company. And just the sheer lack of transparency and willingness to accept when things may have gone wrong is why I'm no longer backing the project.
You don't know nothing.
True.
Oh my god,
I did open my statement with saying this is my opinion, so
Hey Lois, I'm in the Burning Lands Discord. Eh.
Funnily enough, that was perfectly timed. But thank you for giving me your take. Like it was a decent take.
Yeah, genuine.
That was very well put together. Good job, man.
Let me just give you.
Yeah.
Let me just give you all of you my advice. The only advice you should all of you go do is that all of us in here we should go back and play Battlefield Vietnam.
No.
How about we just
that what we're playing Battlefield 4, which is infinitely superior game. I'm gonna say
Fortnite right now. I don't know what you're talking about. Battlefield Vietnam for.
Maybe I will say one thing really quick before I get cut off. So a lot of us in here come from Hell Let Loose.
Yeah.
And we were all looking forward to this game. A lot of communities were looking forward to this game to get involved somehow, support it in every way that we can, just so we can have another game to play. And from my personal opinion or my personal statement, I'm very disappointed of how everything has been mismanaged and the direction. I've been waiting for this game for 4 years, and to see the state that it's in right now is very disheartening and very
to add on to that,
Let me finish.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm Danish.
I really hope, Chance, you're actually listening to this and not just thinking we're just talking shit, because obviously we all care because we're still in here, and there's some former devs from Hell Let Loose, from Black Matter that are in here, and I'm sure that they can probably give you some advice, because they brought Hell Let Loose to where it's at right now, recently, and I definitely want this game to be a thing, so that there's a huge player base that from Hell Let Loose that's looking for a new game to play, and I hope you're not just disregarding everything that's being said, and I hope you take it to heart. Thank you.
Well put.
Well said, man.
Yeah, I'm coming
I'll just
from
say
a-
that I'll just say this as well. It's absolutely disheartening, what this game could have been. It was a great loss, and knowing, imagining what it would have gone on to do, I suppose it could have become so great. Yeah, but that's the way things are, right?
Yeah, I'm coming from the War of Rights community, and we had a similar problem when this game called Battle Cry of Freedom was supposed to come out, and the devs completely fumbled the game. And I think the same thing has happened where the devs at the 11th hour have been like, "Yeah, we don't want this game to come out anymore." So I mean, I speak Mandarin, so like I'll be fine. I'll play the game when he hires Chinese devs, but you guys can do your thing.
I will look at it from a business perspective, though.
I hope Ji Lao gets all of the revenue share. He's my favorite.
Don't worry.
I'll just say they don't really make these types of tactical shooters at that much anymore. I suppose they're a bit they're niche, I suppose, but I just want these games to succeed, and yeah, these games are getting rarer and rarer.
Like Beyond the Wire. Like Beyond the Wire, just
oh man, yeah, I was there for that.
Yeah, it's disappointment what happened to that.
I would like to stress and kind of
Glad I
draw
got a
attention
refund.
that the developers have been spending 4 years trying to get this passion project off the ground. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever for them to drop the bombshell that they did at 11 a.m. today, Eastern Standard, where I'm at. But at the time that they did, with the Kickstarter still alive, unless there was some major issues that needed addressed, and they wouldn't drop that kind of a bomb if they didn't want the game to succeed. They've exhausted all avenues that they could to get to this point, that they felt that they could. And
for sure,
I thank them for at least informing the community about the fact that there is this issue going on, because it at the very least allows the rest of us to properly allocate our money and put money where we want to. It's up to everyone to decide if they want to back this project or not. But as I've said, I don't feel confident in the direction that it's going.
The irony is, I don't
Well
think
said, mate.
anyone
Well said.
here is. I don't think anyone's here is saying that the content of the game is bad. Like I still look at the footage and the pictures, and I've been following the game for a long time. Yeah. I still think the content and the potential in it is incredible. Like
100%.
That's what's so heartbreaking about it is that I didn't pull my Kickstarter donation because I thought the content was bad. I pulled it from an ethical standpoint. I pulled it because I just honestly I feel for the devs that have gone through all of this, and when you hear the horror, you hear the heart, like in that IP, they can't use that. It's gone. Like if they go to build another game, which I'm sure they will, and I hope they do, and I will gladly, and I hope someone posts it. I will gladly support any of the devs that coming out of this. If they build another game, I would gladly support them. But IP is gone. Like they can't use that IP unless they acquire it from a financial perspective. It's gone. All that work is gone, and that's what's just heartbreaking for me. And that's why I pulled. It's my donation's gone.
And I wholeheartedly agree with you. This game has potential, especially with the blunder Hell Let Loose has had recently in terms of the tactical shooter. Yeah, there's such an opportunity for this game. It could have been the next Hell Let Loose in being the next popular team-based, tactical shooter. But
it could have become so great.
The direction that the management is taking this game is the reason why I'm not supporting it right now. If they really want to turn this into a viable game, they need to grow up as a company and not be a modding-based company that works off of, feels and happy thoughts, but one that actually focuses on the business aspect and makes sure everything is legally tight and financially secure, not only for their safety, but for the backers' safety. I mean, this is quite honestly the entry to the big leagues.
The ship has probably sailed on that, though. Like the devs are not going to come back. Chance doesn't want them back. What's happening now is just Chance trying to fix the game and finish it.
Yeah,
Which makes sense.
they've literally in the last 5 hours lost 20K off, or just about 20K off the Kickstarter.
What I don't understand is, sorry for cutting someone off. If I did, I'll be really quick. What I don't understand is all the devs left. They all left like in a group. Now it's not just a case of one or two devs feeling the same way. It's all of them.
That's all.
Which obviously there's a root problem here that's not being addressed by Chance and whoever else runs Burning Lands, which I believe
they unionized. They didn't disband.
They didn't disband.
They've gone on strike.
Some of them were. Okay, they went on strike, but I think the root issue is why they went on strike.
Issue is why they went on break.
Well, of course.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. There's one common denominator in that. It's Chance and how he's decided to run this.
And he left again.
Of course.
He doesn't want to face responsibility.
The truth
I mean, he has balls to staying in.
I cannot see how
he can
pie this off onto something else. He's literally the head. Like, I don't know, man.
He is the head, the director for the game. There's no one else. Chance is the one in charge.
You guys you guys bear in mind that this server was before actually it was not Burning Lands before. It was like the people that made the Australian faction and squad.
Yep.
Like there was supposed to be like a Israeli faction, but it got cancelled too.
Really?
Oh, the Australian faction got cancelled as well?
No. I mean,
he wanted to do the
there was
IDF,
an Israeli faction in the game. IDF, yeah. There was before an IDF, like a concept of the Tavor and the player model. There was of it, and they canceled the project, and they just turned up in this game now.
Hamas?
Don't forget the Moses for the Israeli.
I just want to say that I find it quite shocking that if you're developing a game and you have some sort of leadership and you just don't take accountability of whatever has happened so far, even that he just did not take any accountability. He said that in relation to my question that I had posed also in here. That yes, he is responsible, but still, it is the fault of the development and the bit of the community. So he is not at all taking accountability, and it's very damaging.
Yeah.
He's a pervert and a bully, and he's blamed everyone except himself when they've all come together and unionized and just made it so clear to everyone. If you haven't
Oh yeah,
seen,
there's
he was using his
we have some
personal
there's
channels
some
in this
pretty big-
Discord for BDSM.
There's some pretty big claims.
There's nothing wrong with that.
No, that's factual. That's
The
factual.
whole
There's
it just
nothing
keeps getting
wrong
more
with that.
deeper.
The thing
There's
it's not
nothing
wrong with
with
it.
it. May I interject for a moment?
Oh my
The reason I,
Jesus Christ.
as an ex developer,
May I interject?
Okay.
Let the man
so-
speak.
I'm gonna say this
former dev,
politely.
let him
Shut
talk.
up.
Let him speak.
There were many times where Chance would brag about. This is the reason why I'm against Chance. Was he would brag about doing things questionable in nature to women, and that's the real reason I'm sticking like with my guns against Chance here. Because from my experience with Chance, I don't believe a person of his position who has done the things he's done should be able to, walk away from, the indecencies he's committed.
Cancel him, bro.
Well, no
Yeah,
matter
that's
what, I think
Any evidence, bro? Any evidence?
That's in process.
Citations,
I mean,
please.
He's like the Discord of Military Arms channel, like an Instagram or like a Military Arms channel where he like follows girls, and he just make that comment by that thing on the gun bunny girls.
Go to bed then. You're a
I
big
mean,
boy.
I'm
my
not.
God.
I'm not
Oh.
one to kink. I'm not one to kink shame, especially if it's between two consenting adults or individuals.
Exactly.
Whatever floats your boat, floats your boat. I don't
What
want to
the
I don't want
fuck?
to hear about it.
this is
But at the same
outside of the
time,
game.
yeah, this
Like,
is
you know-
outside of the game, and that's more of an ad hominem. And as much as I may agree with you, Amish, that's
there'll be a
I think the
BDSM
direction.
Well, sorry,
Yeah.
I want to clarify. The reason I brought this up was because it did, in fact, impact our development of the game. Because there were multiple times you'd go onto the Discord, to the developer Discord, and see literally naked women. And one of the other developers before requested Chance to stop doing this, to which he kind of just
No,
told him
please
to
stop.
suck it up.
He was trying to
Alright,
increase
when-
productivity.
when,
That
Wolfie
being
was in
the
here-
case,
Titties
All right.
equals increased
He's
productivity.
getting his hands-
Exactly.
He's increasing something.
Serious.
Okay.
That
this is
completely
serious.
changed my
He's a
position. The fucker
professional-
needs to be removed. That's
But-
unprofessional.
Well, I was just taking a cupcake.
The point that he's making is the same point that we've been talking about, is the lack of professionalism and business sense.
Oh, yeah,
and
for sure.
that's Chance is gone, but hell, if he's listening, the point of it is it's not run like a fucking business. Like,
No,
this
it's
was
not.
not a business, and that's what
That's
someone
an Amish
messaged me, and this is where I was feeling for him, is that like this impacts the most is the devs, and at the end of the day, they're not getting any money from this. I'm so sorry, like I feel for you. There's no money to be had if you sue them. There's no money. I mean, like. If you win a lawsuit against him, you're not getting any money. I'm sorry, like there's just no money to be had. And so, like, I honestly, I hope if Chance really was doing a lot of the stuff that he was doing from a financial standpoint, I hope that he faces criminal action. I really do,
Yeah,
honestly.
yeah.
If he was committing fraud, that's the only justice and retribution that any of the devs are gonna get out of it. Period. That's it.
long were these developers working?
I'll just say this.
4 years.
You saw the one
4 years.
regarding Amish, regarding cancer, father of cancer. Yeah, I'm just sending you a message right now, just saying, send my condolences, and sorry you had to deal with that bullshit. Absolutely disgusting and failure of management. That's how you treat your workers.
Is that story true about this ambassador old dev?
Yeah, that was 2-8.
Check AMA events. Check
He's
AMA
in the
events.
chat here. He's in the chat.
Now-
Steve.
That's insane.
Yeah, he's in the chat. Now, he may face criminal action related to that, because I know that in the US, like, that would be discrimination. Like, that would fall under, I believe that would fall under maybe I can't remember if it's Title 9 or if it falls under, I don't think it would fall under ADA.
American here, what's your legal question?
And EA and DICE and all those other studios, like, they would definitely had to be held accountable in that.
Oh, the channel's been closed.
So
WorkSafe might be able to pull them up on that, but it really kind of depends on if you got receipts, who you know at WorkSafe, because at WorkSafe, which is the basically like it's to ensure that the workplace is safe. You can probably get them on harassment or something like that.
We're the only one that supports Chance, bro.
Yeah, pretty much. And you just need receipts basically, and
yeah.
I
I think that's a long shot. So even if you had all that, it's a long shot.
Yeah,
So,
and also
but
some of the devs aren't Australian, so that makes it even more difficult because then they have to check.
international.
And
Yeah.
and it's a fucking government agency, so its bureaucracy is going to be dog shit. But maybe might be able to do something about that.
Yeah. At the end of the day, the conclusion is like he's probably gonna get away with it. That's the inevitability.
But how,
and
though?
That's
I
what
mean-
sucks
I mean,
about
I
it.
mean, there's-
Because
honestly,
happens.
What if?
you
So, hold on.
cannot-
So
you
he's
cannot-
so he's from Australia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't you file a complaint that he's performing fraud, like with the police?
Or
Like,
contact
and-
my
But you would need evidence for it.
Yeah, you need hard proof.
They would have to audit him.
Well,
Something
the
like that.
only person that would have evidence, I guess, the only people that would, if there's any, is the devs.
You wouldn't
Yeah.
technically
Already
don't
in
need
contact
hard
with the
evidence.
authorities.
The more
Not even-
evidence you have is the more reason they have to open an investigation.
Right.
Yeah,
Just a question for everyone here: would you
Just
guys
remove
support the
the AMA
devs?
channel?
Would you guys support the devs if they just reunionized, got rid of Chance, and carried on the project? Would you
Oh,
guys
yes.
support?
Absolutely.
This is not about the project. It's about Chance. It's always been
The
about.
thing is, that was even a question for me to him. I asked him like if he was willing to step down or even be something in the background and not being like on the leading aspect. He just refused to answer that question as a whole. And that's already what I was thinking. So if he is gonna go down, he's gonna bring everything down. The problem is we cannot hurt him because we can bash at him or whatever. If he likes BDSM, he's sitting there every time with a hard on when we are bashing him because he likes it. So
Yeah.
I mean, that's a different kink from experience. That is a different kink, my good sir. That is entirely fucking different.
Masochism are two different things.
What are you guys talking
about?
See, here's the thing though. Would you really want Chance the opportunity to work in the background? Would you not just rather get rid of him? Because he's proven that he doesn't want to work in a manner that is both professional as well as transparent.
Well,
you can't let it go
on. He will never give it up. I mean, that's just what it is. That's
Yeah,
just
his
reality.
ego I mean, is would just you? So big.
He'll burn it to the ground before he lets anyone
Lost
else run it.
15k USD.
He sounds quite young as well. Like, do we know roughly how old he
Now
is?
it's all burning down. Now it's all burning down, eh?
Chance and I are about the same age.
He seriously removed the AMA channel.
But that's
Can I
also
actually
his
ask some
thing.
serious questions for a second?
Hold on, he
Dev's
removed
still in
the.
here?
He did. Oh my god.
Yeah, they
He's
are.
in the 20s and his ego is just too big.
Yeah,
He did re-
He cannot lead a company like
In
this. He's
regards
not-
to your
he's
employment
incompetent.
contract, what entity is noted as the employer?
0 Hour Interactive,
Hour.
which is
Yeah.
I believe someone said it was an LTD.
Damn,
which
I'm
is,
stupid.
uh,
Yes.
similar to an LLC in Australia. So
Does it list
limited
an
liability
ACN number?
They had a what did they call it? They have a number.
An ABN, an Australian business number.
Yeah, ABN. There you go. Yeah, but that's still a private entity. Like that's still a private business entity.
There you go. For the person asking for the ABN, I went ahead and put it into this stream chat.
There you go.
Okay.
Why
did he remove?
And what I'm asking, that was
Okay, you say
listed
that.
on the contract, correct?
No,
Correct.
it's not listed on the contract.
Why did he remove the AMA channel?
Because he
Because
got
it's-
fucking roasted in it. That's
The chat had dissolved into nothing more but name calling and constant berating, which is neither useful or
Pathetic.
it's a bit too much. So
Too much.
Well, in fairness, the AMA
No,
event
what the hell?
was fed. What is this?
That as well. That is Chance for anyone that's wondering what he looks like.
Why
Oh,
is he uploading things like that?
All right.
Also, this is
Is that Chains?
Okay.
Are you kidding me? What is this?
No way, that's no way. For the sake of having it said, going after someone's character while in a business disagreement is just poor show. Like,
Yeah, but
I
the thing
agree.
is,
Do you
It's
care?
just a for show. I have zero fucking feelings for Chance, but
his behavior has
just a bit shitty.
been very dismissive and degenerate towards us, the community itself.
For
Yeah, he
sure.
has called us also many things. So
What happens when you take the world's
normal to
best
go after
night
him them
goggles
as well?
into
You
the
know, if he
world's
touches
darkest-
us, then
I
opening
get
up a
your
different
sentiment.
can
I get
of
the
worms.
statement. I get the sentiment, and I get the statement. But if you are such an immoral high ground as I am, then don't fucking devolve yourself towards doing shit like him.
Well,
Like, if that is the stance
Yeah.
you want to take, then just sit in your
Defamation
fucking
at
high
its-
ground and
at
then
its
just sit
highest
steady.
Yeah,
Like,
Don't lower
better-
yourself to this
better to-
level, man. What the hell?
Yeah,
Don't.
better to let him
Just,
wallow
just
in
rename the voice chat to something a bit more appropriate.
But the thing is, it's not just only that towards the community. He's also just, if it is true that he's embezzling some money, because $3,000, if I saw it pass by in the MAA, that it just disappeared. Yeah, it went up in marketing and whatever. Well, there was no marketing, that he just put it in his own pocket to build a new sex dungeon.
But we see
Whatever
this in
he did
business all
with
the
it-
time. You can't prove it. That's the hard
Yeah.
part. It's like the only
Yeah,
way
but
the only way is if he gets audited, and even then, who knows? Like that's the
wanted that as
tricky
one of their
part.
conditions.
That's a long shot, man.
See where it went. And he
Yeah.
would not accept that.
now-
which is why
The
he's
only
getting
people
away
that,
with it.
like a filthy person,
the only people
so-
that can't get their money back is us pre-Kickstarter backers. Everyone else has the opportunity to still go into the Kickstarter and take their money out. I mean, I know the
Imagine
risk
being a
going into this.
pre-Kickstart backer.
I mean,
Technically,
I've been in
none,
a play
none of
test
us
and
have
have done
a
the
right
play
to know where the
test
money goes.
for
We're
the
not
last 2 months.
investors. We're backers. There's a difference. Like,
Like,
if you're
you still have-
show me the
yeah,
receipts.
because you won't have
Having
shares.
You're kind of biased. You're kind of biased because you already paid money. I fully understand that. But I know you understand my point of view, which I just see developers talking shit about each other. Some guy stealing the project or whatever. The general.
People can disagree and
the
have their
general
opinions,
story.
but please stop profaning.
Who's
and,
biased though?
And it's
Yeah,
like I'm supposed to like I fully want to back the game. I backed the game. I joined the Discord, and I heard that they're telling me to stop backing the game. Pretty much.
That's your total choice. You have the right to
Yes,
do
thanks,
that. But
okay.
we're just saying for people who are, saying a chance of stealing money, sure, he may be doing that, and he stole us, our money who have been doing the
rumor.
playtests, but everyone else has the opportunity to still go
We-
back and cancel
Oh,
their
yeah.
Kickstarter.
Everybody.
Everyone has the ability to decide to do with their money what they want. If you still want to back this project, that is up to you. I am advising not doing so, if only because I have seen projects like this on Kickstarter where, yeah, it looks like it'll launch, it looks like it's going in an okay direction, but with the entire dev team going on strike, and Chance's refusal to turn this into a legitimate company by having a proper board of directors, financial transparency, at least to the dev team, so that they know where the money is going, this project will crash and burn, and you will not see a game from it. You are better off taking your money and backing a completely different project than this one. I am sad that that is the case. I want this game so badly as well, but this project will not get off the ground.
I can state with confidence as
You don't know if
as
the
a
game's gonna crash and burn. The game-
as
I'll
a
put this
as
out
a YouTube as a YouTuber, I know other YouTubers like Big Fry will do his videos. I will do my videos. The story will get out there. It will make the rounds. The thing of it is, even those that want to continue to support this game on Kickstarter, if it manages to maintain its funding threshold after people start pulling their money back out of it, at the end of the day, ultimately, this game will not succeed, regardless of whether the Kickstarter goes through or not, specifically because at that point, he will have gotten rid of the original dev team that were the driving force behind this project to begin with and replace them with a completely new entity. And that stigma will follow the game through at every step of the day, every second of every hour of every day. As such, it will not succeed.
He also got rid of them without
If it
paying
even
any of
gets
them.
to the early access stage, it will
I don't think it
be
does.
a surprise.
I don't.
And even
they're
after
losing the
that,
money.
it will not be able to be profitable.
Any developer. If I can add on to what Sid was saying really quickly.
The most
as
important
well
thing
as-
is just to remind the community the whole time of what he has done. That's the only thing, or how it is going, or what he has done is the only thing to remind the community over and over again, or what is now in the Discord to keep like the flow going of he has to change or step down or whatever to save this project if he wants to save it. But we all know that he wants to go down with it. He won't step down or whatever. So that's it.
And to add on to what Sid has said, sorry to cut anyone off, but the game will be DOA, even if it makes it to early access, despite whatever you guys YouTubers will say as well on your YouTube videos. I've looked through the channel here and I'm seeing a lot of clan leaders because games like this, they live or die on the community servers that run the servers. If they don't have the community servers running them, they're not going to have any players to play on servers. Official servers will kill the game. The community servers won't be around. It will live and die on that. Hell Let Loose was the same. You kick the community servers out, Hell Let Loose will die. And I'm seeing a lot of clan leaders here. And if all these guys have the same opinions as you all do, this game is dead regardless. It doesn't really matter.
I mean, to give you an idea, the game has literally...
These clans have massive power and whatnot. And they're able to rally communities and everything. And, since the heads are here, it's burning down, fellas. It's burning down.
The game has literally lost 20. The game has literally lost $20,000 in Kickstarter backing since the letter first dropped.
I took my $1,000 out.
Any developer, any developer with any brains will not work with like on a promise on this project anymore. They will want the money up front.
Yeah.
I just want
June back up. Like, what the fuck? Woke up this morning and then what the fuck?
You want me to come back or are you busy?
I know. Yeah, great way
I
to
got
start
stuff
your
to do.
great
You
way
want
to
me to come
start your
later?
Sunday. Great
Hey,
way to
Gary.
start your Sunday.
You should have seen my face when I read that, bro. I was so happy. I'm going to set up a lawn chair with some beers.
All the
I just wanted to use
Real quick. Yeah, how great is that, eh? That's pretty great. She has to.
Why?
Landlord's going to kick her out.
Why?
The kids are moving back in.
Break.
Real quick. The people who are making videos on this topic and information that was shared here.
It's Jensen's son. I get along with him great.
Okay,
His daughters are.
Hey, this has been a fun shit show.
Just real quick. The people who are making YouTube videos on this, make sure you're not going to get in trouble for defamation because who knows how factual this information is. It's privileged information too. Hold on, it's privileged information.
No.
Let me talk.
This is an open platform, my friend.
Yes, I get it, but
hello, one button.
This is Congress now.
But what I'm saying is, just be careful of what you divulge in your videos.
It can still happen, yeah.
You will probably get copyright striked or. What do you mean?
I'm just gonna sue you for making me feel bad now.
You don't know a goddamn thing.
All right, buddy. All right.
I would not worry about any legal backlash.
I would just say something up real quickly, which is about this the developing the company, which is will this also affect the Australian faction and squad if this thing's dead?
No.
Two completely separate entities.
That was sold to OWI a long time ago. That's done and over with.
OWI's been on that shit since.
Like wouldn't be OWI will pulling the Australian faction out if something happened to this?
No. OWI owns that.
That is owned by OWI from now on. So
What if you fix Squad and sell it to OWI so we can play a proper game?
Jesus, dude.
Can you do that?
All right,
Is that
bringing this
we have
back
taken
on.
a German OP moment.
Bringing this back on to topic here to catch
German
anyone
OP.
else up who joined us. The general sentiment that was received from Chance when he did his AMA was he decided to place the blame for all of the problems of the project on everyone but himself. He blamed the community, he blamed the dev team. He said the door was open for the dev team to communicate with him as to what they wanted. But what the dev team actually put forward was reasonable business terms, a board of directors that ran the game instead of just him, proper financial protections and transparency in place, and just general things that you would see from a normal business standpoint. And Chance refused to do that, went ahead with the Kickstarter anyways. And that is why I have pulled my funding for the game. The game has also lost $20,000 in Kickstarter pledges since 11 a.m. this morning, the most recently in the last hour or two. since his talk. But if anyone has a recording of the AMA, especially his initial speech at the very beginning, I would say post that up onto YouTube as quickly as you can. I'd love to share that around.
Gold.
Yeah.
So this is him just being a
I don't know if you guys
narcissist.
hear me.
Yeah, he's
Hey, can
kind
I-
of showing
can I-
Japan
can I say
as
something?
being. What's up?
Okay, so I just heard about this from right now, like from Big Fry's video. I have personally spoken to Chance, you know, without even knowing anything about the dev team and the issues or whatever. Why are you yelling? But as a person that's been trained in interrogation, sorry, I'm a loud voice. I'm Middle Eastern. That's how it's been. I will not apologize for my genetic.
I'm gonna tell you a thing or two about intimidation, man.
Okay, so here's the thing. So bottom line, this is what it, as a person that's been trained in interrogation, you know, and been on both sides.
It's
the psychological. Bottom line, hold on, time out. The psychological. No. Israeli. Israeli. But listen. On a real note. The psychological mindset of Chance, of that guy who is the guy that was controlling everything, is a complete narcissistic version of Hitler. Listen, no, seriously, of like a Hitler slash Genghis Khan. Okay, wanted complete control over everything, and there's no way any project, any military, any gang, any type of organization that will be successful long term past the death of the emperor would ever be unless there was any way of communicating with other people. And he showed me
Area 51.
One more thing. He told me he would never allow any changes to the game or structure from how he saw it being fit, and he was willing.
Oh yeah.
And now I hear this makes me realize why I was hesitant to give him money. You know, so I went and I slept with my friend's sister. You know, I thought it would have been a better investment.
There it is.
I've heard of coming out of left field. That is far out of left field.
Yeah, Juhadi, will you interrogate him for us?
Is that wrong? I mean,
I'll just say two things. I'm just saying two things here. One, Swift is working overtime in the general chat. This is great. And then second, just remember what they took from us. Here. I'm just going to post it in the
make Swift work double shifts.
Can't burn VC.
Ignoring everyone. Remember what they took. Just remember what they took from us. All right. That's why I wanted to get this game. I wanted to use that.
I think
now I can't.
All right.
I can't.
I agree with that. But remember,
if it's any
keep things
consolation,
civil.
dude.
You can play Rising Storm.
Prairie Fire has that. So if you're willing to fuck around with armor for a second, you can always try the Prairie Fire game in that. But yeah.
Wait, what?
It's disappointing. Yes.
Is it in?
Yes.
I need my Sterling with grenade launcher.
Yeah, they have two public Mike Force servers that are pretty active, so you can fuck around with that. And,
For armor, you said?
Yeah, for armor.
Armor 3. Prairie Fire. I thought they had.
I've heard great things about Prairie Fire. I haven't gotten into it myself, but my armor group with Soul Sniper is probably going to go that way soon.
I haven't done any like private servers on it, but the public servers, I mean, it's got public fucking random, so it's kind of shit, but it's pretty fun.
Those are the guys.
Stop lying. Stop lying, bro.
Is it a server? Is it a server called Prairie Fire and Armor 3 servers?
No,
what's
Prairie
Prairie
Fire is a community downloadable content that the Arma team. It's a group that have made a sellable DLC for Arma 3. I don't remember what group.
You're
it
an
is
interrogator and you can't find a mod.
Dude, I don't even play Armor 3. I've lived Armor 3. What are you talking about?
Just remember, everyone, that's what they took from us. That is what they took from
I
us.
got a
Just
question.
don't forget that. All right.
Well, there's
Like,
just
is
one
that
thing I
trigger
could
for the
say.
Arma 3?
The only thing I could say is that that chance was our last chance.
That was a
Why do you say
terrible
that?
joke,
Why
and you should
can't-
feel ashamed.
Yeah,
That was a dad. That was a dad joke.
Yeah,
Hold on, I have a question. On a real note, why don't all you ladies get your skirts up higher so I can call them pants and build up a new project? Why?
All right.
What
are
you
you
need this guy?
I can't take anything you say seriously with that accent.
Everyone, cancel your pledges and just give me the money.
We would just,
I mean,
we would just
I'll
come
buy
in
the
here.
game.
All of
I'll
a
buy the game
sudden,
from
John
Chance and I'll-
Fry
If
was
you
in
ever
this
hear
chat.
this,
I mean,
if you
from
ever
the
hear
first
this
playtest
sound,
to the more recent
calm,
one,
I-
like last week, the devs had been in the previous playtests, but I'd say the last month they were nowhere to be found. So there was definitely something going on, and a few of us.
Yeah,
kinda
this
got the
has been
idea.
going on
Yeah.
well before the Kickstarter started. At the very least, a month or two from the things that I've heard and everyone talking recently today to me about it. This has been going on longer than the Kickstarter. And one of the points that was brought up that with Chance saying, "Well, why didn't they just bring this up before? Why didn't they say something before all of this happened?" This was a passion project for 4 years. They didn't bring it up because there wasn't anything tangible to be held as to financial gain or benefit from this project. It's not common, at least in my mind, that you would try to set aside or straighten out, we'll get this kind of compensation when we go live. People don't normally talk about that kind of stuff until there's a viable product in front of them that they could actually turn around and start doing stuff with.
And also,
So the
Not true. That is definitely not the Jewish mindset. And if they had a Jewish mindset,
my God. Get this guy out of here. Get this guy out of here.
Oh man.
I'm going to convince my
But to carry on what I was saying, it's they wouldn't have tried to, or they wouldn't have thought to talk about organizing the company properly or setting up proper transparency until a couple of days or some time before the actual Kickstarter launch. So the argument like they only just now brought it up doesn't make sense to me.
No. Because in the MAMA, they said like one of the former devs of the dev said that it was already said to them to Chance like, hey, we have to change communications and shit like that. There was already quite of a dictator-ish.
I spoke to the dev in a private message. The dev that I spoke to a dev, and this is
mindset that lost the war. That's the mindset that lost the war.
Guys, can I say a couple things? First off, I don't know exactly what happened, but I got the gist of it and I pulled my pledge. Second, I noticed Wombat Medic's in here. I'm a huge fan, and I'm so sorry you're leaving Hell Let Loose. And God bless you in your future endeavors. You're amazing.
Wait, is she in here? Oh, she is.
I second that.
Yeah,
You're very good.
she's playing in the fucking sketch heads. You'd know that if you were a real one.
Let Loose, c'est pas mal, mais les règles du seasonal, ils sont vraiment pourries, quoi.
Okay.
All I'm going to tell you,
What
if you
is
ever hear
happening
this,
with this whole
So
death scene?
the general takeaway from, to try and sum this up again for everyone who's come in, the dev team has gone on strike fully from the game itself. The original devs who have been working on this for 4 years, they're currently on strike. The reason being is Chance has essentially kind of turned this into his own personal ego project and has refused to
100%.
set up a board of directors, a group of people who would actually run this project like an actual company instead of the mod team that they were before. And they're not turning it into a company that has the proper transparencies in both the financial and legal aspects. And it's just Chance is running this project into the ground because he refused to relinquish control to some of the other members. They were even saying that he doesn't have to completely step down as a leader of this project. He could be on the board of directors. It just wouldn't be him completely at the helm. And he didn't like the sound of that, and so he's refused to He's been firing people off for half-assed, legally questionable means. There's been other things about the way he's been treating some of the other
Another thing
devs as
to
well.
note
One of
is,
the devs had a family member who had cancer, and
I think he started this Kickstarter. I think he launched it as a strong arm tactic. I reckon there's been discussions behind the scenes for a while. And I
There's
think
that
he's
thought
just
too.
started this Kickstart without the game ready to try and force them to work on it.
And he still lost that fight. It's amazing how dumb you can be.
Real quick, how much of the game would you say, percentage-wise, is actually completed?
They have more
You're
content
gonna have to believe
done
Chance's
in
statements.
a workable
I don't know if we can
state
believe
than
those.
the squad Kickstarter
One
and
at a time. One at a time.
Yeah.
Okay. Say again. Sorry. Say again.
Do we have any information from someone that isn't about the?
He's a free
One at a time, everybody. One at a time.
Yeah, I've been doing all the playtests since they started. The
Okay.
stuff they have in the game already, it's a lot more than I expected. Like, the content is there. They have some things to work on, but for when those who were in the squad Kickstarter and Hell to Lose Kickstarter, it blows it away. For the assets they have done, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, for what we have and the condition the game is in, yeah, I mean, it definitely, it's sad to see. But
The potential for the game is 100% there, especially as
it's more
Jason
than
Bourne
there.
said.
It's more than there. Yeah.
If the original dev team were to come back to this, I could 100% see them taking the money from this Kickstarter and actually turning it into a viable product that will compete and maybe even do better than Hell Let Loose. The problem
I
is
have a legal
it has
question.
a
I have a
person
legal
who's sitting
question.
at the
We're
leadership.
not lawyers,
of this.
man.
Yeah, they're sitting at the leadership of this, who's literally running this into the ground.
Legal question: who owns the rights to all the work? Who owns the
Where
rights?
this thing could really just take off to unimaginable levels.
There will be this tension in the
But,
game.
I
Well,
mean-
look at Hell Let Loose. The game's pretty old, but yet it's still got thousands of players on it.
Well,
Yeah.
As
we're
regards
not,
to
I'm
who
not even going to
owns
get
the
into that
OP,
discussion, but my opinion
who
on
owns
that is
the
different.
IP is, Chance owns the majority of
Chance
it.
is back.
But
He's
from
back
what
in
we
the
heard, there are some contracts that wouldn't be, wouldn't
Hey, man.
legally hold up, and the people who signed those, their IP would be theirs. That's what we heard a little bit earlier.
But we can't question, we can't talk about what is or is not legal contract wise, or what will or will not hold up. That's
True.
getting into a
No,
gray
just do
area
it.
that I certainly don't feel comfortable talking in.
Just do it, bro.
If there are any developers,
Justin
they would need
Richmond.
to contact legal counsel before they should say or do anything further
Let,
on this kind of a project.
let Chance talk. He's here. Chance is here. He can talk, right?
I mean,
He can do a
he's popped
speech.
in and out.
He's
He's
in the
probably just
Speak, Chance.
listening and
Chance,
the
speak.
discussion. That's
Show yourself.
I mean, what I'm getting from it.
I mean, he legitimately just did. So I mean, regardless, like, wait, this. Oh, he's.
Didn't hear no bell.
Hey, Chance, you should probably get some testosterone shots, dude.
Hey, don't go after someone like that. Don't fucking lower yourself to bullshit.
Look, end of the day, there's always three sides to a story. Their side, his side,
And the truth.
and then the truth somewhere in the middle. Don't know what level it's going to be, at what end of the truth it is, but look, let's be respectful.
Yeah.
There was a great potential in this game. There's been a lot of excitement over a period of time. The personal attacks are pretty shit. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Let's just see how this works out over time.
The game still has potential if the person
It's
who's
my
running
mom.
it turns around and,
I think
and
it's-
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you, Chance.
We can
You ever
hear
hear this sound? That means get low or send back the same sound. Don't be an ostrich, okay? Don't be an ostrich.
Man, somebody
If you ever walking in the mall,
Yeah.
and you're
Who is that guy so I can mute him? What's his name?
kick him?
Yeah,
You hide him.
you hide him.
He's
Yeah,
kind
we
of
need
annoying.
Swift-
God
we need
bless
Swift in
y'all.
here.
What is this guy
Yeah,
smoking,
I've
bro?
already muted him, so I haven't been hearing him
Who
for
is
like the
it?
past 20
You're
minutes.
missing out, man. You're missing out.
Jihadi.
Jihadi.
Oh, you're
Shit, my
missing
man's
out.
been going
Yeah.
from brown gravy.
Jihadi?
I was
Server
saying,
mute him,
whoever
please.
owns the right.
Jihadi.
What the hell?
Nah, just banning.
Okay.
Get rid of
Okay.
it.
I'm muted. No. I'm just gonna make like I'm
and
doing
create a new project and do it properly from the beginning. Period. At the end of the
Spit it out,
day, you
Mike.
can't have a.
Oh my god.
Like my one question to you is, Chance. Like, you do know how serious this situation is, right? Not only
I'm assuming
from
he's
the
well aware,
developers,
my
but-
friend.
No, because it for me it feels like it is not being taken serious. That's just from my perspective, you know. So I
Yeah,
respect
that is.
I can agree with
yeah.
that.
So I'm trying to answer something.
Can I say something? The thing is, what can we do about it? We're not like
I don't know. You could
We're not
you
in
could
his
listen for a moment.
position. We're
Yeah.
not in his position. I mean, no one knows what it feels like to be in that position.
Am
So-
I being detected?
Yeah, we're hearing you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, it's just really hard to hear from my side. Okay, so essentially, do I take this serious? Fuck yeah. Have I tried to engage in conversations and discussions? Fuck yeah. It's why I ended up trying to. Okay, let's just put it this way. It's a bit of a question, but I'll use it this way. If I
All right, just let the man speak, please. Come on.
For real, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's pretty fucking petty. If I wanted to not have discussions and conversations, would I just not have fucking banned everyone or muted them? I'm trying to keep all the channels open to have these discussions. Do I want to have it during an AMA? No, because these are business matters and should be handled internally and not externally. Do I think that it's professional of the way that they've kind of gone and handled it by making it public when they've had the means to continue these discussions with me for the past 10 days? Fuck no. Like I said in the beginning of the other call, I have no malice against them. I've been waiting for them to reach out. But there does become a point where if you're not delivering anything, like, why are you here? When it comes down to negotiations, I'll put it in a very simple analogy or example. If the train line stopped and because they're trying to negotiate something, at some point it's like, okay, how about you open up a very limited amount of trains to operate? So at least some people are operating whilst we continue these discussions. I essentially did the same thing. Hey, while we're having these discussions, just engage with the community, attend play sessions, and we can continue these discussions. Show a good sign of faith in the project. I'll read the message out. The 2nd of November, 2023, 6:38 p.m. While these discussions continue, I urge you to demonstrate a strong sign of faith in the project itself by actively involving yourself during the Kickstarter period to ensure that it does not hinder the company's funding opportunities. You can maintain your stance of not working directly on the project, but must uphold a visible public presence and engage with the community. This includes being present during the playtests and fostering general interaction within the community. If these straightforward terms are not met, there will be no need for further discussions regarding your matters. Essentially saying, just be a part of the community while we continue these discussions. 10 days. 10 days of not hearing a single word.
So,
and I'm happy to.
The question that I have for you, Chance, is why are you not willing to open up to the idea of creating a board of directors that you would be a part of to allow
How can you say that?
for-
Because that's why I've left the door open. That's why I've said for these discussions to continue. I asked them at that call, who would they be, how many would there be, and who would be covering it. And they said they don't know how many, and that they would be covering the fee. Okay, so one of three answers have been answered. Where is the discussion in regards to, okay, these are the guys that we're thinking about, this is how many we're thinking of. 10 days it's been, and instead of giving me that answer, they've gone out and publicly posted this. So,
Gone
So
and
they're
they
lying then?
silent and then come out.
What
There's
are they
like
lying
there's
about?
something else there.
We've been hearing completely opposite from
Yeah.
several of the different devs that they have gone to you and said these are the people that we would want on the board.
No, for starters, I'm sure that this was done from multiple points. I said at the beginning of the call that we had on the 1st of November that I was going to record it. and they all agreed. And I'm sure one of them has also recorded it themselves for such reasons. So there can be that information used internally, not externally, to fucking disparage or whatever the fuck the word is against anyone. But there has been that information said. I asked, one of the questions was, if I was to bring on a board of directors, what is stopping all of them from voting me out of the company? There was also questions in regards to bringing on a project lead. Can't do that without money, which is partly what the Kickstarter was for. And we can't do that without the funding. And I said that I didn't want to bring on a project lead from internal. I wanted to bring it from an external point of view. So they didn't have a role within the company previously. And that was essentially it. It was just the 2 points that were never answered, and said that they would need to have further discussions. And I said, if they're to continue, I just want you to show a good sign of faith in the project and just turn up to play tests and just engage with the community. And for 10 days, that has not been met at all whatsoever. No interaction, no messages have been responded to. Like, what am I meant to do? If I leave the door open, like, you are meant to be coming to me. You wanted this. You engaged in this original conversation. I'm trying to have it. I'm not going to be like, hey, what's happening? Do you have an answer for me yet? Like, if you are choosing to if you are choosing not to do anything about it, when I've engaged in it and I'm open and receptive to the idea, but I want to know how you think it's going to work, all this kind of stuff. If I don't have any of that information, nothing can happen. So nothing has happened.
Do you feel that it was wise to actually start the Kickstarter with your dev team not on board with you on this, though? Because from what we have heard and my understanding of the situation, again, outsider looking in, but the dev team was not on board with launching the Kickstarter because the game was not in a state they felt that was worth that.
They didn't
Do you
know.
think it is still wise? Do you think it is still wise to carry on this Kickstarter knowing that you do not have a dev team behind you to support you? You've literally lost $20,000 and since the note went up.
Can I answer now?
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, okay. The answer in regards to your question, do I think it was wise? Yes. Why do I think it was wise? Because the discussions and the demands that they had suggested can be discussed in length throughout the period of the development. Not only does development just cease in a sense, there was going to be a few things getting done over the course of the Kickstarter period, which was the move to Unreal Engine 5.3 and just some level design development. So at the time, do I think it was wise? Yes. There was another question that you asked, which I've kind of forgotten. I think it was like the development team didn't think that the Kickstarter was ready. That's not true. We ended up getting a build out, and I ended up getting asked by the lead programmer saying, like, is that everything? Like, are we sorted to be able to film the Kickstarter? And I said yes. And that's when we stopped doing any additional builds, and we started focusing on doing 5.3 and getting ready to go to Kickstarter. I ended up posting at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh, sorry, at like 11 o'clock. I'm actually not going to give you numbers. I'm actually just going to look. And then I have to go in a second, so I'll give one more question and my public statement coming out. At 1:24, I said that we're going to go live with Kickstarter between 11 and 1 a.m., roughly 10 to 12 hours from now. And then one of the members posted up saying, if Kickstarter does go live tonight, regardless of what's happened afterwards or its success, well done and congratulations to everyone, blah, 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 blah. And then that was at 4:12, and then at 6:30, the message posted up in regards to the stand down strike.
So numerous devs.
These discussions.
Numerous devs were in this call, pretty much saying the complete opposite of what you're saying. Be very complete opposite.
Well, I don't know. I wasn't in the call with you guys.
Right, but I just want to
So I don't know what they've said or what has been said. I can only go off the interactions that have been had with inside the written stuff. 27th of October, 6:30, they posted up their demands. at 8:39, I responded and I said to set up a discussion. The following day, at 11:11 on the 29th, set up a call. Saw you type, set up another one, and then said, I want to address your concerns and acknowledge that I've made efforts in regards to your demands. I've taken action on several points already raised. Blah, 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 blah. Big, long message. No more attempts will be made beyond Wednesday. I'm happy. Then quoted their message, happy to meet and discuss any of the above points in greater detail. Yet they've failed to engage and everything's been fallen on deaf ears. Hope to see the team actively participating in this crucial conversation. 31st of October, 5:30 or 5:28. I'll be in there in VoIP Wednesday, Wednesday, November 10 a.m. And then the following day is when I sent while these discussions continue. Why would I send while these discussions continue if I was against it all? So there you go. 10 days of being completely ignored in regards to a very simple request of just engaging. Oh, if you don't care, then why the fuck are you here, mate? I'm trying to give you...
We do care, but
we do
so
care,
far,
so-
everything we've been hearing from you and from the dev team themselves has been completely at odds with each other. And quite honestly, this is just the organization itself. The other questions that we have is about the financials of how everything's been going. From our understanding, is the original backers, the pre-Kickstarter backers, were told to PayPal you directly and the friends of family way to to cover the pre-Kickstarter access and be a backer in that
Oh
sense.
no!
The follow-up
So
I
that's
have to that is
Can I answer that before you go on?
Okay.
Yeah, so that was done for one sole reason of being able to refund the purchase of the Kickstarter, because PayPal can actually turn around and say that this product is not what it's promised to be, and you can refund it.
So you pretty much block people from getting their money back from you, right?
No.
It's the same as
literally saying the opposite.
Yeah, he's saying the opposite.
man.
So the follow-up question that I had to that is, from a backer standpoint myself, what financial protections have you put in place for ourselves in that you have set up a separate business banking account or anything along those lines to intake the Kickstarter money to essentially avoid a snatch and grab where you run off with the money?
So the business account is set up to take in the the Kickstarter account is set up to take in the Kickstarter funds. The Kickstarter funds and the bank account access has been laid out so that I've mentioned it in the other call. There's a thing called Combiz, and it's a company access thing that I can grant certain people permissions without them being based in Australia, so they can have transparency access to what is coming in and going out without the ability to actually transfer funds for the company transparency. So there is that one, and there is also the transparency side from the Steam page in regards to sales of copies being sold, so you can kind of see the amount of units, the amount of money that it is generating in terms of net and growth. So these were all set up. The Combiz account is only granted access via permissions. So I set up you a user account. So John turns around and goes, I want access, blah, blah, blah. I set up John. He gets an email. He comes in, and now he has access to those details, but no ability to transfer the funds. So he has transparency in regards to what is happening with it and where it's going. And that's all that John needs to do. That was the original discussion in regards to transparency. And the process takes up to 6 weeks. So the company transparency in regards to funding and all that kind of stuff has been discussed, and it has already been established. It just hasn't been set up in terms of setting the permissions and everything, because over the past 10 days, I haven't heard a single word.
But
okay. But as so, the follow up that I'll have to that then, since you haven't heard a single word from the devs, is if you are going to truly be the lead on this project and taking the reins of this project, what are you planning on doing at this point to talk to your original dev team to try and figure out some semblance of a common ground that you guys can come to, whether that is you still in the position or whether or not their demands, that you step down? I don't know what those details are. At this point, I'm not looking at what those details are. What steps are you going to take to reach out to your dev team who are currently on strike in order to break the strike and come to amicable terms to bring them back on the project?
What am I going to do? What am I going to do? I've already done what I can. I've already left the discussions open for them to come to me. I've left the door open for them to continue the discussions with me, and they have chosen to not do so until they decide to come to me and engage in these conversations. I'm not going to be chasing them.
But
are you going to pay them for the work they've done so far?
What was that?
Are you going to pay them for the work they've done so far?
Well, at the moment, they're going against their contracts.
But it also shows, for me, in my opinion, on one side that the Kickstarter shit show that happened like 14 days ago is related to this in one way or another, and it, like, also in the AMA, it really showed that you do not fully take accountability of this whole fiasco. You say, like, yeah, you have done everything, yet everything that you're saying is very contradicting to what 19 other people have combinedly said, and it is a bit of 19 versus 1. So how do you want to get yourself out of this? Because, it really feels like the whole time that you're saying, yeah, I've done everything, but it's still them. There's no clear fundament of your position.
If I'm to chase up in regards to it, okay, so these guys are asking for certain things, certain demands to be met, and all this kind of stuff. They're the ones who's going to be paying for they're the ones who want to initiate the idea of a board of directors. They don't know who, they don't know how many, and if they do, I don't know that information because it hasn't been shared with me. I have
Charles, as you said in the discussion, I think we said that would be established at a later time. We just wanted you to agree to the term of stepping down first, which you never agreed to.
Can't go agreeing to something that I don't know all the information about.
I mean,
so
as much as wondering, sorry, may I?
Yeah, go for it. Sorry.
So I get where you're coming from. I fucking heard that dev all the way down at the bottom. Who was it?
Sculptor.
Oh, the sculptor. Look, I 100% get where you're coming from. Okay, but I am just gonna paraphrase here. I run a community with 6,000 guys. Yep. They wanted me to step down as the majority owner for said community. I at first said no, because who the fuck are you going to replace me with? Because I need to know that the project that I worked on is held in good standing. Which is as insane as this sounds, I will give it a chance because, hey, fair enough. Like, you want to know where something goes before you agree to anything, which is fair. If you can have a agreement where it goes, okay, so you will step down the moment we present you with a suitable alternative, which we as both parties can agree towards, then you would have a basis for him to agree towards. If you just say it willy-nilly, there's not a chance in hell anyone's going to agree to it.
And to add on to that, you could certainly have in contract protections that would bar them from voting you off of a board of directors, or to give you protection to stay
like golden
on.
Share and all that kind of stuff. I understand all this, but I'm not still going to agree. I'm still not going to agree on something of which I don't understand the full terms of who or what they want. They're going to be essentially like, this is not all like mine, but I did set up the company. I did, like, it is my founding idea of the project and all this kind of stuff. But without the guys, I wouldn't have anything. I'm not fucking naive or anything in regards to all this. But if they are going to come on board and represent not only the project, but the company itself, of which I founded, and whether it's good or bad, have gotten it to the point where we can take a product to Kickstarter, I want to make sure that they all align to the vision of where it needs to go and what it needs to do. And I'm not just going to be like, I'm not going to turn around and be like, oh, we want you to agree to step down and bring on a board of directors. I'm not going to be like, yeah, okay. And then find out that they're going to bring on some random cunt who knows nothing about games.
I 100% agree with you. There certainly needs to be protections in place, but there also has to be a willingness from you as well as the devs to come to the middle and talk about this. And it sounds like you're just kind of sitting there on your side of the table saying, yeah, I'm really waiting for you guys to come to the table and talk, but it doesn't sound like you're approaching this from an open enough standpoint that they feel like you're willing to talk and negotiate about your position of not willing to step down. So if you're willing to say to them, yes, we can talk about that, I'm willing to step down under certain conditions, let's come back to the table and discuss this. I mean, you've got 14 days left in your Kickstarter. You could still
That is
turn this
essentially
around.
what my statement is. While the discussions continue, I urge you to demonstrate a strong sign of faith in the project and just publicly demonstrate your faith in the project. That itself.
If I could say something just as a customer, it is pretty shady from my perspective to put into something with this happening in the background. It would have definitely influenced my decision to back a game if I knew that the dev team was on strike. I don't really have a question there. I just wanted to provide a little feedback. You said that.
Yeah, but to say something to that, I think someone's like hot micing.
Yeah, Soul Sniper. Yeah, that's could you do us a favor, my guy?
Yo, James, can I ask you a question when you're finished?
Yeah, I've literally got like 5 minutes. So thing that I was going to say is it a little bit deceptive or anything in regards to that kind of information being withheld from the community? Yes, but at the same time, no, because the project itself isn't the developers. People come and go at the end of the day, and the wheel just keeps on turning. As cliche as it is, it just so happens that it seems to be a lot of the people on the ship or on the wheel. But either way, it will still continue to keep. Well, it could be most, it could be all. Either way, at the end of the day, it's.
I want to make sure you understand
people
what
still
you
get
just
replaced.
said. The entire dev team that have been working on this for 4 years, that are the passion behind this project, you are saying people come and go and can easily be replaced. You're saying that the entire project and the passion that was driving it can be replaced.
Fake news.
If they want to have these discussions, I've left the door open for the last 10 days for them to approach me with this information.
If you've left the door open, why did you delete the main discussions chat that we were using to discuss?
I didn't. I hit it.
Well, you hit it. We can't. We can't.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Internet. We can't respond. So it doesn't sound very
You've
open
asked me a
to me.
question. You've asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it. I hid that just before the call went live because I was suggested to take the screenshots, but I'm on my laptop and I can't really screenshot that stuff at the moment. So I've hidden it at the moment. And plus, there's also multiple channels that you can reach out onto me. You can set up a fucking DM. You can use all the other channels. Literally, for the past, what is it? 2.5 hours. No. Just give me a second. For the last 2.5 hours, you've not had access to that one channel where the communication was had. But for the past 10 days, you've had access to it. So do not go telling me that you're open to communication right this minute to have that discussion when you've had 10 days. I'm saying
access to that.
No, I'm not. I'm denying you access of being able to delete information and retract certain parts because of certain information that has been said and shared to me whilst these discussions were had when I was in the other channel. So I'm glad I'm kind of covering my ass. And until I screenshot those, that channel will remain hidden for the next hour or so.
Counterpoint to that, Chance.
Screenshotted that stuff anyway, so I wouldn't worry about it.
Okay, well, then we both have it, and then same with the recording.
The counterpoint that I would say to you, Chance, is why should they try to come back to you since you have obviously, to this point, said that you're not willing to step down? I mean, that's one of their major points that they're trying to talk about, whether you step down as the main leader of the project, and creative board of directors. If you're not willing to acquiesce to that or change your position on that, what point is there to try to reach out to you if you're not even willing to reach them on that?
That's what the discussions are for. The discussions left open in regards for them to come to me.
But you cannot have
With who? How many?
already refused.
And until that information has been shared with me, there's no need for further discussion. Like one of the other guys said, who runs a community of like 6,000 people, you want to know that the people that you're bringing on in regards to taking part of the company are actually going to align.
Whose vision of gameplay is it?
So, just to reemphasize,
There was someone who wanted to ask me a question before I went.
It was me. I just want to stick to the part you said you were worried about them kicking you out. Why would you worry about them kicking you out? What did you do wrong earlier to make people not like you and want to kick you out?
Oh, no, it's just a general sentiment in regards to something that you have created. You don't want to feel like with a board of directors, you can be removed. You can be voted out. You can set up a thing called golden share or like a majority vote where either way I kind of cover my ass with it. I still just want to know.
Everybody could feel this way.
There was questions in regards to that, and there was also questions in regards to, okay, do you want to come on as a board of directors without a percentage, or is it just to be able to have a say in the direction of the project, like the company itself? And there was mentioning of they're just not in it for any of the financial side. It was just to have oversight in regards to the company direction and that kind of stuff, which is why I ended up turning around and saying, okay, well, how many people? Who are they? It's why I tried to engage in that, and they didn't have the answer, and they said that they would come back and tell me later. 10 days.
Can I take from this chance?
You got two more questions, and then that's it. I've got to go. I'm sorry. So.
Hudson, go ahead.
No. Someone else beat me to it. They have fair game. They were first.
It's fine. You can go.
So let me get this straight, Chance. What you're saying is that you are indeed willing to step down under the one condition that you have a say in the debate as to who is then brought on, why they're being brought on, what their vision is going forward from here, and that's where the discussion could then take place.
My conditions are, I want to know who they are, how many it is, because this is all a discussion, so I don't have to agree. They could say 7, I could say 4. Like, it's a discussion. It's not just like a demand. We want this or nothing. So I want to know what the number is and who it is. That's what I want to start with. I'm not looking to step down as a board member. I'm still going to remain on the board. I'm just not going to be a sole director. There's going to be multiple directors. And I want to know who it is that I'm going to be working alongside of. And how many of you?
Would you step
and
down
until I get that
for
information,
just like those of us that are already developers?
Wait, can you say that again? Sorry.
Would you be on a board with those of us that are already developers?
Yeah, which is the guys that the discussion would have been having with.
Yeah. So just wanted to clarify that you weren't expecting us to bring someone from outside, because that wasn't necessarily the discussion.
No, I don't think it was going to be someone outside of the company or outside of the project itself. The only person that would be brought on outside of the project to essentially take up a position that's been mentioned is the project lead. And that person would be coming on from an outside perspective who has not worked on our project internally.
All right. Well, I understand that you have to go here, Chance, pretty soon. I will say this. I will not be backing this project until you have come to an agreement with the developers that were currently on the project as to what the leadership structure is going to be moving forward, what the goals of the project are, what your safety position is in terms of keeping you on the project, even with all of this has happened. I think it would be a poor faith argument to have you kicked from the project, so what protections we can get for you. But I want to see some organization between you and the devs, and both of you guys coming to the table and hashing out a decision between you as to organizing yourselves in an actual functional corporate way so that you guys can move forward and avoid this whole problem in the future.
I'm going to ask something, which is going to be my last thing, but you can think about
Everyone.
You, not you, but like pretty much like there is nothing stopping me. I could be very deceitful. It's like be realistic about it. Like I could turn around and be like, yeah, I'm going to have these discussions, all this kind of stuff, and then just like fall through and not actually do it. I could end up having these discussions and they still don't come to fruition. I've left the door or the channel or whatever you want to call it open for the past 10 days and I haven't heard a single thing. Now, ready? This is the weird, tricky question. Instead of coming to me over the past 10 days, they chose to do this. Now,
Can
at
you
what
just
point?
clarify something quickly? Someone asked before if the devs would be paid for their previous work, and you said they were in breach of contract.
He said no already.
Is that implying that they will not be paid for that work?
He said no already.
Well,
Let Chance talk.
Yeah. So, in regards to what I was trying to say before, after their actions of which they've done by taking this publicly and essentially shooting themselves in their own foot in regards to the funding that we will end up being able to generate, it's gone. The last I looked was like 25 grand. So I bring on this board of directors and we're already 25 grand down. I could essentially turn around and be like, hey, well, we lost a bunch of profits due to your poor actions in regards to not communicating the thing to me, which you seem more active in regards to having a conversation now that there's an audience than privately when I asked you, hey, if we're to continue these discussions, just meet me with a good sign of faith. I said you don't have to work on the project, but just interact with the community and attend some playtests. And even that was too hard to be having. Yet
Okay.
I need to be forced into a position where I have to chase and that kind of stuff. Everyone's their own person. If they want to choose to not engage in conversation and then chuck this kind of PR stunt so they can gain attention to get what they want, like, is that really someone that I kind of want to have on a board at that stage? Like,
Considering that they are the people you've been working with, I mean,
your
it's-
your
If it's
door,
your
like,
entire
door-
team, it might be you.
contract around all of
Wait,
Chance. If you were a competent leader, then there'd be no reason for them to leave.
I think there was a
it was-
confusion. Were you paying them up till now?
This is a
No,
witch
definitely
hunt.
no upfront payments. No.
Okay.
Okay.
So for the work
3
they were
years?
for the work that they were functionally able to
transparent.
complete, are they getting paid for any work or function that they had in the company until the point at which they began to, obviously, in your point of view, be faulty employees?
No one's received any income, and no one will continue to receive any income until we actually have some.
And you're
financial
claiming
backing.
they're in breach of contract, so they will never receive a payment. That is what you were saying.
If they continue such actions, they're essentially going to breach their own contract. It's
Yes,
why
so you're-
I have.
so they have no negotiating position because of your
They
contract.
do have a negotiation period.
Well,
They
clearly,
do have
if they're in breach of their
contract.
contract and they cannot receive a payment because of that, they don't really have much fucking room to maneuver in a
I
negotiation
think
with
if
you.
like 10 minutes extra, I'm saying to you right now, very fucking clearly, that they do have the negotiation room because I've said to them very clearly, if they want to continue these discussions, come have them with me.
And we're telling you very
that is part
clearly
of a
that you are
contract.
not operating in a position of good faith to actually meet these people halfway and actually
Otherwise,
solve
they
this
would've
problem.
said something in the
You
tin.
have to be willing to compromise. Fabio,
Yeah,
the main
compromise,
thing.
which is where the compromise is essentially them not doing any development while they show a good sign of faith in the project and just interact. I'm saying,
Why
hey,
would they do
interact.
Perhaps they did not want to blindly support a Kickstarter that they and
Guys,
to
nine
see the
people
community.
talking at once isn't helping anybody. One at a time, please.
Order,
Okay, so am I meant to be giving people ready? I turn around, but okay, yeah. They turn around and they say to me, we want 4 people. I'm like, yeah, I can agree to that. And they're like, well, we want these people. I'm like, nah, I'll agree to 3 of them. I want this person instead. So we ended up coming into an agreement. At what point does work operate again? At what point does the interaction with inside the community operate? Does it turn around and be like, oh, until any of this is in writing or until like we actually have something legitimate, we're not going to be doing anything. So my sign of faith is, hey, interact with the community, and while we continue these discussions, you're not working, you're just talking to people and playing a game that you've made.
To prevent the
This is
community
what-
from
can you
learning
explain
that
why
there
I
is some
this
type
is
of
what a
problem going on in the
strike
background.
This is what a
That is what
strike
you're
is.
saying.
Could
Yeah,
you
no,
elaborate on why some developers were like
One at a time.
the action of the strike?
One at a time.
A strike. Like I said, a strike. You can turn around and all the trains stop. And
Why you
all the trains
people
stop.
on strike?
All the trains stop, and you turn around and say, hey, whilst we continue these discussions, need you to be able to run a small amount of trains to show that it's worth engaging in these conversations, to show that you actually have the faith behind the project. If you cannot give me the bare minimum of just engaging in this community interaction,
The exact
You want me to
same
step
can
down?
be said for you to agree to the yeah, the same can be said, the exact same to you, that you should be willing to come to the table and be willing to accept stepping down as the head leader of this project.
Which
And
is
it
what the
sounds like you
discussions
have
have
not
been open to.
Yeah, and it sounds like you have not clarified to them that you are willing to step down as the head lead on this project, and so they have not felt that you're meeting them halfway. If you want
The
them
halfway.
if you want them to participate and communicate with the group and do play testing and all of that, you have to be willing to meet them halfway in that regards and say, yes,
halfway
I am
is-
willing to accept stepping down as leader of the project so we can discuss and talk about this and get this straight.
The
Right
halfway
now, you haven't
begins
done that.
with them reaching out to me.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
halfway,
Oh my
there is no
God.
conversation.
Okay.
There is
Chad,
no
did-
discussions that need to be had. There's no
Bro, you
discussions
keep
that need to be had
deflecting.
about anything else. I'm
Just
saying
throw the
very
fucking
clearly.
game.
You're deflecting.
I'm-
hard.
Everyone, take your accountability.
I just answered your question.
They've reached out to you. They've
Kickstarter
sent you a letter.
Can we just
is
do one at a
essentially
time?
a strong arming
Out loud.
tactic to force them to
It's
stake their reputation as developers on the success of the game so that they are stuck in a poor negotiating position with you.
Yep.
No, it is. Look, I'm going to break it down real simple for you, and then I'm going to go. 'Cause
You have all the
I've
powers.
been
It's
here
just
to-
an imbalance.
Oh,
You're like
there's
one of
nothing
those-
stopping you grabbing the Kickstarter money and running away, bro.
Let the man
speak. Fuck.
I've literally been here for 23 minutes longer than I should have been. So I'm going to say it very clearly.
Thank you so much, bro. Thank you
Okay,
for that.
Okay. Did they reach out to me? Yes. Did I take their things seriously? Yes. Did I try and engage in conversation? Yes. I even gave them the ability to come to me with a time and place, and they did so. I had the discussions with them. I asked 3 clear questions that I needed to have answered. They were only able to answer 2 of them. I said, okay. The following day, I ended up sending a message saying, if we're to continue these discussions, you can stand down, not do any work, but I just need you guys to continue to just interact with the community. It's not doing work or anything like that. It's not being strong-armed or anything. It is essentially showing that if I find
Did you remove devs from the team for striking?
I remove people for not delivering upon deliverables that were required for Kickstarter.
If they strike. So do you remove people, devs from the team for just striking?
No, they can. That's why I've said in the message that they can continue their stand down. But if people were meant to be delivering things that they have withheld from me at the detriment of the project, they're essentially.
But that's what striking is, right? If you strike, you stop working.
Yeah, well, like I've already said, that at this point now, if they came back on board or I gave them exactly what they wanted, there is no, we've essentially gone down 25 grand and probably some more. So
probably
it is.
I mean,
like,
at
at what
some
point,
point, you, as the leader of this project, at some point you're going to have to start taking ownership and responsibility for the state of the project.
Well, we just took ownership.
Yeah,
We
you
just
can't
pushed
keep
19 devs
deflecting.
out.
No, it's
And
okay.
I just-
it's okay.
I just
The
asked
Kickstarter- there's nothing stopping chance, if we said it straight, from taking all the Kickstarter money and fucking off.
That's
Did
actually
you say is there, or was that a question?
there is
No,
still
no, I'm not
14
saying
days. The campaign cannot be finished
That's what I'm
pre-time,
saying.
so you're
But
fine.
it reached the goal already. It's
Brother, hold on.
No, so
at the
like
end,
someone
at the
said,
end
like
of
the
the
tax stuff.
14 days, is there anything stopping you besides morals and stuff? Anything
Yeah.
legal stopping you from taking
Yeah, of
all the
course
money?
there is. I'm trying to tell
The
you,
devs
like,
are
it-
at fault.
It
Guys,
has
let
to
him
be shown that it's
Blame the
actually
devs.
going to the proper purposes. It's a company account, and it needs to be all accounted for in regards to like tax purposes, all this kind of stuff. So everything needs to be legitimate with all that kind of stuff. So if I wanted to take money and run, I wouldn't even be interacting with this. I'd just be sitting back, just waiting for it to fucking tick over,
Why would you
and
not?
then grabbing it and
You have
disappearing.
14 days to lock in the money. You have nothing now.
Just pay him.
Why?
It sounds like you're
why-
taking the work and running. As a matter of principle, you should pay the devs for the work they're going to do and have done for your project if you're going to use it in your final
The
project.
problem is with what money.
I
Like
love
you're like,
football.
oh, pay the devs,
Contractors
pay the
don't
devs,
get
pay the
paid.
devs. He has maybe by the end of this whole affair, he has maybe what $3,000 of PKR plus maybe 50 to 60,000 after this whole thing.
Oh my
That's
God.
not enough to pay 19 devs.
Bro, dude, you
For
just
another,
stop
for another
wiping-
how
wiping
long?
your
For another
fucking ass.
people have been saying how long?
Yeah,
A year?
people should work for free, please. Great point. Thank you.
If he wants to finish the game, then he's got to bring on other people because the way it is working isn't working.
Yeah,
Brother.
and if the guys who are currently on the project, I'm going to say it, and then I'm going to go. So if you have any other questions, you can leave them in the Discord. If they still want to continue having the negotiations, telling me the names of the people, all this kind of stuff, you're more than welcome to. I very much welcome it. It sucks that you've had to go to this length to try and have this conversation, even though I said that I'm more than welcome to have it. It's why I want to continue having the discussion.
Complex again.
Guys,
Oh no, there's no victim.
let the
I'm
man
literally
finish.
saying.
All right, let the man finish his statement.
You've had 10 days to reach out to me. Over 10 days, I haven't heard a single number or a single name. And it's only today that they try and draw attention to it. If they wanted to have the discussion with me, if they wanted to properly have that discussion with me, mentioning names or numbers or the things that they said to me, and Sculpt said in this call that they would need to have further discussion in regards to who they are, it's been 10 days. You do not try and instigate a suggestion of changes in board leadership without having an idea of who or the structure itself. So if they came to me without having that information, sorry?
I have a question.
Why do they all not like you?
Sounds like the dev wants to push him out.
I'm not in this to make friends. I'm in this as a business, and I'm running it as a business. If I'm not getting
Structured like a business. It's not structured like a business.
True, I mean,
My man. Wow.
If you were running
Yes,
it like a
everyone has
business, then you
zero
wouldn't
pay
be
contracts.
not paying
you
your
guys are just
devs
haters.
and giving them trash contracts.
Where does
They
Chad
can't
Jones-
be fair.
Looking at
Bro, these dudes are
looking at the
just
devs' request, this is kind of a
devs
hostile
broke their
takeover in many
contract.
ways by the devs.
If
This is
if
not
they
a good
wanted to have these,
situation.
if they wanted to have these
Gents.
discussions with me, they could have brought them to me earlier. Instead, they waited till the last minute just before Kickstarter.
Yeah,
But either way, I've
They told
engaged.
us they did.
Either way, they brought it to me 5 hours before the Kickstarter. Now I'm only going to say it one more time because I've somehow sat here again for a lot longer.
Like, if
If they want to have the discussions, they still can. But until then, don't go crying over spilt milk or anything when you're the one who knocked it over. Come to me.
My guy.
That's the wrong answer.
No, he's right.
Yeah,
These are
He's backing the game anymore. Holy shit.
That is 4 fucking years of
Yeah,
spilt milk.
Wrong fucking answer. I'm sorry.
You can come to me. You can come to me if you want to have those discussions.
Yeah, you're not willing to approach the discussion if you think this is all over
I-
spilt milk. Come on.
Don't let them push you around,
Chance.
If
10 days
don't
ago,
keep your
10
victim
days
mindset
ago,
forever.
No wondering mages are stirring shit.
10 days ago, you were given an opportunity, and it didn't have to be instant, but it's taken 10 days. And instead of coming to me and with the number or the name of the people, it's gone public in an attempt to try and
Well,
say,
you did
strong
launch
arm
the
or something.
Kickstarter, right?
God,
Yeah,
So technically,
Yeah,
you brought it
devs-
public.
devs not
I
listening.
launched
You brought it
Kickstarter.
public, bro.
Yeah, but the Kickstarter
Devs
also
just
went
want
against
to
their
start
wishes.
the
So
top,
why?
bro.
If you started the
Guys, come on. What the hell?
Look,
One
at the
at a
end of
time,
the day,
let's keep it
at the
civil.
end of the day, do they have the ability to approach me over the past 10 days with the information that I requested in regards to who and how many? Have they over the
There's
past
got to
10
be a
days?
reason that they haven't done it.
Why
That's
haven't
not up for me
they,
to
They want
answer.
money
If
from
that's
That's
even
not up for
true.
me to
but
answer.
If that's even
contract
true.
they don't get paid.
May I?
Relax.
First, like,
So
there's, yeah, for
One
me it's
question.
very simple. Like with
Yeah.
the Kickstarter, it's like you already pushed out the Kickstarter, but the devs didn't want that, and now you're expecting the devs to do something. Suddenly, while you already did something against their wishes, doesn't really show that you were willing to do taking any accountability or whatever.
We already knew that we were going to go live. It's why we ended up
For
having this
sure, it
development
shows
of-
that the developer didn't want that. So there is or massive miscommunication, or you're refusing to read certain aspects from pretty much 90 people.
the development had paused because the changeover to 5.3 was going to start beginning because we had enough of the content to go to Kickstarter. So the Kickstarter ended up going live. With or without these discussions, they were going to be had. And these discussions could have been continued over the past 10 days and probably could have even been worked out or even fucking finalized for all I know. So I'm not saying that anyone is at fault. Like maybe I could have handled it a bit better. I could have been like, hey, dude, it's been fucking 5 days. It's been 7 days. But instead, I sat there and waited for them to come to me in regards to the matters that they wanted to address. And I haven't heard anything.
Chance, your
I
project is
shouldn't-
dead. This is the biggest entertainment of the year. Your project is dead.
I appreciate your take on all this. I appreciate you talking with us on all this. I would hate to keep you from whatever else you have to get going to. So if you wanted to bow out here, this would be your opportunity. Otherwise, you're just going to get caught up in more talk and everything else like that. So
Yeah, thanks for giving us your time, man.
thank you for talking.
Appreciate
with
you
us.
being here.
You didn't have to.
Oh, yeah.
You did.
You had our
Thank you.
support.
We appreciate you for that.
We have your
Very late.
support.
Like I said, it's at the end of the day, whether people have fallen out of faith with the project or maybe still have some, like, thank you. Either way, at the end of the day, the project will end up still going ahead, whether the funding goes through or not, or whether it's with the current team or not. So,
We'll see.
Man.
Thank you for your time, Chance.
if you want
Have a good one, man.
Have a good day, man.
We still back you, man. We support you.
No,
I won't.
I did.
The project. The project. The project.
Listen,
Don't take the back.
Bro,
in the public channel.
I think a lot of you guys are getting gaslit into believing a power grab. I don't know what to tell
yeah,
you.
the devs,
I'm
bro.
not backing this shit show.
Wait, who said that?
Yo, the dick
Yeah,
riding's
no, I'll
crazy.
say it again. I think a lot of you
Yeah.
guys are getting gaslit into believing
You
one
guys
side
are
story over the other.
Take out your retainer.
Guys,
Your eyes.
Okay,
Hold on.
Let's stop the fucking infighting. Let's.
We need to get the emergency
From-
services
from
in here to
the
clean up this
very
gas leak. We've got an extremely
dude's
dangerous
right.
gas leak situation in this
Got
chat.
an extreme
All right.
gas leak going on, boys.
From the very get-go,
Yeah,
I
you
have
read
always
it.
maintained the stance of what if you decide to back this project or not, that is entirely your decision. There is still a project here.
Maintain my nuts on
Your
your
mother.
Listen, every
Backing it-
off-topic question, his voice got shaky. He tried to deflect it, dodge it, whatever. It was very.
Yeah, look how many people are in here. Look how many people are in here. Man,
It is
no one
very
cares.
telling. It's very telling when 19 people who worked on the game for years all have the same.
More than 19.
We're just gonna be nervous.
Why
Why
did
Listen.
Why did you let him leave?
One at a time, folks. It's
Why
not
did you
that
let him
hard.
out to leave?
One at a time. Everyone.
Listen. Do you think it is the 19 people's fault, or maybe
No.
one person that refuses?
The 19.
One person that refuses to listen and conform and compromise with this team is, apart from this being, so stuck in his ways that he won't listen.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
Two things.
Reaching out to compromise.
Two quick things.
One of you needs to take your mic away from your face because you're.
Wait, take out the retainer.
Check it out from your throat.
Where's the kiss ass?
All right. I
Two
think
quick statements, please. I think it takes a leader in order to manage his men.
Let him talk.
And I don't think that's the kind of leadership that we've seen. And one more aspect is it amazes me that in this situation there's other important things to tend to other than this.
He's got to take his screenshots, man.
so. From
You
this
can't do that with
from
the
this
chat,
point in
right?
time, we do have. If Sculptor, if you do not want to talk, that is entirely up to you. But as a dev on this project, or as someone who has been working on this project, I don't know if you're still with it or not. Would you like to talk and share your position on this particular subject?
Also,
They did like
did
2 hours ago.
Here's a question: did anyone record that at all? Because that would be helpful.
Yeah, I got all of it.
I'm certain that many people have been recording. I know that there was a stream happening since the AMA began at one point.
All I want to know is, I'm trying to make Chance my little femboy. I'm trying to figure out how that happens.
Oh, that's easy, baby. Okay, he needs money.
So just to have this said,
parties being able to.
He needs money for that diamond grill.
Okay,
Let's one, and then the dev parties can appoint 2.
Are you in a bedroom?
Yeah, your mic.
Is that new role?
That's amazing, my friend.
Are you in the toilet taking a shit?
Yeah, I'm taking a bath.
He's money for the Cartier watch.
Oh shit! Wait, he's taking a bathroom. That is, I can't.
My iPhone speaker. If only I could stream my camera, you could see me shirtless and eating my pork chop.
Anyways,
sexual innuendo.
He needs money for that new Bugatti.
I'm trying to find my headphones, but
so
I'm phoning Chance.
Come on, man.
How about we don't?
I think
Can
it's
I
fucked
say
up.
that we
I
not
think
have
that's
a
fucked up that you
That's
guys
sick.
were so against Chance. You're gonna take shots at a random female.
I was
Like,
about to say, there's
it's a little
no
fucked
reason.
up.
Yeah, that is
No
pretty
reason
fucked
you
up.
should be bringing Swift in like that. That's despicable.
If that's
Don't-
the kind
don't
of
do
people
that.
who are backing the devs, yeah, I think the devs are a little shady then. I don't know what else to say.
Okay, that is
come on,
the terrible.
man.
No, hear me out.
Hear him out.
Are you serious?
Just hear me out.
Let the man talk.
Just hear me out on this.
That's an
You're all gay. You're all gay. That's
okay,
all.
Donald.
They're all gay.
The boys aren't gay. The boys are not gay.
He's got a point.
This is a scammer.
It's funny coming from a guy of 69 in his name.
The boys aren't gay, bro.
Damn.
I think it's good to look at like the demands
Very gay.
for the devs, because I think a lot of this is really significant, and I can see why Chance isn't stepping down because of this. This would essentially be demoting him to an employee at his own company and giving him what would.
I appreciate everyone's conversation here. It was good to hear it all.
Back to what I was saying.
He
So it's essentially giving him
he can still set up
a
the director.
minority position on the board. Giving him a minority position on the board, making him a basic employee. These are things that you could look at as a power grab. These are things that, you know, maybe there's a way to negotiate this, and maybe there's a way to see it through. But
here's
it's,
a question.
And if
Here's
that-
a question.
if that-
Was it stated by those developers that they wanted him to have a minority position? Because as
If
far as
there's
I recall,
four-
CEO is
They
still
offered him a position
a
on the
role.
board.
so if he's on the
which
board,
would
if he's,
be still the chief.
That is a power
Yeah, he
position.
is.
so if he's on the board,
That means he
and
would
it's
still
a-
be in the position of power, but it would allow them some say. Is what I'm sounding like, unless I may be wrong. Maybe they did state they
I don't
wanted
think he wants
to have
them
a
to have any
minority
say.
position.
He
Which, if
pushed
that
out the
is true,
Kickstarter
then
to try and
yes, I
force
would
their
agree.
hand
They didn't release
into
that
following
information.
line.
Okay, I'm confused. What's happening? Okay.
Oh, shut up. Nobody needs that.
All right.
Go read a
It's
book.
called
You're
a
kind of like,
arbitration
go
agreement. Certain
Chances-
parties can be guaranteed the right to assert or to appoint certain board members.
When he kept pushing back the likes in the Discord, I think that was pretty shady as well beforehand, right? So he has a track record of this shady shit.
Oh yeah, it's a huge track record. A lot of you people don't realize this guy broke an NDA with OWI, the devs for fucking Squad, got in the legal battle with them. As soon as I heard that about him, he said it himself. The dude's fucking shady as shit. Like,
If I would have known this beforehand, I would have never backed this
Somebody
project.
explain the host spot thing.
Immediate
So-
regret.
So
Okay.
Chance is the mod developer who led the
Coming
Aussie
back to the
faction.
soundboard.
And
Yeah.
so basically, Chance created Lashkar Valley for Squad, created all these assets, and then I don't know the details for the NDA, but he broke an NDA. OWI fired him, and he sued OWI for it. And it's just, as soon as I heard about all this and just all the small details, you can realize it's just, I just feel like this project, just a lead for that, this project
Yeah, I
is
gotta admit,
amazing.
that's pretty bad.
But for a lead, that's something terrible. Having a lead do shit like this, like it's
That's
such
why
a
he lives
bad
with his
stain.
parents.
So
Right,
he's the one who made it go public.
That's ad hominem. That's not neither here nor there where he lives. Doesn't matter.
Hey man, what's wrong with living with your parents? Rent is fucking
doesn't-
expensive.
there's
Okay?
nothing
He
wrong
doesn't
with that.
live
That
with his
shouldn't-
parents.
that
He lives in
shouldn't
my
be-
bed of my
that
femboy.
shouldn't even be brought into this discussion, is what I'm saying. It's
I'm
neither
very
here nor there.
curious. Yeah, it's just
No,
very
you're right.
curious.
You're right. I'm just saying.
But is he the one who made it go public with the funding, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the one who launched the Kickstarter with
All right,
all of this
Sole
happening.
person that was behind, the Kickstarter being.
Well, first of all, he didn't have the Kickstarter, the backing for the like releasing the Kickstarter. So one way or another. But I'm more curious too, because I see Nano and Drewski in here. Like, what are you guys gonna do with this information? Because for sure, you guys have
Take over.
Don't call him.
I'm gonna buy the 7 remaining platoon pledges.
Oh, you gotta buy the most
That's a real
No, I actually want you to see that. I want you to right now. I want you to buy all 7 copies. Come on, let's go.
But Drewski also wanted to say something because
take
I'm
that
very
money and buy a Ferrari that says Burning Lands on the hood.
No, I'm here to observe. I mean, I asked a question earlier, but I'm just here to observe. I know about as much as you guys do about this project, and I'm just
Oh my god, I love your videos.
You do realize you have a lot of influence in also this game because you are the extended reach. And are you gonna make other people that have pledged aware of at least of this in a video, or are you gonna just let this lay low and just keep it internal in?
I don't know what my place would be in
oh my god, it's Drewski.
giving my opinion on.
Well, you always came.
Shut up, man.
Just let people speak.
Let people speak.
No, they're not interrupting too much. They're fine. Yeah,
I love you,
I don't know.
Drewski.
I think there's obviously a very mixed bag of opinions here, and I don't think I'm educated enough to really give a good hey, this is what you should do on a video of mine, and say that I have a good structure base of knowledge to give you an opinion because I barely know anybody here. I'm just another one of you guys listening to this conversation. That's all.
You're not another
very fair.
But you're operator Drewski, bro. You're the man.
I think that's more.
Accept my friend request.
Big Fry's tree rather than Operator Drewski.
I will.
Yeah, Big Fry's better. Big Fry's gonna be better at that stuff than I am.
I want to hear from a
At least
dev.
thanks for answering, bro. At least thanks for answering.
I was about to say Whoopi. Yeah,
what do you guys?
We have a need.
What's going on, guys?
All right, we're looking for a dev's take on what all is happening, what the devs have done, timetables of stuff, and that kind of stuff. A lot of people haven't heard the dev side of the story.
Yep.
They've only heard Chance's side of the story. So if you could shed some light for everyone as to what the devs have been doing, a general timeline, if you're able to give that as to when these conversations were started, whether it was 5 hours before the Kickstarter launch or well before that, I think shedding some light on that would be helpful.
I think the big question we'd like to know is why was there no communication for 10 days?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, so a lot to start this whole entire thing off with is none of the devs knew exactly when the Kickstarter was going to go live until the day that it happened, when we all received a message, hey, Kickstarter is going out today, hell or high water, which made us all kind of respond back to it and saying, well, hey, you didn't communicate that to us, and we're all very much unhappy with what's going on right now in the project internally. Now, we said, that's fine. If you want to have the Kickstarter go live, that's plenty fine, but there needs to be a resolution before the end of it.
Right.
And we simply were bringing up things where there was just a lot of unprofessional things that were happening, and we wanted to bring the capacity of the whole entire project in the studio up to a professional level. And that's why we kept the strike silent at first, and we said, listen, we get it. The first response we got back from him was a lot of, yes, I agree with this. Yes, I agree with this. And then there was a lot of things where, yes, I do agree with what you guys are saying, but that's not going to happen. And it was on some major key points of transparency and business relationship that we felt.
They're recording us.
Know how to? Yeah, it's entirely fine. People can record us all they want. It's the facts. We have
some kinky people.
Yeah, it is what it is. I totally lost my train of thought.
You were talking shit about Chance. Take your time.
Well, no, I wasn't trying to talk any sort of smack about it. We're trying to say of the initial response, we were very unhappy with it. And, he invited us to an AMA, and we said, we're not going to talk to you until you actually, verbally agree on our points. So when he made 2 attempts to contact us, we just both times pointed back to the initial message and said, listen, you said, these are all reasonable points. We're not trying to take ownership away from you. We're just trying to take the time to say, hey, there's no real successful companies out there that have one sole director in charge of everything. They have a board of directors to be successful when it comes to the video game world. So we said, in our eyes, if we want to be, among, Blizzard and Activision from like indie to AAA, that's the best way it could have gone.
Right.
That's kind of how we were wanting to handle everything. And then there's just a lot of professional things that were happening behind the scenes that shouldn't have just been happening, with people being, verbally abused and, spectral imagery being posed. And then,
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Completely different.
Clarify. Yeah, I think a lot of people missed that.
Unprofessional. Sexual imagery by chance, or just hearsay?
Yeah, could you elaborate on
That's
that?
yeah. Well, there was explicit images that were being posted. It was.
weather involved?
Let him talk. Let him talk.
I'm not gonna go any in depth on what any of that. So. I'm not going to respond to anything like that, guys.
Inappropriate
But
work environment.
Yeah,
Basically.
just continue on, man.
Could I please
Anyways,
start? I'm here with an open mind. I don't like the picture that's been painted. I was keen to support this game until a couple of hours ago. Chance has, said numerous times in the last couple of hours in 2 different forums that for 10 days you never reached out and responded in the appropriate channel to him. Why?
Yeah, so we reached out to him in the developer channels, and then we followed up. We eventually did get in a 2-hour phone call where we appointed just one developer on our side to talk with him, and I was the facilitator back and forth. We have it recorded. I will ask for his permission if we can publish that, because I think ultimately it's. Yes, everything needs to be ran as a business and all the emotions should be set aside. So when that's being said, all developers, we're, all emotionally attached to the project, and we're also really attached because of the fact of hey, who wouldn't want to have their name attached to an amazing, project and have an official game released under their belt. That's just awesome for a resume point of view. For me personally, funds, it doesn't really matter a whole lot. Yes, it would help me pay off my student loans and things like that. But other than that, I already work a full-time job, with 3D printers in a medical system, and it's beautiful and fantastic. And I love that. I would, to continue on from that though. Yeah.
And I don't disagree with you, but I don't understand the 10-day point.
Yeah, the 10-day pause was a little bit...
Why haven't the devs reached out in those 10 days? He's saying he agreed to 2 or 3 of your requests, which is great.
We were
and he said he wants more info on the 3rd. So why haven't you come back with more info?
We were waiting for some financial transparency stuff that he agreed to give us as well. So I think maybe there was a bit of a miscommunication because nothing was put in that chat after the voice call about what we were waiting on. So maybe that's our bad as well. But more to the point of that, nothing. Well, sorry, we were waiting for him to give us something, and he was waiting for something from us. So I think there was probably a communication breakdown at that point. We were getting annoyed at him. He was probably annoyed at us. So.
May I ask one question? I just want to ask one question. What kind of financials were you trying to get from him? About what?
The pre-Kickstarter funds, where they went, what it was being spent on.
Mm-hmm. So proof was actually being spent properly
on development or towards the game.
That's a very fair request, I think.
That's understandable because it went to his personal PayPal.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I would like to say another thing just to kind of highlight over the 10-day that 10-day period that was mentioned many times. Another thing that kind of drove our hand to go public is that as mentioned earlier, there was a message sent out essentially saying you can continue your strike, but have good faith in the project by interacting with the public and doing things of that nature, right? And so to most, that would be interpreted as, okay, we can continue not to do work. However, only a few days after, if I'm remembering things correctly, certain developers began receiving letters saying if they do not begin providing materials by X deadline, then they could face termination, which a few developers actually did. And that was another factor that kind of forced us, because if he ended up basically just removing developers. We didn't know the extent of which that would continue to happen, so we thought it would as well be necessary to get this out.
Yeah, so we didn't really feel like secure in our positions to continue striking without making it public.
Without making it public, yeah.
Did you guys air your grievances to Chance before the Kickstarter date thing happened? Like,
So,
did he know that you guys were
as he
unhappy?
said, 5 hours before, but we'd only been discussing it in a separate Discord thing for like 3 days or something before he announced he was going to go to Kickstarter. So we were already trying to get our message to him across. It only just happened that we had to do it before Kickstarter to try and stop this whole mess.
Yeah, it's just a little contradicting because he states that y'all were very much on board, hell or high water.
Right.
He was
So-
deflecting way heavily.
So he
Another thing.
He said he was going ahead.
The leads, the leads had numerous meetings trying to address this beforehand. I am not one of the leads, but Kuniko, Arknoid, and several other ones mentioned this to us and stated that, hey, this is what we have going on. We really need to work on this, and there was no real action being taken. And after a most recent incident that happened internally that I can't speak on, that's why the strike kind of really was pushed over.
Have you guys contacted
So the
Fair Work
the
Australia?
Kickstarter went to his own.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. I need to ask you about the strike. I need to ask you about the strike real quick because what things Chance have said can lead himself into some fucking legal trouble if you guys have approached this strike with the proper fucking protocol. Have you guys approached Fair Work Australia for the strike? Have you authorized a legal protected industrial action?
Protected industrial action is the term.
We did not, we did not go forth with that. We thought we could handle it within our own terms, and that was a shame on us because we know there's supposed to be a 3-day waiting period before a strike actually starts. We thought we could be reasonable with everything, and we should have gone down that route and had mitigation and arbitration to have somebody mediate between us and Chance. But being the fact that we have not been paid, the only reason I'm saying that is that is a stipulation with the Fair Acts. Is there has to be payment involved within it or terms, and half the team doesn't have anything in their contracts related to that, so it wouldn't be up for grabs within that. So that's another issue is half the team, because they don't actually have any payment terms, that half the team technically still owns their IP to the assets, and until other people have received payment, they still own their assets as well.
Is it true that the contracts were written by ChatGPT?
I don't know that for sure. That is entirely, you would have to ask Chance.
They don't seem entirely legal.
From the have you guys talked with the protections in Australia to at least initiate strike procedure for those who do have payment in your contracts to move forward, so you have some protections moving forward?
Yes, those that are in Australia have.
Okay.
Okay, that's good then.
I got a question. Have you had the contracts checked?
I have, yes. My contract was considered void. I am not going to do anything drastic because I have a lot of respect for Chance. So if he wants to make things right, he already knows that all of us, the half that has broken contracts, he can still fix it.
So, a question around the contracts, just in given Australian law, are you noted as an employee of the development company or a contractor?
Contractor, consultant.
So,
is there a stated payment agreement?
You get nothing.
Is that,
you have no
is
rights
that for
you get
just
nothing
anyone
at all as
outside
a
of
contractor.
Australia?
Correct.
Well, so anyone outside Australia is just a contractor, and anyone inside is an employee, or are they all also just contractors?
All consultants, all consultant agreements.
Will you guys let him get away with using your assets that you've made without actually getting paid at all?
Nope, that will not fly.
Yeah, I don't.
And was there any actual payment agreement? Like, was there any statement that you would be paid this amount for this amount of work?
Something
Nope.
like for me personally, it says.
So it's just the end of the contract.
Everyone, let them speak.
Yeah, so my contract says 3% of the revenue for up to 2 years of revenue from profits, whatever, for up to 2 years after the project is released. That's all it says. It doesn't specify.
Does it say contingent to
what
being
releases,
employed at
and
the finish of the project?
It says a lot of shit about. Yeah, it's hard
That's
to.
so vague.
I'd say
so
I don't
vague.
know. It's vague. It's vague.
And what I'm trying to ask and understand, and hope maybe it might give you a hint, is if you are terminated as part of this process over the next week or whatever it is, do you actually have any legal recourse to ask for any profit share if the game succeeds?
Not at this stage.
I think you probably need to go. Every one of you need to get some sort of legal advice on that matter. It's stated that you're advisors or contractors, which you have less rights now. And I don't know how that works with Fair Work in regards to industrial action either as a contractor.
Yeah.
I don't think you have as
You
much
have
as
nothing.
a strong
You
position.
can either accept the contract or you don't accept the contract.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I think right now, regarding the strike stuff, I think it's just like seek legal counsel and figure out whether or not that can even happen and what steps any of the employees can do. Not really contractors.
Look, if I was in your shoes, I'd still be trying to make some sort of contact through the official channel at this point.
At
I think the more time you leave it and actually don't reach out, you might put yourself in a worse position.
Yeah, definitely.
I have a question for the developers. I don't know if they're able to say this, but like with me, there's 40, 50, or 60. I don't know the number, obviously, but people who like did the pre-Kickstarter backing, and I feel like it was constantly evaded or just constantly ignored. Do you guys have any idea? Like, obviously, this happened like 2-3 months ago. Was there any internal communication that you're allowed to talk about? Like, where that money went? Did it go to the game, or did Chance buy some new shoes? Like, I mean, I'm just
They have no
genuinely
idea. That's why
curious.
they're asking.
Yeah, what happened to the $3,000?
It was
I have a
discussed
question.
lightly during the AMA session. The funds, it was said that it was spent primarily on marketing for the Kickstarter and Facebook. However, we have not been provided with any sort of invoice or actual proof of financial
Actual
transaction.
What about the PKS?
Well,
What
that's,
happened
that's
to
what we're
that?
talking about right now.
That is
Oh,
the
okay,
PKS.
okay.
That is the one.
So what needs to happen? What needs to happen right now is I think there needs to be some kind of audit performed on Chance where he proves that he spent the money where he said he spent it and not for his own personal gain.
Well, to me, I get money from a lot of different companies from all over the world, and sometimes I contract people. I couldn't imagine getting thousands of dollars to my own personal account and then having to explain to people that like certain money is mine. Oh no, that was already on my PayPal account, and then that money wasn't mine. Like it just seems so confusing to have a personal PayPal account and get like business money coming in.
And that's
especially
poorly
taxes
configured and set up. Then I mean that's
it's
poor business. Yeah, poor business
practice.
I know what
Can
Chance
I
spent
ask-
the money
can I-
on. Spend it on
Can I ask
Catboy
one of
dresses.
the PKS people when the payment was collected?
What's that?
When was it collected?
Like just the second I sent it.
What date?
Oh, let me open my PayPal.
Yeah, I'm just curious. Like how long ago this was?
So
this was 2 months ago or so.
Just a quick question.
Oh.
So you're saying the pre-Kickstarter was sent directly to his personal PayPal,
Right, but I feel like
which is different than what excuse me.
If there's
Go ahead.
someone in this channel who is like a chance, like an alternative chance, I just feel like the issue is I can't prove this because I don't have access to the announcement channel on this Discord the way that like a moderator might have. But this one message, which it stated exactly, you're gonna send money to this PayPal address, which was his personal address,
That's
and then
not
if you look into and you're gonna use the friends and family option, not the.
Damn.
Thank you.
Okay, can you just calm down?
And not the.
Well,
not
we
the-
did We did ask him, and he did confirm that specifically the PayPal was his personal PayPal, and it was the friends and family option that he collected money through.
And this happened on August 23rd. I sent him 102 Australian dollars and 10 cents.
Wow.
Okay, so friends and family option means it's a gift. Just so you know.
PayPal does not help you with getting it back in case there's an issue.
Exactly, which means that if there's you can't
get it back.
No,
can't get it back.
No,
Which is
if
really
it's sent
shady.
as friends and family, then you're fucked.
Which is really shady that he's making people send it that way because he knows that if shit goes sideways, that he could keep it. Like they can't just say,
you might. If just as a heads up. Just as a heads up, if Swift does have access towards the audit log for the official Discord, she is able to find and track that message, as it will show up in the audit log as a removed message by Chancebra on XYZ date. So if that message is removed shortly, then there you go.
Was Sculptor about to say something?
Yeah, I was just going to say that like a bunch of us didn't think it was a good idea to take money for the pre-Kickstarter stuff in the first place. So that's sort of like when it started becoming really uncomfortable was probably around that.
So you
that should have been voluntary. Like, hey, can you guys give us your time?
Yeah,
we'll call you at any time of the day, and you need to be available. Type stuff. Not, hey, give me 100 Australian US dollars or whatever. You know,
it was 65 US dollars or 100 Australian.
Can this project move forward without Chance?
Oh, absolutely.
No.
It won't happen. He won't give it up.
He's gonna go down with his ship now.
Do the striking devs know the other devs that he's bringing them on, or are they? Or you have like no idea about that?
He is currently outsourcing from Quiet.
To be honest, yeah, we haven't talked about any of that.
That's one of the primary issues that we've had is just lack of general communication. The fact that he was mentioning bringing on external developers in the date. That was actually news to me, and I learned that for the first time during the AMA, just to highlight the lack of communication. So
What?
Yeah.
What the hell?
So, do you think he's going to bring on devs to replace everybody?
If this project was
He'll
even
try.
to move forward, if you guys could overcome the hurdles you have got now, would you guys even be comfortable continuing to work on this project, since you're probably going full time with Chance as at least a colleague?
Probably not. I feel like there's a bunch of people that would be willing, but I still feel like there would still be certain people that would
Are you
leave.
coming back over? Or you just...
I would not work on Burning Lands without an upfront payment.
Yeah.
Or a legal contract where it's legally binded.
I don't even care about that. A lot of that stuff's not even enforced anymore. I'd want upfront payment.
Yeah, but payment aside, payment fully aside, and legal stuff aside, you'd still have to work.
With
after this entire awkward situation becoming public and all that, obviously it's gonna drag along for a long time, and you'd have to work with all the people that are still there, right?
Yeah, it's
right.
Definitely a good point.
It's a
to
shame
raise.
that this project's pretty much dead at this point. It seems like.
Well, it's just the reputation that's dead.
Hey,
the reputation is.
Yeah.
What were you about? What were you just about?
Pull the
ready to say?
unity. Let's go.
Yeah, I basically was stating that if it was within a professional capacity to work alongside of Chance, not below him, but alongside of him, I think it would be entirely manageable. I think he has enough professionalism within himself to do that because this project is his child and the company is his child. If he would, meet to the terms that we have, where it's just it's I think a majority of the dev team they would if he did step alongside of us.
Just from listening to him earlier, he'll never do that. He's got way too much of a.
His response an hour ago on the official Discord is pretty telling.
Yeah.
Sorry
He'll
for my
never step
voice.
down. He'll take this to the grave on a USB drive file.
He does cooperate with you guys on the same level. Most of this news and stuff is already out, so it's like it's not even got like a 30% chance of being as good as it would have been prior to this controversy.
Yeah,
So
the
it's a- it
passion
is
for
a
the
bit-
project
work
is
together
Yeah,
now
the passion
anyway.
is gone
It's
now.
such a toxic environment to work
The
together.
money's
Like,
disappearing off of Kickstarter pretty quick.
The most important thing
Good.
about this Kickstarter pledging is that the goal is $49,000. Right now it's at $74,000. Let's say once it finishes in 14 days and it's still above 49,000, does he automatically just get spent $49,000?
People
No,
do get
he-
charged.
From the
There
question
is
that I asked
a-
him earlier, he did say that he has a specific business account that is set up to receive the Kickstarter money, that there are
Yep.
other people who have confirming permissions to view said account so they can see all the transactions, where the money is going, that kind of stuff, but do not have permissions to withdraw or deposit money into the account.
It's still very concerning.
He can,
Yeah,
he can just
absolutely.
he can just pay himself as like CEO and then just take that money.
Or call it or call it like a bonus or something.
Is that a fact or an assumption?
So
That's
from
free to go.
my understanding is that
So it's an assumption.
we technically have a fully released product on Steam that would qualify for a completion on Kickstarter, where those funds would be deposited into his account and they would be there by December. Now, if he plays that role, that's entirely up to him. I don't think he will. I think he'll want to keep developing this because I think he can see the future of this game. Now, I don't know what he's thinking. That's what I'll say.
What are the odds we got baited?
I got no idea.
So
I honestly, they put so much work into all this. I don't know. I think this is just a cock up from.
I don't think.
I don't think that.
Yeah,
I don't think this was like a scam from the get go. I think this is just.
Oh,
I don't-
no.
I don't
Oh,
think
yeah.
they're gonna-
No.
I mean, he
Being
wouldn't have
genuine.
went 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, this-
for a scam.
It was a
But,
scam for the $3,000 from the PKS all this time.
Yeah, I
guys.
mean, just because it's not a scam.
yeah, it's not a scam.
He got
As
a
I
new
had-
4090 out of it. You guys are laughing about it, but if that's a nice 4090, I can get one of those.
I did say from the beginning that I don't think anyone should attribute to malice
I've
that
got a
which can be
7900
adequately
XTX
explained
Red
by
Devil.
stupidity.
Exactly.
I think this is just a case of, shit has hit the fan. He's gone in a direction the devs aren't happy with, and now the dev team is on strike. I think he's trying to do the best he can with the situation he has, and he may not realize how big of a project it will be to try to launch this game with currently $74,000 worth of Kickstarter backing. I don't think the game would be able to make it, even with the extra dev team that they bring on into early access to where he could get more money from people buying the game. So I don't think this was a scam in the sense of he's trying to scam everyone out of the money. I think this is he's in over his head and trying to do the best that he can with what he has.
Yeah, unfortunately, unfortunately, I think it's a matter of incompetence. He just doesn't understand how to manage a project of this magnitude.
Agreed.
I think it's just it's personality too. Like he even from the interaction we had with him on this Discord does not seem like someone that you can approach and talk to and have issues with something that you can have an honest one-on-one discussion. He seems very standoffish, very deflective, won't admit responsibility or fuck ups. Like, oh, it's my fuck up.
Canvas.
It's just.
Something like that.
And I'm sure the devs listening are probably agreeing in silence, which is fine. I mean, but it's just. If I'm going to spend my money and invest my time, because I have a Hell Let Loose community that's pretty successful in my eyes.
Dying.
And we were, hold on. Glows is not dying, or you're saying Hell Let Loose is dying?
Hell Let Loose.
Okay.
They're fucking pink.
So Burning Lands was something that we were looking at as like a new avenue to go towards.
ESPT as well.
But after seeing all this go down in the way that he's responding to people and just deflecting and not giving straight answers and putting the blame on other people, not saying, hey, I could have done better here. Hey, I could have gone the extra mile and ensured that this was going to be resolved without all this drama. It seems like he was so proud and cocky and full of himself that he would allow this to happen before he would admit that he was wrong.
He's never gonna admit he's wrong.
I mean, honestly,
victim.
what I would like to see from the developers at the very least, as well as I'd like to see it from Chance, is a little bit of transparency as to the discussions of how they're planning on working this out. I'm not saying either side, you know, I'm not blaming the developers. I'm kind of not blaming Chance, but I kind of am. But I'm sorry, I'm biased. But the developers, I think the path forward for you guys is to call Chance on his bluff, reach out to him and say, these are our conditions. This is what we would like to see moving forward to end this strike. And call him on the carpet. Tell him these are who we would like to, you know, to see as a board of directors. These are the caveats or the concessions we're willing to make towards you to keep you on the board and not vote you off and make sure everyone has a fair shake and continue this project forward. And really just kind of put the ball in his court and say, okay, you've wanted us to reach out and talk to you. Here it is. Time's ticking for the Kickstarter. We can turn this around, but you need to kind of come to the table too. Because I think that's where all of this kind of boils down to is both of you, Devs and Chance, need to sit back down at the table and start hashing this out and talking this out. Otherwise, it's not. Yeah, and
need to sit down and kiss.
Yeah.
And at this point, absolutely. I mean, they have to kind of listen to the devs now. Like with how badly everything's going. Like if he doesn't listen, it's screwed, I think.
Yeah, if he listens to the devs and
his
sits down,
profit, your payment is tied into his success, and his success is tied into your assets. There's no fucking one person has power over the other. Have you not signed a contract? Did you read the contract? Like, if the contract's stating that you're going to get possible profits, why are you now asking for payment? If that was not signed into your contract, why would you sign that contract fully knowing you're not going to get paid until it's finished?
Yeah, why would you
That's
ask
what I
for a
wanna
board
know.
of directors when you sign a contract?
So when we did sign our contracts, those that did have the payment terms, they're like, okay, cool. We're going to get paid once the game is on Steam and is in that released phase, which is, you know, when it was written into the contract, it's very vaguely written and very uncommittal. When I signed my contract, we verbally said, when are we going to talk about payment terms and have it in writing? He's like, oh, we'll have it shortly. The only thing I ever received was a Discord message saying, would you like to make X an hour? I'm like, yes. And then I'm like, I'm also expecting this in a contract. The contract never came. There are half of the developers on the team that have never received any sort of physical contract stating that. That's why another reason within our terms of this strike is we would like contracts. If Chance was serious enough in this matter, he would have said, okay, cool. Yeah, let me get those contracts
work
written
without
up
a
and send them off.
contract. You started working
well,
without a contract in place.
We had
Is that
a
correct?
contract, but a contract without payment. Yes, it is foolish on me for doing that, but when it's an indie game and I have no other work experience for games, you're just excited, you know?
He's basically treated these guys as slaves.
Yeah.
He has not acted in good faith at all. Yeah, this is obvious, like textbook 101 bad faith on Chance's part. I'm sorry, but it is.
Yeah,
I
this
agree,
is in
man.
America,
I agree,
though,
man.
right?
Literally shaking
So,
right now.
you were just literally talking about contracts and working rights. And it's not about feelings and whatever, but if you've signed a contract saying that's what you're going to deliver and you're working as a contractor, and the fact that he's willing to renegotiate your contracts, that seems like a move in the right direction. The fact that he's asked you for information and you haven't supplied it, and then you've gone and publicly ruined the project, really seems like bad faith from you guys to me.
So
that's my fucking take on it.
we requested contracts and he never responded back. We asked for information. We said, hey, if there's any information you need at all for those contracts to be rewritten, let us know. That was never delivered upon. He said, okay, time is up. Time has passed everything. We're going public with it.
Well, the Kickstarter was the hostile workplace, right? And then it was lack of payment, all that shit, right?
It
was a
sounds
cascade
like
effect of all
lack
that.
of payment prior, and then it was the Kickstarter.
You guys
was
are
basically
governed by
the
Australian labour laws, yeah? Correct? Being hired by an Australian company?
Well, they are, but they aren't.
No, there's
yes
a contract,
and no.
man.
The question, I just want to reiterate something you were saying there is, Chance is saying you didn't communicate for 10 days. You went public a few hours ago. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we went public about 4 hours ago with this whole entire strike thing.
Right. You didn't give any notice that we're going public?
The letter was at 11 a.m. Eastern that it was posted.
You know, within the professional nature, we did notify him that we would go public with this if he doesn't meet our terms. We didn't specify a date, but I think we specified 72 hours. I don't remember the exact date.
But you're saying he didn't hear from you for 10 days?
The silence thing, we were responding back and stating, this is what we want, and you haven't agreed to anything. You've only said no, 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 yes, 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 yes. And for him to say, you know, I'm going to make the meeting, we aren't about that with him. We said, we will make the meeting with you, and he said, whatever.
So it sounds like it was things weren't on his terms when they were reaching out and talking to him. Ergo, they weren't actually talking to him or with him. So that's where I think Chance is getting the 10 days without communication. Is he feels like it was 10 days without a serious.
No. So he's a business owner. Yeah, he's flagged that as 10 days, legit 10 days. So he would have dates to back that up. He wouldn't be announcing that.
But he also closed down that.
Dude, you sound sus, man.
I sound sus?
No,
I'm just an Australian guy listening to this fucking retardation about contracts. Your contractor's going on strike. You sign contracts where you're not going to get paid until the profit is gone.
I'm sorry, but there is no legitimacy in this because no one has been paid. So, like,
I would like to
attacking the developers at this point.
So they have no
I would like to focus on a heavy point. Is that one of the things that a lot of the community is hyper fixated on is the fact that the developers haven't been paid yet. I would like to say that in our original grievances expressed to Chance, one of our main intentions, payment for our work wasn't actually mentioned at all. Actually, the only financial things we discussed was clarity surrounding the PKS funds and any form of contract resolution. The original grievances weren't about money beyond those things, so it's not like we were out for Chance's money or saying, oh, we want more in our contracts. It was just saying for those who don't already have contracts, we would like those resolved. So it's not like we were money hungry in that sense. We were just trying to fix pre-existing issues. Majority of our grievances were actually primarily around management and organization. That's where most of the strike was sourced from.
Yep. And another thing to bring on top of that is I brought my contract to my lawyer, and the lawyer said, hey, this contract would not hold up in court at all. Like, I would renegotiate this. And that was another reason is for contract renegotiations to be brought in, because we saw that there's a lot of liability that the company could lose a ton of assets. That's why we were trying to bring this to his attention, and he just ignored us. So as a business owner that had a faulty, wholly contract, it should have been on him, and we could have just walked away with the whole entire project. We aren't doing that. We're not doing that to him.
Since all of this has gone down, has there been any light shed on what did actually happen to that PKS funds, the $3,000, $4,000?
We haven't received anything at all.
What's the way forward in your eyes?
Right now, it's in Chance's hands.
Wait, just 1 second. So this is all over $3,000.
Yeah,
is that right?
No, this isn't about this $3,000 at all.
No, not at all.
Not about money at all.
This started way before that. This was about his behavior towards individuals around the whole entire company, him acting as a sole director and project manager, when in terms of he was overstepping the team leads and demanding people to do things, and if they didn't do it, he would just delete shit. The fact is sorry, that got a little unprofessional on my part there. I didn't mean to really swear.
So the sum total of the asset Burning Lands is what has 3K assets in pre-Kickstarter.
The development assets.
I honestly don't know. We were told $4,500 dollars, and he stated it was spent on marketing.
Like the game.
We asked for for game assets. We're talking about digital assets such as audio packs, codes, digital assets, because there has been no payment given at all on those, none of those can be really taken at all. So that's kind of why we asked for change in communications, because he was essentially overstepping our community manager and a lot of the roles there, and removed a lot of the permissions that the community manager had. That's what we were having some grievances about, because there's a lot of things like that were happening. We found out he was arguing with investors, and he was being labeled as a toxic individual and black labeling our company. We asked him to remove sexual imagery and avoid making sexual comments to anyone. Company financials, we wanted to share business ownership with the team by appointing team members as board directors for the company. Now, whether, it was chosen individuals he wanted, brought out, outside individuals, we were open to that. We wanted to allow the board of directors to view banking transactions and requiring agreements for more than one person when making a transaction, because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to have one individual. Yes, I get he's the business owner and he started all of it, and it was shame on us for all signing those contracts. But for a successful business and the way that he was money handling, we thought it would fail. And now that we're here at this point, it's kind of proven our point.
Yeah, it failed.
It's interesting. Would it be wise to stop the Kickstarter and cancel that Kickstarter under the circumstances until?
It was 2 years ago. It was 2 years ago that I inquired about possibly working as a contractor on some stuff, and I did talk to Chance, and he was quite the dickhead, if I may say so myself. It was quite bizarre, the requirements of me. For example, I did some audio engineering stuff, and I've sent him some resources and some demos, like, can you, but we need this put in this format, show me this, all 100 different stuff. And then when I asked him, isn't that a bit too much? I mean, surely it's sufficient, the resources I sent you, I've extended everything I could to you, and and he was just a dickhead, and responding with, I don't know, repulsive comments, etc. And I did notice a bunch of similar comments from developers, such as well, not developed, I won't name them, but it appears that I was indeed not the only one to be treated not necessarily like trash, but bizarrely so by someone who's supposedly a lead.
I would say, even just as a person outside, the interaction I've had with Chance so far, of just being a community lead of a different community, of just, asking him about the Kickstarter stuff. He literally told me, hey, you can't get more keys. What you get, fuck off. That's basically the feeling I got from him. On a very professional level, that is a very bad thing to do.
Did he actually say that, though?
He did not, but the tone that was said.
So what did he say?
Here, let me find his fucking DM.
So basically, this is about, the platoon tier?
No, this was before the platoon tier came out. And he was like, no, we're not adding more tiers. And then he adds more tiers. That's also the other thing, is I don't understand. In the original announcement on the website for Burning Lands, the tiers were laid out. Why are there more tiers now?
This was done
without
more money.
Without consultation of the developers, as we're already in strike at this point. So anything involving more tiers being added throughout the Kickstarter is beyond our knowledge.
There were also more quantities of tiers, because I got the 6th platoon tier when there were only 6 platoon tiers, and then
there was only 2 at the start, even.
Right.
But, But the only thing was adding more quantity is fine for the tier that existed. The extra tiers doesn't make sense. And the thing I was asking him was just, hey,
if I may.
Can you add the add-on function in Kickstarter where the same tier can just buy more tiers within that, so then I can just buy 20 of the spider holes or whatever. I'm able to do that without making a billion accounts. And he just told me that's all we got. And he was like, dude, it's 3:30 a.m. dude. I don't know whatever tiers we have is what we have. You're able to do with them is up to you. We've laid it out for you to play it out. If you don't do something, it's because it's not meant to be. Just play the system instead of trying to work around it. And I was saying that Kickstarter made a system so people don't have to make a billion accounts. And if you're gonna sell multiple keys within the same tier, then why don't you let people do that?
I can say that in regards to adding additional tiers and things like that, from a business and financial standpoint, that just makes sense from a certain point of view, because if your Kickstarter is becoming popular, it would make sense to be able to provide people the opportunity to upscale what they would have otherwise donated, and to be able to open up avenues to be able to pull in as much money as possible. I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing, objectively
I get that,
speaking.
which is why the moment I messaged him and he said that no, this is not happening, and then the next day it turned around that he did it.
Okay, now we're just going.
What's not happening?
Yeah, this just seems weird.
We're going.
What's not happening?
Go about.
I think I don't think Chance is very good at public speaking or public relations on a global scale, which is a large game going on here, and that's something that is.
Which is why he had a community manager who fucking quit.
Yeah.
No,
no. It's not even that.
Quit.
It's
He got
that
bullied to leave.
even when Samba was on, he was still doing the announcement himself, which made no sense. Are you gonna let a community manager do their job or not?
The stuff is all part of the problem. Like, this is all part of the reasoning for us as developers to do what we've done.
So basically, you're just asking for a corporate structure, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, make sure that your contracts are all ironclad. I've signed myself at Universal Studios, and they've screwed me over myself 3 years ago. And even big studios will try to pry away from the law if they can. So
I mean,
small
honestly,
studios.
big studios are probably the one that wants to fuck you over.
I mean, when you have small studios as well, if there's a person in control that's not also stellar of a person, can fuck you over as well. Evidently.
Very true.
I mean, it
Well, it
also at the
sounds
end of the
like
day
we've
could be
already
just-
had one developer state that their contract was basically unenforceable, which based upon that, it stands to reason that it's very likely that all of the contracts are, from a legal standpoint, worth less than toilet paper.
Similarly unenforceable.
Well, in what jurisdiction is it not viable? Is it an American one or an Australian one?
Australian one.
Even if it is, it can't be enforced internationally usually.
No,
Like,
yeah.
they're useless.
That kinda gets
They're
hammered
used.
down
They're
to not
used
pay
more
for
as
it as well, though, right?
intimidation these days than anything.
So for this studio, how does this work? Is this an international or is this a registered company in some countries? Is Australia?
He is a registered company in Australia, I think.
So all the contracts...
There's somewhere in the chat for the ABV.
So all the
contract
contracts,
parameters
if they're
should work in Australian
enforceable,
law,
would be enforced under Australian law. Yes.
Okay, then then it's wise to assure someone aware of Australian law to check the contract, always. Obviously, I don't have to tell you this, but I've known so many people that got fucked over. So many people got fucked over thousands and thousands of dollars. So certainly I
think
recommend it.
Another way to look at it, as much as it could be like, devil's advocate, like he could just not be a person who's actually good at doing business stuff.
There's many of those people, but there's a responsibility
Like,
when you're a lead. There is a high responsibility for the financial security as agreed for your workers.
yeah, but then at the end of
That's
the
no
day,
excuse.
he should be the one, hiring someone else to do it, to actually do something that's.
So ignorance is not a defense, absolutely.
Exactly. Yes, I agree with that.
So if the current contracts are set up so you guys are working for free, like you obviously want to negotiate contracts where you get some form of compensation. Like, so even if this contract is unenforceable,
they're not working for free. They're being asked to develop an asset and deliver that asset for the promise of payment. So it's not free. It's just they
some
haven't
of them
reached that
have
point.
Some of them
have contracts that don't, and I think this is the problem. The
Yeah.
developers came to him and said, "We need to sort these contracts out so that we don't face, as a company, legal problems, liabilities of people that have left or had bad interactions with Chance coming to sue the company for assets that they created that Chance can't use because of their terrible contracts." Is that what happened? Right? That sounds like something.
That sounds like
the gist of it.
So wouldn't new contracts give Chance more power then?
It could also give the protections to the workers, the contract workers. Then, but the biggest thing for Chance's purpose
So
would
you'd
be
get compensation.
if he has.
It makes sense.
Yeah, if he has
if
a
you
better
guys want to
contract in
renegotiate contracts to get paid, that makes sense. But like, if
Well,
it's you're
primarily
phrasing
not
it in the
about
way
money.
that you're saying,
Right.
oh, it's going to give more protections and power to the worker. Like, if it's simply that you're giving the rights to the assets to Chance, and that's what you want, like, it's just going to give more
That's not their
power to
demands, or
Chance.
that wasn't their
Well,
demands, wasn't it?
it's they want proper contracts. There's questions about they have contracts in place that properly compensate them. There was talk about
and
if
that's
I work
fine.
how many hours, how
what
much
is
do I
this
get paid,
properly
that kind of stuff.
compensation? You want to get paid per hour? You want to get paid per asset? Like, have you been asked to deliver an
you should
asset
say that.
and you'll get paid?
That's what
You guys are going down the wrong rabbit hole, guys.
Yeah, because
That's
I
what
was
they
going
were
to say
trying to get.
there was no funding up
about
until
money
this point,
primarily.
and so
You're
there
going
was
down the wrong
no
rabbit
money
hole.
to
It's
give.
about
And now that there's
the
money to
company
give, you should
having
negotiate.
assets that they can't use, and someone that has become annoyed at Chance suing the company and destroying the project.
And the other thing
Because of the bad contract.
Whoever
said-
the structure, so this problem doesn't happen again, right? So, hey,
Whoever
guys, stop
said
overreaching.
there wasn't money up to this point, and it does not. It means that he can't pay anybody. That's not on the developer.
No, it isn't.
No, it's not on the developer, but the developer has signed a contract to deliver an asset.
Yes.
Once
No,
it
no, no,
finishes,
no, 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 no.
correct?
I'm just saying isn't because he was putting out the point of the fact that you can't negotiate a contract without the fact that he doesn't even have money to give anybody. That's on the business team. That's not on the developer. Developer can can renegotiate the contract to be like, hey, I want to be paid per asset or be paid like every hour. That's fine on them, and the business has to figure out the money side of things to pay.
No,
the
or they
developer.
let them go because they can't fulfill that contract.
Yeah, we can't sign the contract. We can't pay.
And the person who was talking about the contracts in that particular case of not having a proper payment clause in his contract, he did say, shame on me for signing the contract that I did without having an ironclad payment in place. But there was continued negotiations of him trying to reach out and talk to Chance and saying, hey, what more do you need from me to get the renegotiated contract so I can get a proper payment in place? What do I need to do to get that to happen? And Chance didn't blow him off, but essentially said, oh yeah, that'll be coming shortly. And nothing was done from Chance's side to produce said contract. So
Yeah,
that
I
was
think
part
that
of their argument for they wanted to renegotiate the contracts for everyone.
No,
who
I
did not
actually think
have
for
payment there.
that particular person, actually, they did say that the Chance said it in Discord, which
Yeah, he got a verbal
he
confirmation.
he just wanted it in writing, which fair enough.
Here's a question: what can the community do to help the developers get what they need and help this project move forward?
Nothing.
Well, it really depends on.
Besides canceling your pledge, nothing.
From my position, from what I can think of, what needs to be done from a community standpoint is we need to apply pressure to not only Chance to come to the negotiating table, but also the devs to make sure all parties are coming and talking about this, trying to work through the differences, trying to come up with some semblance of a corporate structure that everyone can agree with, and move forward with the project. I think everyone here agrees from what we've seen in videos and what we've talked about, this project has something there. It has potential.
Obviously,
we just need all the parties to come together, Chance and the developers, to get back to work on it, but they have to come together in a way that they are willing to work with each other. So continue posting in the Discord.
You've already executed your threat, though. Like, you've already gone public with
you've already killed
your
it.
problem, so it's over.
It's not willing to work together. You've literally just killed the project. It's
Potentially,
done.
yes.
Why do it now and not in 14 days when there's actually funding?
No, okay. Coming public from the dev team means that now there is now public notice and public eyes looking at both the dev team and Chance to do something about it.
But you didn't let him come to this.
You just killed your Kickstarter, which was all your money, not just Chance's, yours as well.
This is not about money.
This is not about money.
The devs have
It's about money. It isn't about payment. They don't. I mean, of course, they want to be paid for their work, but primarily this is about organization and the fact that this project doesn't work under Chance as a sole director. Period. That is not a working environment that can produce Burning Lands. Period. No matter what developer team is in action, that doesn't work.
But the problem
that's what I
you've
don't
got,
understand.
you said you either come to the table or we're going to do this, and you've gone and done this before the table meeting happened. So you've
no, the table meeting
had
happened.
He already did
several
this.
times.
They
Had
came
multiple
public
calls.
to inform the
Okay.
bloody backers that Chance is fucking around. See what I mean?
Under-
They didn't want to have to do this. They didn't want to have to go public with this. They
No, I'm
tried
glad-
several
I'm glad
times.
they came public,
I
man.
am
That's
too.
good.
But they tried several times behind closed doors prior to the Kickstarter launch, prior to 5 hours before the Kickstarter launch. It sounds like 2 months ago they were talking to him about this and some of the problems. Not all of them, but some of them. And this has been an ongoing conversation. And it's only just now, with it being, right before an AMA where the public is going to be watching and looking, where it was the best time for the developers to actually inform the public, hey, this is a project that has a lot of internal problems. You should be aware of what's going on right now, and the fact that we're all on strike, so technically no work's being done on this project. So
So is any developers in the chat?
I think there might be one or two,
Yes.
but most of them they
so you're
kind
not a
of
developer.
There's at least one.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
You're not
who's
a dev.
talking then?
No, but I'm
Don't-
sorry. It's
don't-
Gobotron.
Yeah,
sorry.
if-
It's Gobotron.
Yeah,
here,
sorry.
Right? So I'm a
But that American guy is speaking about what has happened. You're not part of the dev team. Why are you speaking about what has happened then?
because I want
Dude,
this
this
game
is
to
a
come out
public
as much
chat.
as anyone here.
Yeah, I know,
mean-
but you're
Wait,
doing
stop.
second-hand information. That's what I don't understand.
I'm a pre-Kickstarter supporter.
Now, who's the
Right.
developer? Let the developer speak out so we know.
Let the
proper source.
developers speak, because otherwise it's just hearsay, right? It's
They've told us like 6 times already. We've just gone
Yeah,
like
we've
a
been
big
here for
circle.
hours, man. That said it like 10 times, man.
Right, right, and they.
True,
and they
he
need
is
to-
providing an accurate summation of what the
And they did-
developers
Yes, he
themselves
is.
already said.
Yes. We heard
Yeah,
it
cool. And they've done
100 times,
and
man.
they've done a post in the chat. They've done a post in the pre-Kickstarter chat as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
they
go
posted a
away.
letter around 11 a.m. in the public chat. Burning
in
Lands
the public
public.
chat.
I don't know why. I don't know why he had to be brought up. The fact that he's American, just that was not even a problem. This is just
No.
a public chat. People talking.
I
to
know we
each
just
other.
we just despise Americans. It's fine. It's normal.
No, I think it's
I mean, but like,
mad we outdrink them. They're just mad we outdrink them. That's all.
Yeah, Chance took our access to discuss it with the pre-Kickstarters and the pre-Kickstarter discussion as well. So we can't actually talk to you guys in there.
Ah, okay. All right, cool. That's right.
Fuck.
It's a bit annoying because that was a good place to have those open discussions, like in closed doors, but open to the pre-Kickstarter, so we can help
Yeah.
and support. But yeah, I don't know what to do.
Well,
Same.
I've
Pull your pledge if you haven't already. ASAP,
I was about
man.
to say, from the very beginning, I've been telling
I don't know
my
about that, man.
personal
No, I've decided
opinion.
to pull out all my money and just spend it on hookers and coke, and I think it's much more.
That's a good investment. Well, at least
I'm always pulling out. You know what I'm saying?
At least you're getting something from it, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Fallout game's pretty good.
More than you're
Yeah, I got a
bargaining
lot of
for
stuff
too.
for
Just
that,
watch
yeah.
out for it itching.
Well, I got to catch them all, huh?
Yep.
So right
Yeah.
now, right now, there's nothing that we as a community can do besides pull the pledge and support the developers. That's all we can do.
Yeah.
Here we can also, from another standpoint too, we can also help Chance outside and go, hey Chance, we're here to help you as a community, but you need to help the devs. We need to find some way to move this project forward. Otherwise, it's going to be as dead as hell let loose.
Exactly. The only thing we can do
Better
is
than hell
control
it
what
is.
we pledge
It's
to the
better than
project
hell it
and
is,
apply
man.
pressure on everyone to come to the table and at least talk.
Well, I can tell you from
Try
experience
and-
from working. I can tell you from experience from working in acquisitions and publishing that this type of public damage to the name and the branding is difficult to recover from, especially now that some larger sources have been made videos. etc. So
Agreed.
either rebranding or the reinvestment of resources and the reimbursement as per the contracts of the developers, which many are not enforceable as we've established apparently, according to developers. I hope that's the developers noting that. That depends on the legal parameters. I'm sure there's some Australian developers, so the contract may be valid if it is signed by two individuals in Australia and coined by Australian territory and law. But the other ones, whatever layer it was that decided to fire the developers, which had occurred, was it the publishing layer? I'm not even certain myself. I'm not that privy, to be honest. I've joined this to hear what's up. There was going to need to be reimbursement, which is part of the public image and the legal precedent, and a major rebranding. So it would be a shame for these resources produced by the talented developers to go to shit, right? Especially upon all this funding from the public, which is not only destruction of public trust and the consumer trust, but the destruction of the entire project. So it's going to be rough, and I hope it can be done, but usually a very low chance.
Yeah.
Very low chance.
Yeah,
you see what has happened? What has happened
he
to
sounds
83,
really
right?
smart. Yeah, I mean, have you ever thought about radio, dude? Oh my god.
I think it's the accent, to be honest.
His voice is just so mesmerizing.
I am willing.
Can you keep talking?
Say again?
Okay.
I'm almost
Fellow
finished,
Brit
please.
By any chance?
What?
Sorry, what?
What'd you say?
What do you say?
Fucking hell.
It's one of the
I said, is that a fellow Brit by any chance?
Yeah, I have a question.
No, it is not.
Yeah, I have a question.
ASMR chat.
Yeah, what's the question? I can tell you something about the business, I guess.
With my Zinger box, should I get should I upsize it to get large chips and stuff, or just?
not even a fucking question.
What you do?
More in Vietnam.
Swap the potato and gravy out and get an extra small chips.
No, it's
Dude,
not
I
chips. It's crisps. If you're
Wait, you
into
can
that.
actually do that with the potato and gravy?
Yeah, of course you can.
I can tell you that Taiwan is much better.
I'm feeling robbed now.
Oh yeah, another question.
You
question.
feel robbed when
Wicked
you visit your
wings?
house.
Wicked wings or tenders?
Wicked wings every time.
I really like tenders, man.
Wicked wings.
Much taste.
There's no way.
The Zinger box. What are you doing?
Wicked wings, man.
All right. I'm going to be my last 2 cents on this, if anyone wants to hear it, doubt it, but I'd be willing to back this project again if I saw the devs and Chance come together and actually, before the end of the Kickstarter, hash out the issues, come together with an actual corporate structure, make sure everyone has the proper contracts in place, and address these issues. I'd be willing to back at the spooky level that I was at again if they did
I'm not
that.
certain if anyone knows this, but if they do, let me know. So who is it that actually owns this property, including all the money and the control of it? Was it the publisher?
Chance.
Oh,
Just
Chance.
Chance.
I
Sole
see.
director.
And then who was it that fired
Ken
the
owned
developers?
the
Was it
company
him?
and Turn owned
Yeah,
the
he
project.
fired him.
Oh, very well. Then it's only up to him to reinvest those resources and give up the legal ownership of this company and its assets.
Yep.
So,
Except he
yeah.
has a bunch of void contracts, so maybe some of the assets are owned by the developers.
Yeah.
Okay, very well. That's on
Who
a
knows?
case-to-case basis. Well, in that case, that's really up to him.
Yep,
And
it
the
is.
validity of those contracts.
I haven't actually heard this question.
I'm
How
dropping.
many
I'll see
developers
y'all
are
later.
actually part of this?
Thank you, Mitch. You're
Yep.
How
very
much
good
of the dev
tonight.
team?
So there were 20.
Hmm.
Okay. And from what we have heard, 4 have been sacked.
Okay.
Officially. So 20 including Chance. So 19.
No, not 20
signed the
devs.
letter.
Not devs on the project. Devs part of this whole strike incident thing.
19.
All of them? Okay.
All of them, yes. Every single dev on the project besides Chance have
Insert
strike
Simpsons meme
and
where it's like
signed
the
the letter.
going, am I the problem or is it the kids that are the problem? Nah, it's the kids that are the problem.
Exactly. And as I mentioned, 4 have been sacked since the strike has begun.
I'm fucking devastated. This is going to be the first good game with an Australian faction.
I
can
know.
play my fantasies, and
Yeah, that's how I felt when 83 fucked off. Yeah.
Well, it's
I mean,
back.
83
It's
is
back.
back.
It's back again.
No, I
It's
was
back
part of
Yeah.
I did mod for that Discord, which is really cringy to say because I'm probably got the image of the obese neckbeard and not the industry worker, etc. Well, I promise I only have zits on my ass, not on my face. I promise. But that's a joke, by the way. Anyway, yeah, it's back apparently. That's interesting. That's another matter,
Yeah, you
another
can sign up
topic.
for
Yes.
testing.
can
It's
sign up for that
actually pretty
stuff.
good at the moment.
Yes. Other developers of Rising Storm 1 and Rising Storm 2, right?
Yes, some developers from AMG are on the project. Yes,
Yes. Very nice.
What is 83?
83
it's,
is a Cold War gone hot game, basically a spiritual successor to Rising Storm 2.
Rising
Vietnam.
Storm 2, which sucks that it fucking died, it got sold off. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's pretty.
Which
neat.
is why many of us have backed this game.
Fair enough.
Reinstalling
say,
Postscriptum.
So it's your
also
fault.
dead.
You guys keep backing games and making them die.
Post is
Okay.
dead.
Oh, we see a pattern here, uh-huh.
You should see the massive shift that happened in the last 10 years, the way people have hired and the way human resources work in video game development. So there's, of course, much